Standard as a Magic format by its very nature changes more than your typical format. Thanks to set rotation, no singular card will stay in Standard forever, and new sets always threaten to shake up the format. While this is one of the main selling points of the Standard format, sometimes a card enters the Standard format and utterly warps the game around it. Be it for its own power in a vacuum, or how the card synergizes with cards already in the format, sometimes a card will take an entire format and make it about itself until the card finally rotates or gets banned. And start us off at number 10, we have Collected Company. This is an instant that costs 3 generic and 1 green mana, and allows you to look at the top 6 cards of your library. Then you put up to 2 creature cards with the mana value 3 or less from those top 6 into the battlefield, and the rest at the bottom of your library in any order. This card was printed back in the Tarkir block, which saw several high-powered cards enter the Standard format. While the format at the time saw various competent decks, such as CDC Whip, Collected Company was already seeing results. Green aggro decks in Standard quickly adopted the card for how it allowed someone to get ahead on mana, potentially getting 6 mana's worth of creatures for just 4 mana. Given that Collected Company is an instant, you were able to play it in response to your opponent's spells. This meant that control decks in the format were less sure when to best tap out, as tapping out would leave them vulnerable to the Temple Swing of Collected Company. These same control decks would also be forced to commit a board wipe only for someone to instantly rebuild with Collected Company. As the format progressed, even more decks built around Collected Company rose into prominence. It was after rotation where Collected Company found its true dominance, however. While the Tarkir block remained in Standard, the sets such as Theros that had defined the meta before it were gone. Battle for Zendikar saw the printing of Reflector Mage, a 3 mana value creature that could be cheated out with Collected Company. Whenever Reflector Mage enters the battlefield, you return target creature and opponent controls to its owner's hand, and then that creature's owner cannot cast spells with the same name as that creature until your next turn. This not only could clear out problematic cards from the board, but would then actively delay the opponent from redeploying it. Hitting 1 or even 2 Reflector Mages with Collected Company was a massive tempo swing that would both advance your board but deny your opponent the ability to rebuild. The power of this tempo swing eventually got Reflector Mage banned since blue-white-green Collected Company decks ran rampant in the format. Collected Company itself never got banned, if only because by the time of its dominance it was already nearing the end of its time in the format. That's part of why it only lands here at number 10, because while it was certainly powerful and even got a card ban, it didn't overtake Standard quite as intensely as other cards higher in this list. And at number 9, we have Smuggler's Copter. This vehicle artifact costs 2 generic mana and has 3 power and toughness. Since it's a vehicle, it's not inherently a creature and only has access to that power and toughness after you crew it. Smuggler's Copter has a crew of 1, meaning you have to tap any number of creatures you control with a total power of 1 or more to make Smuggler's Copter a creature until end of turn. As a creature, beyond its stats, it also has the keyword ability Flying, which means it cannot be blocked except by creatures with Flying or Reach. Whenever Smuggler's Copter attacks or blocks, you may draw a card, and if you do, discard a card. While this card does not provide direct card advantage, it provides a repeatable form of card selection. While this isn't an uncommon sort of effect for blue to get, card draw is not freely given to every color. As such, Smuggler's Copter was something of an outlier, providing card selection to decks regardless of what colors they were. This was a major part of what made Smuggler's Copter so prevalent in Kaladesh Standard. Not only was it card selection for colors that would often not get it, but even for colors that had other options for card draw still saw use to run Smuggler's Copter. This is in part thanks to how aggressive its stat line was, especially at the time. Most vehicles are held back by the requirement of tapping other creatures to use them, but since Smuggler's Copter could be crewed by something as simple as a 1/1 power servo token, it was easy to have Smuggler Copter consistently available for combat. Any small creature was generally better left back to crew a Smuggler's Copter, since the 3/3 flyer invalidated most any creature smaller than it. If Smuggler Copter had been a blue card, perhaps it would not have been so format defining, but the fact that any deck could run the card meant that, in practice, every deck realistically needed to run the card. Without your own Smuggler's Copter to threaten trading, your opponent could keep attacking in and bolt sculpt their hand and whittle down your life in the process. Standard deck lists essentially began with 4 copies of Smuggler's Copter, which was the primary reason behind its banning. And at number 8, we have Lotus Cobra. This snake costs 1 generic and 1 green mana and has 2 power and 1 toughness. Lotus Cobra's keyword ability, Landfall, triggers whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control. Each card with Landfall has its own specific effect whenever a land enters, and in the case of Lotus Cobra, it generates 1 mana of any color whenever it sees a land enter. This essentially gives you 1 mana for each land you play before even tapping it or doing anything else with it. Playing your 3rd land with the Lotus Cobra on board allows you to play a spell with a mana value of 4 1 turn early, essentially cheating on mana. This is really just the floor of Lotus Cobra's value, however. Lotus Cobra's real strength comes when combined with the effects that play extra lands. When the card was initially printed into Standard in the Zendikar set, it came alongside 5 fetch lands. Misty Rainforest was a land that could be sacrificed to search for a forest or island and put into the battlefield. While by itself this is quite potent since it allows you to fix your mana, alongside Lotus Cobra it would generate 2 landfall triggers off of your 1 land drop for the turn. This standard format also included the card Knight of the Reliquary, which could sacrifice a forest or plains to search a library for a land and put it into the battlefield. You could sacrifice a forest to grab a fetch land to then just sacrifice the fetch land and grab another forest. And each time a land entered the battlefield, Lotus Cobra would generate 1 mana. And those forests you search could also be tapped for mana before being sacrificed. Once these decks had generated enough mana, they would play Sovereigns of Lost Alara, which could search out a game-ending aura spell to overwhelm your opponent before they had much of a chance to even properly set up. This deck was exceptionally fast for the time, able to turbo into Eldrazi Conscription quickly and consistently. This deck would win Grand Prix Milan and various other Lotus Cobra big mana decks would rise to prominence in the Zendikar Standard. While Lotus Cobra was not banned in Standard like most other cards on this list, it does have the notable distinction of making a second appearance in Standard. Lotus Cobra was reprinted in Zendikar Rising and instantly saw success in Omnath Locus of Creation ramp decks that aimed to make as many land drops as physically possible in one turn. Both times Lotus Cobra was in Standard, it saw play both in the best decks in the format, but also found its way into almost every green deck as well. The Zendikar sets that included Lotus Cobra were built around getting the most out of land drops, and coupled with other cards already in the Standard format at the time, it made for perfect formats for this snake to see success. And at number 7, we have Necropotence. This enchantment costs 3 black mana and comes with a rather steep downside of skipping your draw step. It also exiles any card you discard to the graveyard, serving as a self-inflicted form of graveyard hate that also limits your card draw. This would make most cards absolutely unplayable, but Necropotence's final ability is powerful enough to offset all of that. You can pay 1 life to exile the top card of your library face down, then put that card into your hand at the beginning of your next end step. This is an activated ability that only costs 1 life and has no restrictions on how many times it can be activated. As long as you have life, you can keep activating Necropotence. While you'd no longer get to draw on your draw step, in exchange you could refill your hand for almost free at the end of turn. Life is a resource in Magic, so while there was some risk to using Necropotence, generally the cards provided by it allowed you to easily protect yourself. Competitive Magic's earliest days in the mid-90s were dominated by black Necropotence themed decks. These decks made use of Dark Ritual to deploy Necropotence as early as turn 1, or play some other early game form of advantage or threat. While the options for controlling the board were far more limited at the time, this standard had access to Nevinyrral's Disc, which could clear the board of any threats that were threatening you. These decks relied heavily on Drain Life, which costs 1 generic and 1 black mana, as well as an additional cost of X that could only be paid with black mana. Drain Life deals X damage to any target and you gain life equal to the damage dealt. This both helped the deck close the gap in life totals as well as allowed you to spend even more life on Necropotence. Various builds Necropotence showed up in Standard, winning Pro Tour Dallas in 1996 with a more control-oriented build. The 1997 Worlds event saw a more aggressive beatdown Necropotence deck see success in a top 8 finish. These were some of Magic's earliest competitive events, and even when it did not win, it was clear Necropotence was the deck to beat in the room. The black deck that won Worlds was not a Necropotence deck, but splashed lands that could produce various colors, attack options such as white mana, to cast the Disenchant in the sideboard to deal with Necropotence and other potent artifacts and enchantments. While Disenchant is a common card even in modern sideboards to this day, for a black deck to run Disenchant as essentially its only white card singled quite heavily the prevalence of Necropotence in the format. And coming at number 6, we have Jace the Mind Sculptor. This planeswalker costs 2 generic and 2 blue mana and enters the battlefield with 3 loyalty counters. Its first ability adds 2 loyalty counters look at the top card of target player's library. You may then put that card on the bottom of the player's library if you so choose. Its next ability has 0 loyalty and allows you to draw 2 cards, then put 2 cards from your hand on top of your library in any order. And by removing 1 loyalty counter, you can return target creature to its owner's hand. And then his ultimate ability costs 12 loyalty and exiles all cards from target player's library, then that player shuffles their hand into the library. At the time of its printing in the World Wake, this was the first and only planeswalker to have 4 loyalty abilities. When Jace entered the battlefield, he could be used to temporarily remove a threat that could pressure it. Or if the coast was clear, could be used to sculpt your hand with its 0 loyalty ability, which essentially functioned as a free brainstorm. What made Jace almost backbreaking was when its controller had the advantage, that +2 ability could be used to check the top card of your opponent's deck. While you didn't have a great deal of control, repeated use of the +2 ability could deny your opponent the cards they needed to come back, or leave them stuck drawing dead cards like a lands. Eventually, enough of this gets Jace high enough loyalty to activate his ultimate ability, which essentially wins the game on the spot by leaving your opponent with little to no cards left in their deck, and no cards in their hand to fight with. Jace provided a level of inevitability that most win conditions at the time just could not manage. It didn't help that this was a time where planeswalkers were still a relatively new card type in the grand scheme of the game, and thus many of the modern answers to them were not available. All these factors led to Jace being the de facto top-end threat of most every blue deck in the format. Jace's presence in Standard was so dominant that the card would end up being banned in Standard at a time when this was far from common. Modern Magic players may be used to frequent banlist updates for the standard format of the current day, but this was a trend that only really began around the time of Kaladesh Standard. At the time Jace was banned in Standard, it was the first Standard banning in years. However, while there's no denying Jace was a menace to the format and clearly game-breaking, the Standard Jace was notable for having two unrelated cards both absolutely breaking it at the same time. Which leads us to number 5, Stoneforge Mystic. This core artificer costs 1 generic and 1 white mana, and has 1 power and 2 toughness. When Stoneforge Mystic enters the battlefield, you may search your library for an equipment card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle your library. You may also pay 1 generic and 1 white mana and tap Stoneforge Mystic to put an equipment card from your hand onto the battlefield. Stoneforge Mystic could search and cheat into playing any equipment card in the game. To this day, it remains arguably the most powerful equipment support card ever printed, and is the backbone of competitive decks in various formats. It's no surprise then that when combined with the various powerful equipment from the Scars of Mirrodin block that Stoneforge Mystic took over Standard. The deck leveraged various equipment options such as Sword of Feast and Famine to provide both protection to the creature and snowball advantage. The most threatening equipment in these decks, however, was always Batterskull, a 5 mana value equipment that gives the creatures equipped to 4 power and toughness as well as vigilance and lifelink. This means that not only does the equipped creature not tap to attack, whenever it deals damage, you gain life equal to that damage. Batterskull also has a living weapon keyword, which creates a 0 power and toughness germ token that automatically equips the Batterskull when it enters the battlefield. This, alongside Stoneforge Mystic, meant that for just 2 mana, you could drop Batterskull and already have it on a creature ready to go. Between this and equipping Squadron Hawk with various equipments, the Caw-Blade deck rose to dominate the Standard format. The only thing that prevented Caw-Blade from being the only playable deck was the overall power level of the format allowing for various strategies, including Splinter Twin, to exist. Of course, many players just chose to run Stoneforge Mystic in a small equipment package in their Splinter Twin decks, or in any other strategy they were playing. Stoneforge Mystic was banned out from the format alongside Jace the Mind Sculptor for its similar format overwhelming nature. Notably, Stoneforge Mystic was still allowed in Standard if you played an unedited version of one of the time available pre-constructed Standard decks, since it just so happened to come with 2 copies of Stoneforge Mystic. While some could argue Jace deserves to be higher than Stoneforge Mystic, Mystic was the actual build-around card of the format. Jace was a generically powerful win condition for slower decks, whereas Stoneforge Mystic was a card that built an entire playstyle around it. And at number 4, we have Oko, Thief of Crowns. This planeswalker costs 1 generic, 1 green, and 1 blue mana, and enters the battlefield with 4 loyalty counters. You can add 2 loyalty counters to create a food token, which is an artifact token that allows you to pay 2 mana and sacrifice it to gain 3 life. His second ability adds 1 loyalty ability and makes target artifact or creature lose all abilities and become a green elk creature token with power and toughness of 3. His final ability costs 5 loyalty and allows you to exchange control of target artifact or creature you control and target creature and opponent controls with power 3 or less. Now, while at a glance, Oko might not seem like the most backbreaking planeswalker. A lot of his power comes from the numbers for his loyalty abilities. Oko has 2 abilities that gain him loyalty, which is a rarity for planeswalkers, and is especially rare for a planeswalker to have a removal ability that's loyalty positive. Oko can remove any creature artifact on the board and go up to 5 loyalty while doing so. This means even if you do not have a way to block the 3 power elk you've just created, your Oko should survive with 2 loyalty counters. And that 3 power elk is nothing compared to the value you would have gotten from the abilities or stats from the original permanent Oko changed. Oko also provides its user with a stream of bodies by turning his food tokens into elks to use for offense or defense. Even without his very easy to activate ultimate ability in mind, Oko was a grindy, powerful card which overtook games if not answered. Eldraine Standard was remarkably high powered, but Oko was a cut above, with most decks in the format playing at least blue and green to run Oko. However, it also meant when Oko was finally banned, another powerful deck took its place. Oko, in a way, was the only thing holding back Field of the Dead decks from also overtaking the format and getting banned. This is worth mentioning because some could say Field of the Dead deserves a spot on this list. However, Oko serving as a stopgap against that deck only further shows why it deserves a spot on the list instead. While other decks built around cards like Fires of Invention would rise to prominence after Oko's wake, none of those decks had much of a chance in the peak of Oko Standard. To this day, Oko remains banned in most every format, which in some ways makes his Standard dominance somewhat unsurprising. But there's no denying that Oko was one of the most warping cards to have ever entered the Standard format and get banned out of it. And at number 3, we have Arcbound Ravager. This artifact creature is a beast that costs 2 generic mana and has 0 power and toughness. Arcbound Ravager has the keyword ability Modular, which makes it enter the battlefield with the +1/+1 counter on it. And whenever it puts into the graveyard, you may put its +1/+1 counter into target artifact creature. Arcbound Ravager also has the ability to sacrifice an artifact to put a +1/+1 counter onto itself. Mirrodin Block Standard was defined by the powerful artifact cards included in the set. Most notable amongst the artifact synergies in the block was the keyword Affinity for artifacts, which made spells with the ability cost less based on the number of artifacts you controlled. This had a snowballing effect where the more cheap artifacts you cast with Affinity meant the next one would cost even less to cast, eventually getting to a point where cards like Frogmite were completely free. We could realistically make a list of the top 10 cards that broke Mirrored in Standard alone, since there are so many powerful cards that warp the format, such as Chrome Moxeline for artifact decks to get well ahead on mana turn 1 in exchange for a card in hand. The artifact land cycle was integral as well, with the Seed of Synod functioning almost exactly like an island, but with the addition of being an artifact and lacking the basic land type. While all of these cards certainly contributed to the explosive power of Affinity in Standard at the time, it was Arcbound Ravager that truly pushed the strategy overboard. Arcbound Ravager made combat a nightmare to navigate, since there were very rarely any good blocks to make. This is mostly thanks to the fact that any artifact creature that gets blocked in combat is then free to be sacrificed to grow Arcbound Ravager if need be. While one might think the obvious answer is just to always block the Arcbound Ravager, the modular ability makes it so that in practice you need to block every creature. If there are enough counters on Arcbound Ravager or enough creatures on board to sacrifice, the Affinity player was able to simply sacrifice every artifact they controlled to Arcbound Ravager, then sacrifice the Arcbound Ravager itself. The ability does not specify another artifact, meaning Arcbound Ravager is free to sacrifice itself to its own ability, even if the ability will then do nothing. However, since Arcbound Ravager died, modular then triggers and all those counters can be moved onto whatever creature was not blocked and suddenly deal lethal damage out of thin air. Arcbound Ravager took the already fast engine of Affinity decks and gave it a win condition that was nearly impossible to play around profitably in the format. When addressing the format with bans, Arcbound Ravager was the first card ban from the standard format alongside all 5 of the colored artifact lands. To this day, Arcbound Ravager remains a potent threat in modern Affinity decks despite the years of powerful artifact creatures that have come out since, and its impact on Mirrored in Block Standard turned it into one of the most broken standard formats of all time. However, there is one format that produced multiple cards that make even this look fair in comparison. And at number 2, we have Tolarian Academy. This legendary land can be tapped to add 1 blue mana for each artifact you control. As already covered in the entry for Arcbound Ravager, artifact decks are no stranger to playing out as many artifacts as they can to cheat on mana. Tolarian Academy historically was one of the first great examples of exactly this, serving as the most powerful member of a cycle that included other powerful lands such as Geas' Cradle. While this was still early on in Magic's history, many of the most powerful cards of the time were artifacts. Mana Vault was legal in Standard at the time alongside 0 mana value artifacts like Mox Diamond, that would both provide mana on their own as well as allow Academy to make more mana. The goal of the deck was to cast the enchantment Mind Over Matter as quickly as possible, which with a strong opening hand was possible in the first turn of the game. Mind Over Matter allows you to discard a card to tap or untap target artifact, creature, or land. From there, you would untap your Tolarian Academy to generate as much mana as possible. You ran 4 copies of Time Spiral to refill your hand and deck as well as untap even more lands and essentially drew through your deck until you had enough mana to cast the spell Stroke of Genius, which draws target player cards equal to the amount of mana paid for X and its mana cost. The goal was to make your opponent to draw more cards than they actually had in their deck to make them lose the game on the spot. Magic the Gathering has never seen a combo quite on this level before, and to this day, a turn 1 or 2 kill is seen as good as it gets for a combo deck. While a consistent turn 2 kill is strong by today's standards, at the time this was absolutely backbreaking, leading to a period of time which would go on to be known as Combo Winter. Games were decided essentially with the beginning die roll and led to Standard banning both Tolarian Academy alongside one of its best ways to refill the hand in Windfall. It's safe to say that Tolarian Academy is the strongest Standard deck to have ever fully existed. The impact of Combo Winter on the game vastly impacted card design moving forward, and genuinely threatened Magic's stability as a game. While Tolarian Academy was a bulk of the pain players felt in the actual gameplay, there was another card from the same block not banned in the same initial wave that cast perhaps an even larger shadow over the Standard format. And at number 1, we have Memory Jar. This artifact costs 5 generic mana and can be tapped and sacrificed to have each player exile all cards from their hand face down and draw 7 cards. At the beginning of the next end step, each player discards their hand and returns to their hand each card they exile this way. Memory Jar is from Urza's Legacy, the same block as Tolarian Academy. As such, this same vast mana production was still at play with plenty of artifacts able to get Memory Jar as soon as possible. All one would have to do is get 3 mana to cast Tinker to search Memory Jar from their deck. From there, Memory Jar at the surface seems similar to a strange riff of Wheel of Fortune effects, where instead of discarding your original hand, you exile it and get it back later in exchange for a new hand you're only allowed to use for just this turn. But in practice, this meant a player could empty their original hand, then activate Memory Jar and completely refill their hand. From there, you'd cast more mana and draw spells and find some way to replay Memory Jar. Yawgmoth's Wheel would eventually allow you to cast Memory Jars from the graveyard, and without much effort, you can go through the entire deck. The goal is to find a copy of the enchantment Megrim, which deals 2 damage to the opponent whenever they discard a card. Then at the end of turn, all those memory jars will trigger, discarding their current hand and returning the most recently exiled cards back to the hand. Each time this happens, there will be a full 7 cards discarded, which will all trigger Megrim to deal a load of damage and most likely kill your opponent. The deck was just as fast as the Tolarian Academy deck, although it never truly got to see its true time to dominate Standard. Urza's Legacy released in the February of 1999, a couple of months after the ban list that removed Academy from the format. At the start of March, they banned a few more cards, such as Lotus Petal, to further hamper any combo decks. Then they realized just how broken Memory Jar was and did an emergency ban list update in the middle of March just to make sure Memory Jar decks did not extend Combo Winter any further. Memory Jar remains the only card ever emergency banned out of a Standard and the fastest sanctioned competitive format banning of any card ever. While Memory Jar did not ever get to take over competitive Standard environment, that's simply because it broke Standard before it ever even got a chance to. Energy was a mechanic introduced back in the Kaladesh block. This mechanic quickly proved to be exceptionally powerful, though fairly controversial in the community. Most people in the community look back on this mechanic with ire, so today we're going to explore exactly why this design failed. Now, this is technically a failed MTG mechanics video, but since the mechanic was actually very strong, we decided to change the name to reflect that fact. Onto the mechanic itself. Energy was basically an additional resource mechanic. Cards would generate energy, which would simply give you, the player, a number of counters. Then you could later spend this energy for various effects. Most cards that generated energy also used energy, but there were cards that gave you energy without asking for any. Energy was also very, very common in the set, with around 70 cards that had energy on them somewhere in their card text. We already mentioned that energy was one of, if not the best deck at times in its Standard format, to the point where it required bans to rein in. The specific deck that ended up being too good was called Temur Energy. Temur is the community name for the green-blue-red color combination, named after a clan on the plane of Tekir in the same name. Considering how strong this deck was, it only makes sense to go over the prime suspects as to cards that made energy such an infamous mechanic. Aether Hub is a land that gives you energy when it enters a battlefield. You can tap it to add a colorless mana, or you can tap it and pay 1 energy to add 1 mana of any color. Aether Hub was just an incredible source of mana fixing for the deck. The mana was so good that the deck was able to splash a 4th color at multiple points in its lifespan to allow it to play some powerful tech options, or simply play some cards that were too good not to splash for. The other card that made the deck so good on mana was Attune with Aether. This is a sorcery with a mana cost of 1 green. It has the effect where you search your library for a basic land card, put it into your hand, shuffle, and get 2 energy. Attune allowed you to search for your 1 of basic lands if you didn't draw one of your Aether Hubs, or one of your Servants of Conduit to filter for mana. This gives you a total of 12 cards that give you mana of any color, which allows you to play a 3 or 3.5 color deck without getting punished at all. This was also the only 1 mana spell in the deck, as the deck just didn't have any other good 1-drops to play. Attune would eventually get banned or rein in the deck's power level by hurting its consistency. On top of the great mana fixing, the deck had great threats. Longtusk Cub was a 2/2 for 1 and 1 green that gives you 2 energy when it deals combat damage to a player, and lets you pay 2 energy to give it a +1/+1 counter. Cub was a great scaling threat that gave the deck far better early game power. Roller Virtuoso is a 2/3 for 1 blue and 1 red. It gives you 3 energy when it enters the battlefield, and allows you to pay 3 energy to make a 1/1 Thopter artifact creature token with flying. Virtuoso was a great way both to get a lot of energy and to go wide against decks that relied on single target removal, which was made even better by the tokens having flying. It also just let the deck make a ton of chump blockers if they were in a pinch. Bristling Hydra is a 3/2 for 2 and 2 green that gave you 3 energy when it entered the battlefield, and had the ability where you could pay 3 energy to give it a +1/+1 counter and have it gain hexproof until the end of turn. Hexproof made it so that your opponent couldn't target it with spells or abilities. Hydra basically required a board wipe to answer, as the deck would always have far too much energy for you to run them out of energy and actually resolve a removal spell. The deck also had an amazing removal spell in Harness Lightning, an instant for 1 and 1 red with the effect where you choose a target creature. You gain 3 energy, then you pay any amount of energy and deal that much damage to the chosen creature. Lightning allowed the deck to answer creatures of any size by paying enough energy, which a lot of red decks couldn't do. The other card that got banned from the deck was Rogue Refiner, a 3/2 for 1 green and 1 blue that has the ability to let you draw a card and give you 2 energy when it enters the battlefield. This card was also mostly banned to lower the deck's consistency, as the cycle and extra energy the card gave you allowed you to do what you wanted far more consistently. These cards were the backbone of the Temur Energy deck, but there were tons of other energy cards that were notable. Another card that got banned was Aetherworks Marvel. This was a legendary artifact with a mana cost of 4. It has the abilities where, whenever a permanent was put into your graveyard from the battlefield, you get an energy. And then you can pay 6 energy and tap to look at the top 6 cards of your library. You can cast a card from among them without paying its mana costs, but you put the rest on the bottom of your library. This card was mostly used to cheat out incredibly powerful cards like Ulamog the Ceaseless Hunger and Emrakul the Promised End. This card was actually mostly banned for being uncompetitive rather than being too good. While the deck could fairly consistently spin the Marvel on turn 4, if you didn't spin into a big hit, the deck would often just fold to the powerful aggro decks in that standard or even the Temur energy with more aggressive draw power. However, if they did hit one of their giant tentacle monsters, you would often just lose on the spot. The deck was inconsistent enough that most of the good decks still had a winning matchup against it. But losing random games to a deck where you didn't have much meaningful counterplay was just not fun, so the card was banned. Now that we've gone over all, or at least a majority of the really strong energy cards, let's talk about the problems with the mechanic. Unlike a lot of the other mechanics we've covered in the series, the mechanic doesn't have any flaws that kill it outright. But rather, it has a lot of design challenges, and it unfortunately fell prey to quite a few of them. The first major issue was how parasitic the mechanic was. Parasitism is a design term wizards use to refer to mechanics that don't work super well with other mechanics. For example, the Outlast mechanic isn't very parasitic. This is a mechanic where you could pay a cost and tap a creature with Outlast to put a +1/+1 counter on the creature, but only as a sorcery. The Outlast mechanic was actually a lot worse at energy, but it wasn't parasitic because it works with a ton of other mechanics in Magic. +1/+1 counters are a very common theme that a lot of other mechanics care about. Energy, on the other hand, is very hard for other mechanics to interact with. There are very few mechanics that interact with players getting counters. The only one that can really interact favorably with it is Proliferate, which works with any mechanic focused on counters, including things like Outlast. Energy doesn't work with things outside of other energy cards, which has you run into a few issues. The main one is that the mechanic never really gets any better. This is why, despite being one of the best standard decks ever with one of the most dominant runs in its format, only being held back by Remnant Red being a similarly broken deck, the deck has seen no success in any non-rotating format. The mechanic has, in the several years since its printing, not gotten any support, and has only gotten further and further away from being playable in older formats. This is the issue with parasitic mechanics. They only ever get to see play in Standard, which makes them a lot less interesting to players. This leads well into the second design challenge, and one that every mechanic faces: game balance. All mechanics need to be both strong enough to be playable, but not too strong as to break a format. And with energy, Wizards aimed far too high. This is mostly due to the final two design challenges the mechanic faces, the one that makes it hardest to design for. Energy both is impossible to interact with and is extremely versatile. In terms of interacting with energy, you simply can't do anything to stop your opponent from getting energy outside of trying to prevent them from playing their cards at all. The only ways to do this are to counter their spells or make them discard all their cards. This is an issue not only because only 2 colors get access to these effects, but also because it's just not practical. Once your opponent gets energy, they're going to keep it. There are a couple of cards that were printed in this standard that could prevent energy gains, such as Solemnity, which prevents players, artifacts, creatures, lands, and enchantments from getting counters. Sun Cleanser could also be used to remove all counters from a creature to a player and stop additional counters from being placed there. Both of these cards unfortunately weren't enough to stop energy, as they were too clunky and slow on top of coming to a format very late into rotation. Being hard to interact with was an issue, but the versatility is something hard to put into words until you play with the deck. If most of the energy cards are designed around the idea that they were the only energy card in your deck, they'd just be okay. Whirler Virtuoso could be a 2/3 that makes you a 1/1 flyer for just 3 mana, and it would be fair. Long Tusk Cub could be a 2 mana 2/2 that gets a +1/+1 counter when it deals combat damage to an opponent and be fine. What makes them good is being able to use the energy from cards like Attune with Aether, other just okay cards, and use the energy on them instead. Long Tusk Cub could be used to push for a ton of damage extremely quickly by dumping all of your energy into it, quickly becoming a 7/7 or bigger. A common play was using Harness Lightning to make 3 energy and not doing any damage with it, just spending it to save for your Bristling Hydra or making another token off of Virtuoso. None of these uses alone are broken, but it allows the pilot to use all the resources in the most effective way possible. This not only made energy very powerful, it made it a deck with a fairly high skill ceiling, and one that was rather fun to play. This is one of the more interesting things about the mechanic. Players will often look back on the deck unfavorably, talk about how hard it is to interact with and how parasitic it was. But despite all these pitfalls, the deck had a kernel of a good idea in it. Being able to stockpile a resource and spend it however you want throughout the entire game is just a fun idea for a mechanic. And if it was balanced correctly, it would probably have been remembered fondly. The problem is, well, besides being a parasitic as we mentioned earlier, is that this versatility makes judging the power level of the mechanic really hard. None of the energy cards are, on their own, broken. It's the entire package that's so good. It's the synergy, quite literally the deck being more than the sum of its parts. This is why when Wizards went back after the deck, they banned Attune with Aether and Rogue Refiner. None of the individual pieces of the deck were a problem. Each of the deck's threats and spells were mostly fine on their own, It was the ability of the deck to pivot into whatever strategy happened to be best against each opponent that made it so good. Hitting these energy producers made the deck worse at generating tons of energy to spend on whatever they needed, while also reducing the consistency of the deck. Attune was mostly hit to restrict the deck's color fixing, as being able to splash whatever colors they needed made the deck far too hard to counter. And Rogue Refiner was a card that just made all the other cards around it far better. You couldn't really interact with it favorably, as the extra energy and card draw was too much to give them by using a removal spell on it. However, it was a big enough body to threaten your opponent's life or their planeswalkers. Banning these two cards really shows how the energy mechanic really just needed an overall power down rather than individual cards being too broken. Now, in many ways, energy is actually an improved version of a previous mechanic, at least in far power levels. Specifically, charge counters. This is a mechanic that's shown up all over the place throughout Magic's history, and if you look at it, you can kind of see how energy is a new take on this old mechanic. Charge counters are counters that can be placed on a permanent, usually by its own abilities, and don't do anything on their own. They instead are checked for by other abilities to do, well, basically anything. Chalice of the Void checks how many charge counters it has to determine what spells it counters. Magistrate's Scepter asks you to remove 3 charge counters from it to take an extra turn, but costs 4 mana and tap in it to put a charge counter on it. These two uses are the main way that charge counters are deployed, and how they're used currently. However, in Mirrodin Block, Wizards decided to make this less of a one-off design and more of an archetype, and it failed hard. Cards like Core Tapper were designed to give cards more charge counters so you could use their abilities more often, and this didn't really work. The main issue was that your opponent could far too easily remove the cards you were putting all those counters on, leaving all the work you've done go to waste. Combine this with the fact that, to keep these cards balanced, they had to be worse up front, and you have a mechanic that just didn't really work. However, if you think about it, using Core Tapper to charge up your Magistrate's Scepter is very similar to using a 2 with Aether to charge up your Long Tusk Cup. Energy is basically just charge counters, but with all the charge counters on you instead of your permanents. This simultaneously creates and solves a big problem. It does make the cards a lot better against removal. However, it also removes basically all ways for your opponent to interact with your game plan. What we need is a middle ground, where interactions don't completely blow you out, but your opponent can still do something about all the counters you're building up. Now, there are a few ways you could try to fix energy mechanic at a design level. First is actually just printing way more of it. This may sound strange, but energy as a mechanic was meant to be a specific deck archetype instead of a fundamental resource that every deck was going to use. If you did design it as a mechanic that every deck would be used in different ways, then the mechanic wouldn't be as problematic. In fact, there were a few decks that weren't as good as Temur Energy, but were still based around it. Dynavolt Tower control decks popped up here and there during that standard. Tower is an artifact that costs 3 mana and has the abilities where, whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, you get 2 energy. And you can tap in and pay 5 energy to deal 3 damage to any target. These decks played almost none of the same cards as Temur Energy, using Tower and Glimmer of Genius to produce basically all their energy, and using Tower to zap down threats and eventually win the game. If you were to print more cards like this that give you energy for doing specific things with an appropriate payoff, you'd have energy being a more interesting mechanic to build around. Rather than just playing all the best cards that say you gain energy like people did, you'd have people building around specific cards while leaning on some of the same staples as they do now. However, this has a different issue, which is, of course, that this requires printing a ton of more energy cards. It would fundamentally change the game, and that's not something to do lightly. This would also mean that the issue of being unable to interact with the mechanic would be more entrenched into the game, so you'd have to print more cards to deal with that alongside these cards. The other way to fix the mechanic would be building a way to interact with the energy counters more easily into the mechanic. One suggestion has been making it so that, whenever you deal damage to your opponent, you can instead make them lose that much energy instead of losing the life. This would give basically every deck a way to answer the energy decks that were stockpiling up outside of playing very specific answers. However, this would probably require the entire mechanic to be rebalanced, so we'd have to wait for the next time Wizards rolled a mechanic like this out. All in all, energy gets a bit of a bad rap. The mechanic had slightly more legs than a lot of players give it credit for, and the failure of the mechanic was mostly just a failure to balance it properly. The mechanic was interesting to play with as it gave you a lot of freedom, but this freedom was ultimately what made the deck too strong, alongside the fact that there wasn't any practical way for your opponent to interact with energy counters. If Wizards ever want to revisit the mechanic, they may be able to get it to work, but it's going to take some work. Affinity is a very infamous mechanic, famous for almost killing the game back when it was introduced all the way back in the original Mirrodin block. However, despite the issues with the mechanic, it's still around today. Continue to get new cards printed to this day as well. Affinity is, for several reasons, a very powerful and fun mechanic that has had a very rocky history. So today we're going to be going over the mechanic, talk about how it failed, why it failed, and how Wizards eventually fixed it. Affinity is a very simple mechanic. Affinity is always attached to another category of card, such as Affinity for artifacts or Affinity for tokens. How the mechanic works is that any card with Affinity will cost 1 less to cast for each permanent you control that matches what they have Affinity for. So if you have 7 artifacts on the battlefield, a Mirror Enforcer in your hand, you'll be able to cast Enforcer for free, as its cost will be reduced all the way from 7 mana down to 0. This is a pretty simple mechanic to understand, and equally easy to understand how to build around the mechanic. You want to put as many cards at a specific time in the battlefield as quickly as you can, and this is precisely how the cards were played. Before we can understand how Affinity ended up breaking the entire game, we need to go over the Affinity cards themselves, so we can understand Wizards' thought process in designing them. Frogmite is a 2/2 frog artifact creature with a mana cost of 4. It has Affinity for artifacts and no other abilities. Mirror Enforcer is a 4/4 mirror with a mana cost of 7, Affinity for artifacts, and no other abilities. The last Affinity creature to break the game was Somber Hoverguard, a 3/2 drone with a mana cost of 5 and 1 blue. It has flying, meaning it can't be blocked except by creatures with flying or reach, and has Affinity for artifacts. The last Affinity card in the original deck was Toughcast, a sorcery that costs 4 and 1 blue with Affinity for artifacts, and the effect where you draw 2 cards. There are a few big commonalities between all of these cards, mainly that they all have Affinity for artifacts specifically, as opposed to other forms of Affinity. There were many other forms of Affinity in the set, such as the cyclic card that had Affinity for certain land types, such as Razor Golem, which had Affinity for planes. The only Affinity cards from the set that ended up being so broken were the Affinity for artifact cards. To see why this is, we need to go over the rates on all these cards. If we take a look at Frogmite and Mirror Enforcer, Frogmite is a 2/2 for 4 mana. The average rate for a 2/2 is 2 mana, and getting it for any less is good. So to make the card worth playing, you have to have about 3 artifacts in play. And if you hit 4 artifacts, you can cast the spell for free, which is amazing. For Mirror Enforcer, the average rate for a 4/4 is 4 mana. And as a 7 mana spell, you'll need 3 artifacts in the field to make the spell okay, and 4 to make it good. When it comes to cards like Somber Hoverguard, the card is above rate for 2 mana, and at a rate for 3 mana, meaning you'll also need about 3 artifacts to make it okay, and more to make it very good. And Toughcast compares directly to Divination, so it only needs 2 artifacts in the field to be on rate. Once it gets to 2 or less mana, the card is very powerful. Looking at all these cards, we can see the design philosophy is fairly simple. You take an effect and make it cost a little bit more than it normally would, and allow players to get it for a small discount if they have enough cards on board. If we do a bit of math, we can imagine how this would play out. Let's say you have a Frogmite in your hand. On turn 1, you play a land and then cast an artifact, making Frogmite cost 3 mana. On turn 2, you play another artifact, making Frogmite now cost 2 mana and be completely on rate. Then on turn 3, you get to do it for a discount by playing another artifact. This means it's about on rate for when you'll be playing it, assuming you play 1 card that has Affinity for a turn. If you play 2 of them, you can get a larger discount, but this can also be stopped by your opponent removing your artifacts. Of course, this applies to basically all the Affinity spells, each of them being on rate, assuming you play 1 artifact each turn, and being able to get better or worse depending on how many extra or fewer you played. This alone is a pretty good idea for a mechanic, as it gives you a big payoff, but has a reasonable downside to compensate. However, Affinity for artifacts was tuned almost entirely incorrectly. And a big reason for that were some of the other cards Wizards printed into Mirrodin. The first major factor that led to Affinity for artifacts being broken were the artifact lands. There are a total of 6 artifact lands that were introduced in the block, 1 for each of the 5 colors of mana, and 1 colorless artifact land in Darksteel Citadel. This means that you can play almost entirely artifact lands in your deck if you want to, which means you'll be playing way more artifacts and getting your Affinity for artifacts out a lot faster. Additionally, there are a lot of 0 mana artifacts, and a lot of very powerful ones as well. For a quick example, in Mirrodin block, Wizards printed Chrome Mox and Welding Jar, both 0 mana artifacts that Affinity decks played. Welding Jar is the weaker of the two, being a 0 mana artifact that you can sacrifice to regenerate target artifact. Regeneration is a pretty old keyword, but how it works is that the next time the artifact would be destroyed, you instead tap it, remove all damage from it, which is relevant if it's an artifact creature, and remove it from combat. This allows you to play an additional artifact for no mana that could also save another one of your cards if your opponent ever tried to remove them. Chrome Mox was the most broken card. This is a 0 mana artifact with 3 abilities where, when it enters the battlefield, you exile a non-artifact non-land card from your hand, and they can be tapped to add 1 mana of any of the exiled card's colors. This card is very powerful all on its own, as getting extra mana is a great effect for any deck. But it's even more effective in Affinity decks, as it both reduces the cost of all your Affinity spells, as well as adding an actual mana once a turn. The combinations of these 2 types of cards, artifact lands and 0 mana artifacts, completely broke Affinity for artifacts. If we were to go back and analyze the rates of the Affinity cards with this in mind, the problem immediately becomes obvious. If you have a Frogmite in your hand, you can easily have a turn 1 that looks like Seed of Sanad into Chrome Mox into a 1 mana artifact creature, and then you can cast Frogmite for 1 mana. At that point, you can cast any other Frogmite that might be in your hand for free, as you now have 4 artifacts in play. Even if you don't open extremely well, if you simply play 2 artifact lands in a row and play an artifact on each of your first 2 turns, you'll hit 4 artifacts on turn 2, also allowing you to cast your Frogmites for free. The existence of the artifact lands means that your affinity for artifact count would quickly and consistently rise every turn, and you could very easily get your affinity count to twice the expected amount without really even doing anything special. The fact that you could also do far more if you happen to draw some of your 0-mana artifacts as well just made the deck even more explosive. This led to a massive issue with the standard metagame after the release of Mirrored and Block. However, before Affinity was addressed, Wizards had to address an even bigger mistake in Skull Clamp, a card that was just individually way too strong and also very good in Affinity. There were a few different decks that were running around beforehand that were competing with Affinity, but once no one could do broken things with Clamp anymore, Affinity immediately took over the format. There wasn't really any competition, and you were either playing Affinity or playing a full deck of cards specifically designed to beat Affinity. This was so bad that players started quitting the game en masse. Players had lost basically all faith in the game's designers to design balanced and fun formats. It had gotten so bad that the game's future was legitimately being threatened. Obviously, Wizards had to do something about this. In March of 2005, Wizards banned 8 cards from Affinity. All 6 artifact lands, named Ancient Den, Seat of the Synod, Vault of Whispers, Great Furnace, Tree of Tales, and Darksteel Citadel. Additionally, 2 other cards in the deck, Arcbound Ravager and Disciple of the Vault, were also banned. Both of these cards were also very strong in their own right. Arcbound Ravager is a 0/0 beast artifact creature with a mana cost of 2. It has modular 1, meaning it enters the battlefield with +1/+1 counters on it, and when it dies, you can put all these +1/+1 counters on this creature onto a target artifact creature, and it lets you sacrifice an artifact creature to put a +1/+1 counter on Ravager. Ravager was maybe the most individually powerful card of the deck, as it allows you to turn all of your artifacts directly into damage. It also made the deck very hard to block. If you were attacking with a Ravager and had a few other creatures, the Affinity player could sacrifice all their board to the Ravager and then sacrifice the Ravager itself, moving all the +1/+1 counters onto whatever you didn't block, usually getting in for lethal damage. Making this strategy even better was Disciple of the Vault, a 1/1 human cleric with a mana cost of 1 black. It is the ability where, whenever an artifact is put into your graveyard from the battlefield, you can have target opponent lose 1 life. This means that when you were sacrificing all of your artifacts to Ravager, you'd be pinging your opponent for damage each time. This resulted in a lightning fast aggro deck that was nearly impossible to stop once it got going. Interestingly, rather than ban any of the actual Affinity cards, Wizards decided to ban all of their enablers. Banning the artifact lands moved the strategy from completely overwhelming to only very good, and hitting the other best cards in the deck brought it down to just being okay. However, without the artifact lands, the Affinity cards themselves stopped seeing as much play. If we take a look into the future of Magic's card design, we can see this actually being a bit of a trend with Affinity decks. Years after ruining Standard, Wizards introduced the modern format, where all of the most broken strategies from previous years, and some new ones, would be allowed to see play together, but still keeping out some of the most egregious design mistakes of the earliest sets of the game. Affinity was a deck in this format for years, and is still playable to this day. However, the strategy ended up slowly moving away from playing actual Affinity cards over time. In Modern, all the artifact lands, except Darksteel Citadel, were banned, so getting too many artifacts in play at once was just a bit more difficult than it was back in Standard. So the deck slowly leaned into other artifact aggro synergies as opposed to playing actual Affinity cards, eventually trimming the final few copies of Tough Cast and playing no more Affinity cards. However, this all changed with the release of Modern Horizons 2. This set released several pieces of support for the Affinity strategy, which at this point was actually fairly weak in the Modern format after some of their best cards had been banned. The set did let the deck have a big comeback, however. First off, it printed new, slightly nerfed artifact lands in the Bridge cycle. These were artifact lands that entered the battlefield tapped, but could tap for 2 colorless mana and had Indestructible. Additionally, they printed several new affinities for artifact cards, such as Sojourn's Companion, which was basically just a better version of Mirror Enforcer, and more importantly, Thought Monitor. This is a 2/2 construct artifact creature token with the mana cost of 6 and 1 blue. It has flying and affinity for artifacts, and the ability where when it enters the battlefield, you draw 2 cards. This is basically just a Thought cast with a 2/2 flyer stapled onto it, which is amazing. The combination of these extra affinity cards and the introduction of new artifact lands led to versions of Affinity that actually played affinity for artifact cards so you can play in the format once again. Now that we've gone over both how the deck initially broke the game and how it was once again reintroduced into the Modern format, we can see the things that made affinity for artifacts in particular so broken. For one, the existence of artifact lands make the mechanic a lot better. Other forms of affinity were never really as problematic, simply because they didn't get to increase their affinity count for free while also being able to manually add to it. Cards that had affinity for other lands weren't anywhere near as problematic, because you could always know the rate at which the affinity would start to kick in. Other Affinity cards were bounced around the idea that you could play one-ish cards that adds to Affinity a turn. Affinity for artifacts was far more powerful because it was artifacts, the card type that is the easiest to fill the board with by far. Additionally, they made another big mistake with a lot of the original Affinity for artifact cards, namely they didn't have any colored mana in their cost. More recently, we've had cards that essentially have Affinity for artifacts, such as Emery, Lurker of the Lock, which have been printed and have been fine, even if they were very powerful. The ability to cast those spells without paying any mana whatsoever can allow you to have the kind of explosive turns that Affinity is known for far more often. So, the two big rules for Affinity are to not put it into cards that only cost generic mana, and to make sure you don't put it onto something that's too easy to swarm the board with. However, not every card with Affinity for artifacts ended up being broken, as sometimes mechanic just isn't enough to salvage a card. There were plenty of cards with the Affinity mechanic of Mirrodin that didn't end up doing too much. Blink Moth Infusion is an instant with a mana cost of 12 and 2 blue with Affinity for artifacts, and the effect where you untap all artifacts. This is one of the most expensive spells in the entire game, and is overall quite bad. Untapping all artifacts is a potentially powerful effect, but the number of artifacts you would need for Infusion to be cheap enough that it's worth casting is far too many. There were also cards like Broodstar, a beast with a mana cost of 8 and 2 blue. It has Affinity for artifacts, flying, and the ability where its power and toughness are each equal to the number of artifacts you control. This card could be okay, but it was just a bit too expensive to consistently make work. It was also mostly irrelevant because Wizards, for some reason, printed Cranial Plating, which boosts a creature's power based on the number of artifacts you control. If you just want to hit someone for big clunks of damage, plating was just far more practical. This further cements how the exact ways in which Affinity can be broken, as these cards having colored mana in their cost is a huge downside. One of the reasons why Frogmite and Mirror Enforcer saw so much play, despite not being flashy, was just because they could be cast for free. It also shows that there's a particular breakdown for Affinity cards that pushes them over the edge, where you can start casting them for far less than you're supposed to. Any Affinity card that costs over 8 mana has ended up being too clunky, as even if your entire hand is cards that add to your Affinity count and you play all of them, you still couldn't cast them. This makes playing those Affinity cards very risky. Cards like Mycosynth Golem, a card with a nice body and a very powerful ability, cost 11 mana, and was therefore just a bit too clunky for the average aggro deck, which is what most Affinity decks tried to be. This runs into another issue with the design of Affinity cards, which is that Wizards hasn't found a way to balance it to make it work in non-aggro decks quite yet. Fairly recently, Wizards decided to bring Affinity back in a much bigger way, with several more cards receiving the mechanic, all following those broad rules, though not too many in the grand scheme of things. For a quick example, there were cards like Nahir, Forged in Fury. This is a 5/4 legendary core artificer with a mana cost of 4, 1 red, and 1 white. It has Affinity for equipment and the ability where, whenever any equipment creature you control attacks, you can exile the top card of your library. Until the end of turn, you can play that card, and you can cast equipment cards exiled this way without paying their mana cost. Nahiri is quite the fair card, though its Affinity ability is quite limited. Equipment as a card type don't really do that much by themselves. They require creatures to be put on, so you can't just fill your deck with equipment. It is worth mentioning just a bit before Nahiri was released, they released a new mechanic called Formative. This is a mechanic where, whenever the equipment enters the battlefield, you make a 2/2 red rebel creature token and attach the equipment to it. This made Nahiri a lot more practical, as you could play a lot more equipment in your deck when they sort of functioned as creatures. Still, this didn't lead to any decks built around the card, as the payoff just wasn't good enough to justify building an entire deck around. There were quite a few cards in the Phyrexia All-Will-Be 1 that had Affinity for equipment, though not enough to really build a deck around. We did also see the return of Affinity for artifacts on the card, Plated Onslaught. This is an instant with a mana cost of 3 and 2 white. It has Affinity for artifacts and gives your entire board +2/+1 for the rest of the turn. This is a take on Inspired Charge, a card that costs 1 less to cast and has the same effect. Onslaught compares to Charge mostly favorably, though this kind of effect has almost never been good enough to see play in competitive decks, as it's very situational. There are also a number of other cards that essentially had Affinity without saying the name for quite some time, though they've all been purposefully limited to use. Angelic Overseer has Affinity for citizens, checking for one very specific type of creature, and Gate Colossus essentially has Affinity for gates. This mostly goes to show how Wizards has been extremely careful with Affinity in recent years, printing it very sparsely and with lots of restrictions. They sort of swerved into the opposite problem, which is making the mechanic just a bit too weak to see play and constructed. That's not to say the cards were completely unplayable. You would run into Gate Colossus pretty frequently on the ladder, but they weren't quite competitively viable. This is something that requires time to make work, as finding the exact power level for a mechanic can be quite tricky. Interestingly, Wizards has had a lot of success with cards that don't quite have Affinity, but have very similar abilities. Cards like Bedlam Reveler and Tolarian Terror can both reduce their cost based on the number of instant and sorcery cards in your graveyard, which is typically just the number of instants and sorceries you've played that game. These cards have seen tons of play, but never been too good in any format. It's possible that Wizards, having designed so many cards with cost-reducing abilities baked into their own costs, led to them feel more comfortable designing Affinity cards, which is why they can print cards like Nahiri, who has Affinity and a powerful ability, and know that they won't accidentally break a format. Affinity is a mechanic with a very rocky history, to say the least. Responsible for one of the greatest threats to the game to come around will get you a very bad reputation. Mechanics will come and go in Magic, each with their defenders and detractors. Few mechanics are universally reviled by the community, with Companion being a rare exception. After some initial shock at their reveal, players were cautious about the cards up to release. Once they finally got their hands on them, people began to detest the cards, many calling for every card the mechanic to be banned. Today, we're going to be exploring how these cards were so broken that they turned the entire community against them. There are exactly 10 Companions in Magic, all released in Ikoria, Lair of Behemoths. The way these cards worked, emphasis on past tense, is that if you met their companion requirement in deck building, you could reveal one of them from your sideboard at the start of the game. You were able to cast that card from your sideboard once that game. These requirements were things like all non-land cards in your decks having an even or odd mana value, or only playing one copy of every non-land card in your deck. They also all, or at least usually had, effects that synergize with the cards they force you to play. Essentially, this was putting Commander into every other format, giving you the upside of having an 8th card in your opening hand in exchange for making your deck worse overall. This wasn't how things worked out in practice, though. The first rumblings of trouble showed up, well, immediately actually. On reveal, one of the 10 Companions, Lutri the Spellchaser, was announced to be banned in Commander. The reason was simple. Lutri's companion requirement was that you had one copy of every non-land card in your deck, which was already a part of the deck construction rules in Commander. So every blue-red deck automatically met Lutria's requirement and could play it as an extra card. Even stranger, Commander doesn't have sideboards, like most other formats in Magic, which is where Companions usually hang out. In order for any of them to work in the deck, they had to bend the rules by placing them in their very own special Companion zone, and only Commander specifically. Some players were worried about what this could mean for the mechanic as a whole. If they were presenting problems on reveal, was that a sign of things to come? There were also some complaints that they reworked the rules of the format for Companions, a brand new mechanic, but not for Wish cards as many players had wanted them for a long time. In the background of this argument were a lot of players who didn't like the idea of the mechanic in the first place and were hoping that the entire mechanic was a flop just so they never had to deal with them in tournaments. That particular brand of dislike for the mechanic will be covered in more detail later. But the background of Companions already being controversial before the release is important for the doomsday that came once they were printed. The biggest issue with Companions right out the bat was that they were way too good. The fact that the entire mechanic eventually had to have an errata to make it weaker is the ultimate concession to this fact. Nowadays, in order to play a Companion, you have to pay 3 mana to put them into your hand, and then pay the full mana cost. This means that they all cost a lot of extra mana to cast, though it does mean that Drannith Magistrate, which was designed as a hate piece for the mechanic, didn't work against them at all anymore. Don't feel too bad for him though, he found a new job harassing Commander players pretty quickly. Now, while Companion was vastly underestimated by the design teams in terms of power and had to be nerfed, several of its cards were banned anyway. It's worth pointing out that the pure power was not the issue of the mechanic, or at least not the main issue. Companion, after its successful run in the tournaments, quickly proved to be a failure at a deeper level. Before we get to that, we do have to go over the fact that the cards were just too good. The Companions can be split into 2 camps, the broken and the ones that are just free sometimes. Every single Companion has at least done something noteworthy in some format at one point, mostly because some deck has accidentally met the requirement at some point and played them. Let's take a look at the critters responsible for breaking the game for about a month and talk about exactly why the errata was ultimately necessary. The poster child for the Companions being unbelievably good is Loras of the Dream Den. This is a 3/2 cat nightmare for 1 and 2 hybrid white-black mana. It has the requirement where all the permanent cards in your deck cost 2 or less. It has lifelink and the ability where, once per turn, you can cast a permanent spell from your graveyard that costs 2 or less. Loras has 2 really big issues. The first is that, in basically every format besides Standard, you're usually making your deck better by building a deck with its requirements. The older the format is, the cheaper you need your spells to be, thanks to just how fast the formats are. Lots of decks were already meeting Loras' requirements without actually changing anything. The second issue is that the ability to recast cards from your graveyard over and over is completely broken in said formats. When the best threats in the formats cost about 2 mana, getting to use them multiple times is really good. This also showed up the only weakness that Loras' restriction was supposed to give you. Namely, that since all your cards were cheap, you had a bad late game. Thanks to being able to replay cards repeatedly, Loris would give any deck a far better late game than most decks without the card. This was made even more true thanks to being able to recast cards like Mishra's Bauble every turn, which would let you draw a card for 0 mana. Normally, you couldn't afford to run a card like this thanks to them being too low impact. But since you knew you would have access to Loris eventually, decks could play Bauble without worrying about that. This is made even better thanks to Bauble being a playable card on its own with the Delirium mechanic specifically. Loris made the card playable in basically every deck, and made it even stronger in those Delirium builds. All of this made Loris basically a no-brainer for most modern and legacy decks at the time. However, the format where Loris was probably most infamous is in Vintage. Vintage is the only format of Magic with a restricted list rather than a typical ban list, which only limits cards to 1 copy per deck. This, of course, wouldn't do anything to the companions, who you only ever need the 1 copy of. That wouldn't be an issue if Loris weren't good in the format, but of course, it was maybe even more broken there than anywhere else. Thanks to absurdly powerful cards like Black Lotus being legal in the format, you could cast Loris extremely early and then recast all the mana acceleration you'd use on him to put yourself even further ahead. This was particularly bad with Lotus because it was a 0 mana artifact that could cover Loris's entire cost. This allowed you to do things like go Lotus, crack Lotus, cast Loris, and then use Loris's ability to recast Lotus. This was insanely powerful, as it would let you recast Lotus every single turn, putting you extremely far ahead. Because it couldn't be restricted meaningfully, Loris became the first card in the history of Magic to be banned from Vintage for power level reasons. It was also quickly banned in Legacy, where it was just as good, even if it wasn't as silly thanks to there not being any Black Lotuses to break with it. The other companion that showed itself just straight up too good immediately was Zirda the Dawnwaker. This is a 3/3 elemental fox that costs 1 and 2 hybrid red-white mana. Its companion requirement requires all the permanent cards in your decks to have an activated ability. It makes all of your abilities cost 2 less to activate, but can't make them cost less than 1, and it lets you pay 1 and tap it to prevent a creature from blocking for a turn. Alone, Zirda isn't all that crazy. It does have some powerful applications with cards like Eldrazi Displacer or other cards with activated abilities, but that's not broken. What's broken is making infinite mana for free with Grim Monolith and Basalt Monolith. These artifacts can be tapped for 3 mana, but can also be untapped for 4 or 3 mana respectively. To balance this out, they don't untap normally, which is normally enough to make them fine. However, with just a little bit of discount on their untapped abilities, you can easily go infinite. Zirda, as a companion, gives this ability as soon as you drew either of these cards. These types of combos have been around for a while, of course, as cards like Power Artifact could do the same thing. However, that allowed you to draw the Monolith and the Power Artifact, as well as a use for all that mana. Zirda reduced the number of cards you'd have to draw to win the game to 2, more in line with other combos in the format. And thanks to cards like Auriok Salvagers or Mystic Forge giving you more access to your combo pieces once you get enough mana, it was more like needing 1.5 cards because you had so many draws that you could get to your combo. This made these combos far too strong in Legacy, and the card was banned alongside Loris only a month after release. Loris and Zirda were the only companions that were immediately way too good as soon as they came out. However, it was very clear that even with these cards gone, there was still a problem. Not only were both Loris and Zirda doing things in other formats like Modern, other companions were tearing up a variety of formats. A lot of the companions that weren't good in older formats were very powerful in Standard. And with the 10 companions and a lot of different builds running around, almost every Standard deck was finding a way to shove in some companion. Aggro decks were splashing Loris or Obosh the Prey Piercer if most of their cards already had the right mana value. It quickly became apparent that Yorion's condition was far easier to meet than it seemed at first glance as well, and it was seeing a ton of play. Companions, as a whole, were still just too good. Fundamentally, always having access to an 8th card in your opening hand was way too strong, especially since the card was a very powerful creature that was meant to synergize with the cards in your deck. It looked like, in time, most decks in the format would slowly find ways to make themselves companion decks. Wizards decided that they really needed to do something to curb the companions. On June 1st of 2020, a mere month and a half after Ikoria's release, they issued the companion Errata. Now, instead of being able to cast the cards from your sideboard, you could pay 3 mana to put the cards from your sideboard into your hand. This was mostly successful. The nerf made it so that it was sometimes correct to not play a companion and instead play a sleeker main board, and it was even a big enough nerf that Loris was able to be taken off the Vintage ban list. Even with this mechanic-wide nerf, however, some of the mechanics were still too good. Lutri, Zirda, and Loris were all still banned in Commander and Legacy respectively, as even with the extra mana cost, they remained broken. However, eventually Yorion would get the axe in Modern as well. Yorion Sky Nomad is a 4/5 bird serpent for 3 and 2 hybrid white-blue mana. Its requirement is that you have 20 more cards in your deck than the minimum deck size. It has flying, and whenever it enters the field, you exile any number of non-land permanents you both own and control, then return them to the field at the end of the turn. Yurion's extra requirement of simply playing extra cards was ultimately not that difficult to accomplish, especially in older formats where there are more than enough good cards to fill out an 80-card deck. The ability to flicker all of your permanents is also really good, as there are tons of cards like Icevein Coatl and Knight of Autumn who have amazing end of the battlefield triggers that you can repeat with Yurion. This card was basically used in every blue or white deck that could afford to play 80 cards in both Standard and in Modern. It would eventually be banned in Modern as well, though the reasoning Wizards provided was a little strange. In the ban announcement, they pointed to the fact that playing 80 cards in your decks made shuffling more difficult, and thanks to this extra dexterity requirement, as well as Yurion taking up a huge portion of the metagame, Wizards banned the card to allow more people to have access to the best decks in Modern. This is yet another ban that people are skeptical of Wizards' stated reasons for, but no one is really arguing that Yurion shouldn't be banned. It was overall still too good, even if it wasn't by far the best thing in the format. While those are all of the companions that required bans at some point, basically every companion has seen play in a deck at some point thanks to just being free. Gyruda, Doom of Depths, only requires you to run even cost cards in your deck. So, Bomberman, a legacy deck based around our Rook Salvagers, has sometimes played it because all of their cards happen to cost an even amount. Keruga the Macro Sage requires all the non-land cards in your decks to cost 3 or more, which Quintorius Canned combo decks in Pioneer happen to be doing already. The worst in this category has to be Jegantha the Wellspring and Kahira the Orphan Guard. Jegantha requires you to be playing no cards with more than one of the same mana symbol in their mana cost, and Kahira requires that all the creatures in your decks be a cat, a nightmare, an elemental, a dinosaur, or a beast. The thing is, there are quite a few decks that either only play colorless cards or don't play any creatures. Tron decks usually just play colorless cards, and a lot of control decks don't play any creatures either. So these decks were able to play with an extra card by just giving up a single sideboard slot. While these creatures themselves aren't all that great, just having an 8th card in your hand is a big enough upside to justify having a slightly smaller sideboard. That's the legacy of companions in competitive play. 2 of them were egregiously overpowered and needed to be banned, one was slightly more subtly overpowered but eventually got banned too, and the rest are only ever slotted in a deck where it's able to use them without sacrificing much, if anything. However, that's not where this story ends. Cards being broken can be fixed with tuning. More development time and focus on older formats would likely have made it so that Loras and Zirda were balanced around Legacy and Vintage and wouldn't have needed to be banned. Maybe they would have come up with another restriction for Yurion that was more difficult to actually meet. Whatever they did to help balance them, it wouldn't have fixed the mechanic. The issue with companions isn't just that they're too good, even though they were. The issue is more fundamental. There is no version of companions that could have slot into what Magic is at a competitive level, and added to it without breaking it. Either the companions would break Magic, or Magic would break them. The best place to start in explaining this issue is the audience's reaction to the companions. It's hard to express just how hated these little critters were. As soon as the cards were announced, a barrage of YouTube videos and Reddit posts were released bemoaning the death of Magic the Gathering. That may sound worrying, but honestly that's pretty typical for a Magic set release. The worrying part is that this hatred of the mechanic never stopped. In fact, it got worse over time. Even people who initially wanted to be more open-minded about the companions quickly started to dislike them. Even today, some people still want all the companions to be banned everywhere or to have the entire mechanic eroded out of existence. This may seem like an overreaction, and it kind of is, but there's no mechanic much more deserving of the ire than companions. One of the chief complaints about the companions was the Commander-ification of all the Magic. Commander was and is still Magic's most popular format, but it plays very differently to every other format. Having a commander available at every point in a game completely changes the way you have to approach the game. The first and most obvious way that this changes the game is in card evaluation. If you know that you'll always have access to cards like Urza, Lord High Artificer, you know that as soon as you get both Sword of the Meek and Thopter Foundry in play, you can win the game. This puts a premium on cards that can combo with commanders, as well as cards like Swiftfoot Boots that protect those important cards. Admittedly, this exact example does go against the color identity rules of Commander, but that didn't apply to competitive formats. This is the exact issue that propped up with Zirda the Dawnwaker, but it applied in even smaller ways to all the other companions. Mishra's Bauble is probably the best example of how card evaluation has come to completely change in formats with a mechanic like companions. It went from a card that was good in very particular decks to being good basically everywhere. However, the sword cuts both ways. Tons of cards were also made worse because they didn't work with these companions anymore. For example, Gurmag Angular was a card that saw way more play than you'd think at first glance, thanks to essentially being a 1-mana 5/5. However, it also technically costs more than 2 mana, so every deck had to decide between Angler and the Cat, and that wasn't a competition Angler could win. While the companions were supposed to increase deck building diversity, it often did exactly the opposite. Decks would often homogenize around the best builds that could support playing a companion, and more niche, off-the-wall card choices were made completely unplayable. Now, while this did homogenize decks a lot, there are some areas where the choice was more meaningful. With companions like Gigantha, the choice between being able to play it or dismember is a real decision. But overall, it homogenized the formats more than it diversified them. The homogenization of the format was made a lot worse, however, by the fact that tons of decks would be playing the same companions. Again, this was a lot worse when most of the broken companions were around. Basically, every deck was trying to jam Loris, but it's important to know how even the weaker companions impacted gameplay. The experience of playing against companions without one yourself is almost demoralizing. Imagine this. You start a game with an opponent and they begin by revealing a companion. Instantly you know that you're at a disadvantage in the long game. You go the entire game looking at removal or discard spells that you can't use to interact with the companion at all. You can go through the entire game perfectly on par with your opponent, and if you get to the late game with both players top decking, the person with the companion will almost certainly win by default. This isn't just unbalanced, it's a huge negative gameplay experience. It didn't just make decks look the same, it made games feel like they were always played out the same way as well. It homogenized the gameplay experience as well as the decks in the metagame, all on top of being generally too good. The way of balancing this was supposed to be that playing a companion would make your deck worse so that you had a worse early game, but that wasn't actually all that common in practice. In practice, companions were just a way of winning the late game for decks that were able to play them. It was this arbitrary that turned most of the players against companions. Despite being designed to try and create more interesting deck building, they did the exact opposite. Outside of the few broken companions, they were only worth playing when they were free, so there wasn't much deck building to even be done. Since the deck building is just looking at the companions and seeing if any of them happen to be playable in your deck already, it creates a situation where there are distinct haves and have-nots. Most decks have to forgo playing a companion, so the decks that do get to play one essentially just end up with a leg up on the competition seemingly randomly. It was, well, the same dynamic that Lutri had in Commander and what got it banned. Unlike in Commander, where there are a huge number of commanders for players to choose from, the handful of companions still legal in any format were too few for most decks to find an appropriate companion to build around, even if they were willing to severely warp their decks. This means that companions will either always simply be a random advantage some decks happen to get, or a completely meta-warping threat. There's only really one way to get around this issue. Unfortunately, the solution to this issue is the one thing Magic players don't want. The solution is to print more companions. Now, before you get too upset at the suggestion, we need to be clear that this has its own problems as well, but we'll cover those in a bit. Returning to the idea of printing more companions, this could make the game more like Commander in a good way. In the top tier Commander plays, they do homogenize around a lot of the same powerful options. However, it was never as bad as the influence companions had in other formats thanks to the wealth of options available. With only a few exceptions like Thrasios, Triton Hero, that design has been purposefully moved away from. However, this would be far less of an issue in more casual play, the area the companions were most targeted towards. If you were able to decide every deck having a companion is the new norm, you could even go as far as to make the companion restrictions less harsh or even removing them altogether. The deck building cost is now not being able to run the other companions, so you don't have to try and punish players for picking a particular critter. This would get around the issue of the companions being free for some decks, not for others, as well as making it so the homogenization would be far less severe, as decks would select the best companion for the strategy, not just the ones that were easiest to add to their deck. Of course, this suggestion has a massive asterisk. Namely, this entirely changes the way Magic plays in a way that's too hard to put into words. There may be a temptation to call people who would push back against the game changing as stuck in the past, or something similar, but the complaint holds a lot more weight here. This isn't the same as players bemoaning power creep or shift in design philosophy towards more creature-focused decks, or any of the other times older players have been unhappy with the way the game has changed in the past. The mere existence of cards you always have access to is such a big change in the basic gameplay of any card game that it has to be treated much more seriously. While Magic has changed over time, for the most part, the core gameplay experience has remained the same. You have aggro, mid-range, control, and combo decks, and each of them aim to win the game in a different way. Strategies like Ponza and Stacks have been leaned away from over the years, but we at least see things similar to them every now and then. But if you've played Commander, you know this approach to the game doesn't carry over in exactly the same way. The higher life totals and multiplayer focus makes this comparison less solid. but we've already seen plenty of examples of how this changes everything in the game, from card evaluation to how every game plays out. Aggro and mid-range have more reach, combo decks that can combo with their commander or companion play entirely different to those who can't, and control would largely get the short end of the stick if this change were to go through, as they want an extra creature to cast the least out of any strategy and don't want to deal with another threat from their opponent. It doesn't really matter if this version of Magic would be good or not. In fact, it almost certainly would still be a fun game in its own right. The issue is that it's a fundamentally different game. We've held out on the Yu-Gi-Oh comparisons for a long time in this video, but it's too apt of a comparison not to make. For a long time in Yu-Gi-Oh, the extra deck wasn't what it is today. Fusion monsters were really bad, and the decks that used fusion monsters were ones that got around the way the mechanic worked entirely, which is more comparable to Wishes and Magic, except much more powerful. When the game shifted more towards the extra deck introduced mechanics like synchro monsters, the way games played out changed as well. It wasn't as dramatic as it would be in Magic, thanks to Yu-Gi-Oh at the time being at a much lower power level than it is now, and honestly, being at a lower power level than most Magic formats are right now, but it did happen. The Yu-Gi Boomer versus Yu-Gi Zoomer debates have never stopped in the community, largely because of how severe the shift in gameplay was. A big part of this is a symptom of power creep as well, but it can't be undersold just how important having access to cards outside of your starting deck is. Most importantly of all, however, is how this changed the identity of Yu-Gi-Oh! The extra deck is one of the first things players think of when you think of playing the game. Once you get past DM era staples and nostalgia bait, extra deck monsters are probably the most iconic cards of Yu-Gi-Oh! Once Yu-Gi-Oh! Decided to undergo this pivot, the design decision that led us to where the game is right now were largely set in stone. Whether or not this was a good decision for the game is a discussion that's definitely worth having, but it's not the one that we're interested in right now. The point is that Magic cannot do this, not right now. The game's legacy is too entrenched, its identity too solid. It doesn't matter if that version of the game would be better or worse, because it wouldn't be Magic the Gathering. And that is why companions are unsalvageable. The cost Magic would have to pay to make them work is simply too high. They can't work with how Magic is currently thought of, either being too strong and needing to be banned, or just being an afterthought that serves mostly to annoy the players. The only real way to make them work is to change the very fabric of what Magic is in the eyes of players. As I said earlier, either Magic would break the companions, as it has right now with them being some more broken cards ever printed, or they would break Magic, such as a scenario where everything about Magic has to change to accommodate them. It is one of the few unbalanced mechanics in Magic's history, because every possible balanced decision you could make with the cards would be bad. We can only hope that Wizards will never design another mechanic this disruptive again. Throughout all of Magic, there have been tons of powerful mechanics, but few have been as instantly problematic as Dredge. The ability was printed once and only revisited on a single card, whereas other problematic mechanics have at least been revisited at some other point in the future. Despite such a short print run, Dredge has been a game-defining mechanic in multiple formats for years, and Wizards has previously said they regret making the mechanic. Today, we're going to go over exactly why this mechanic is so broken and why Wizards hasn't really ever tried to fix it. To start off, let's go over what the mechanic actually does. Dredge is a keyword that always comes with a singular number. How it works is that whenever you would draw a card, if you have a Dredge card in your graveyard, you can instead return the card from your graveyard to your hand and mill that many cards to the top of your deck. This mechanic was first introduced in Ravnica, City of Guilds, all the way back in 2005. And was only brought back for a single card, namely Shenanigans, in Modern Horizons in 2019. The absolute highest number on any Dredge card is on Golgari Grave Troll, which has Dredge 6. This is a 0/0 for 4 and 1 green that enters the field with +1/+1 counters on it for each creature in your graveyard. And you can pay 1 and remove a +1/+1 counter from it to regenerate the Grave Troll. For anyone unaware, regenerate means the next time a creature would die this turn, you can instead tap it, remove all damage from it, and remove it from combat. This is powerful enough that the card has been banned in Modern for quite some time. Outside of Grave Troll, the highest Dredge is on Stinkweed Imp with Dredge 5. This is a 1/2 with a mana cost of 2 and 2 black. It has flying, meaning it can't be blocked except by flying creatures, and whenever it deals combat damage to a creature, you destroy it. This is basically a weird version of Death Touch. This alone is a pretty weak effect, as is a simple Death Touch threat for 3 mana is far too slow to ever be worth casting. Despite how bad of a body Imp is, it's still the second most heavily played Dredge card besides the often banned Golgari Grave Troll, and that's all just because it has Dredge 5. This is a great segue into the greater problems with Dredge in general. Simply having Dredge itself is good enough to make otherwise unplayable cards worth playing, which is quite strange. Why is Dredge so strong exactly? Let's start off by going over how Dredge was supposed to work from a design perspective. Dredge was mostly intended to be sort of a toolbox deck. Dredge was a very self-synergistic mechanic. If you dredge back a Golgari Thug, you'd put even more cards into your grave like Life from the Loam to dredge back later, which would put even more cards into your graveyard to continue dredging more and more. This would quickly give you access to any of the cards you want in your deck as long as they had dredge. However, this also presented a bit of a problem. If dredge cards were good enough to be played without dredge, they'd be broken if they did have the mechanic. You'd be able to repeatedly choose whatever the best card was to draw at any moment. If you wanted a threat, you could dredge that back. If you needed removal, you could dredge that back. On top of all of that, it also meant you would never draw a dead card. Anyone who's played a game of Magic has lost due to top decking a land when they really needed to top deck some action. And this kind of variance is sort of built into the game on purpose. However, since you can just dredge a card back every turn, you'll never draw dead. This level of consistency would have been a huge issue if all the dredge cards were on rate, so they had to make them a little less efficient. Instead of normal threats, they got cards like Grave Troll, which required a lot of creatures in your graveyard to be good, and therefore only really worked in the late game. For removal, they only got cards like Dark Blast, which only gives a creature -1/-1 until end of turn, only allowing it to kill a very small number of creatures. This caused another issue, however. The dredge cards themselves often weren't worth actually casting. The cards weren't strong enough on their own, so they had to be propped up with other cards. While this alone isn't an issue, it quickly became clear that all of the dredge cards were better off being discarded and dredged over and over rather than actually being cast. This has led to the main way that dredge has actually been played, as a deck that just mills itself as much as possible and plays out of the graveyard. There are a surprisingly high number of creatures that can bring themselves back from the graveyard for basically no mana. The first notable one was Ikorid, printed all the way back in Torment. This is a 3/1 that dies at the end of each turn, but can come back for paying no mana by exiling a black creature from your graveyard during your upkeep. By simply dredging a ton of cards, you can get several Ikorids into play every turn, which if done fast enough can be enough damage to end the game. Wizards has, over time, printed more and more cards that like to be in the graveyard, and more of them have been powerful in dredge decks. Cards like Prize Amalgam, Narcomoeba, and Bloodghast have all been used alongside dredge to put a ton of damage on board. The deck's main strategy is to use cards like Faithless Looting and Cathartic Reunion to discard dredge cards and then draw them, milling a ton of cards. From that point on, they would dredge a card every single turn to mill even more cards, eventually overwhelming their opponent with threats. Now, while this may sound like a novel strategy, it quickly created a number of problems in the competitive scene. The issue was that dealing with dredge in this incarnation was almost impossible. Board wipes may kill your board, but all of those creatures can probably just come right back. Discard spells will most likely just put all your dredge cards right back where you want them, into your graveyard. Counter spells will only stop a dredge spell from resolving for a single turn, and that's assuming that they even cast them in the first place. Most of their threats will come out of their graveyard directly, meaning that they'll never be able to cast them in the first place. This is all to say that the only real type of interaction that works against the deck is graveyard hate. While this can help a lot against the deck, they aren't the type of thing most people will want to mainboard. When drawing a card like Leyline of the Void against a deck that isn't that focused on the graveyard is actively bad, as it's mostly just a dead card. So players have to play these in the sideboard, meaning that the first game is against a powerful deck the player won't be able to interact with meaningfully. Additionally, dredge can't really play the game against a card like Leyline. If all the cards that would go to the graveyard get exiled instead, their deck just doesn't function, so they have to find an out to these kinds of effects to be able to play the game. This means that the first game of a lot of matches will just kind of automatically go to the dredge player, and then games 2 and 3 will be decided by sideboard cards, which is a largely negative play pattern as well as being difficult to balance. Dredge has needed to be hit several times at different points in the game's history in order to stop it from being too dominant, as if the deck has an even okay game 2 and 3, its natural dominance over game 1 makes it very scary to be matched up against. The issue the mechanic has from a competitive perspective is enough to make Wizards wary of printing it, but that's not where the issue with this mechanic ends. All of this makes designing dredge cards basically impossible. To see what I mean by this, we should look back at Golgari Grave Troll, one of the most infamous dredge cards in the game. Grave Troll is a potentially powerful card in a simple mid-range deck, as a threat that scales with size into the late game and is difficult to remove. However, anyone who's played for a while will tell you that the card could be entirely blank outside of having Dredge 6 and would still likely be banned in Modern. As we said earlier, dredge cards are often better used simply being discarded and dredged over and over instead of actually being cast in dredge decks. This leads to the question, how exactly are you supposed to design more dredge cards? If you make them too good, they'll just be broken outright. If you make them a bit on the weaker side outside of Dredge, people will just ignore what the card actually does and just use them to mill themselves further. This means that there isn't too much design space to squeeze out of the mechanic. Even some of the more interesting Dredge cards, such as Golgari Brownscale, which has Dredge 2 and will gain you 2 life whenever you dredge it, has basically never seen any play. It was better to just use graveyard-based ways of gaining life, like Gnaw to the Bone, in combination with the Dredge cards with higher Dredge numbers, as opposed to playing the more interesting Dredge cards. As a result, there's basically no way to design more Dredge cards. Additionally, Dredge decks end up playing in a very all-or-nothing way. If you build your deck to want cards in your graveyard, when you go to draw a card, dredging will always be better than drawing a random card. Sure, there might be times that drawing a certain card would be better than dredging, but the likelihood you draw one of those cards as opposed to something worse than dredging, such as a useless land, is very low. As a result, you were further incentivized to go all in putting cards into your graveyard and to play more cards with graveyard synergies. The only Dredge card that's really seen play and been cast is Life from the Loam, which is maybe overall the most interesting Dredge card in the game. This is a source that lets you pick up to 3 land cards from your graveyard and has a Dredge of 3. This card has been used in so many ways over the years in so many decks that it'd take far too long to cover in this video. But the 2 main places it's seen play in is as an engine in Dredge decks and in lands and Legacy. Starting with the latter, lands is a control deck with a combo finish that uses lands like the Tabernacle of Pendrell Vale and Wasteland to control the game before finishing your opponent off with a Dark Depths combo. Importantly, every card in the Dark Depths combo and most of the control pieces the deck played were lands, meaning Life from the Loam could get them back for you. After picking up some lands cast at once, you could dredge it back to put more lands into your graveyard, which you can get back right away then. In this way, the card was basically pure card advantage for the deck, as the card's only real downside, being that it would get you lands, was completely negated by the deck's strategy. The other place the card is seen play in is in various graveyard decks where it could be combined with cycling lands. Lands that let you pay 1 mana to discard them and then draw another card. By picking up multiple cycling lands with Life from the Loam, you could cycle 1 to dredge it right back and then cycle the other 2 to dredge back more cards, milling a huge number of cards out of nowhere. In fact, this was good enough that combining Life from the Loam with cycling lands was, for a relatively brief period of time, strong enough to build a deck around, as an endless card advantage engine that your opponent simply couldn't answer. Again, this goes to show how problematic being able to dredge back the same card whenever you want it is, as there simply isn't any way to stop Life from the Loam from getting those lands back to a player's hand without going into your opponent's graveyard and forcibly exiling it. This does bring up the question, why did Wizards bring the mechanic back at all if it's so inherently flawed? This brings us to Shenanigans, the only card with Dredge printed on it since the initial run in Ravnica. This is a sorcery with a mana cost of 1 and 1 red. It has the effect to destroy target artifact and has Dredge 1. This card is pretty unimpressive, and Dredge 1 is so low that even though the card has a pretty good effect, Dredge decks have largely passed it up in favor of other options for artifact removal such as Ancient Grudge. However, Shenanigans likely has a very particular purpose for being printed, as there was a very problematic deck running around in Modern called Lantern Control. This was a deck built around Lantern of Insight, a card that had previously been almost entirely ignored. This is a 1 mana artifact that makes it so that both players play with the top card of the library revealed, and you can tap it and sacrifice a lantern to make target players shuffle their library. By itself, the card doesn't really do anything on its own. However, people eventually realized a novel and infuriating way to make use of the card. One of the most powerful lock pieces in Modern is Ensnaring Bridge, an artifact with a mana cost of 3 and the ability where creatures with power greater than the number of cards in your hand can't attack. This card can have a huge impact on the game, but it has a few issues. In order to make the card work, you need to have an empty hand. This wouldn't be that big of an issue, but if your opponent ever outs the bridge, you'll have no way to protect yourself. This has made hiding behind an Ensnaring Bridge alone a losing strategy overall. This is where Lantern of Insight comes in. What the deck would do is play Bridge to stop your opponent from ever attacking, and then use Lantern of Insight combined with artifacts like Codex Shredder, which can be tapped to make target player mill a card. This would effectively allow them to control what your opponent draws each turn, at least to some degree. The idea was to simply mill any out your opponent would draw to Ensnaring Bridge, effectively forcing your opponent to top deck multiple outs in a row to ever have a chance of winning. Often, getting this to happen would quickly become mathematically impossible, as a Lantern player would have too many copies of Millers and Bridge, to the point where the number of outs in your opponent's deck just wasn't high enough to get around both the milling and being able to actually destroy enough copies of Bridge to win. Eventually, the Lantern control player would simply mill your entire deck and you'd lose the game. This deck was fairly powerful, and worse, it was extremely aggravating. Once the lantern control player got set up, smart players would just scoop and go on to the next game, as there wasn't much you could actually do at that point. The only real way to win was to hope to open good enough that you could kill your opponent before they set up their lock, usually by opening a couple of naturalized effects alongside a good threat. To make this worse, there really wasn't that much the average deck could do to build their deck to beat lantern control. If you were playing a combo deck like Storm that could win without getting to combat at all, you might be able to pull something off, but it wasn't a certainty with the amount of hand disruption the deck ran, alongside with being able to mess with your draws. Not to mention the deck having access to cards like Witchbane Orb to stop most combos from being able to kill them. However, if you were a normal mid-range deck that wanted to win through combat, you were effectively out of luck, as there just weren't enough ways to get around Bridge for you to ever get through. This got bad enough that people had started playing Icefall as a way to out-lantern control more consistently. For those who don't know, this is a sorcery with a mana cost of 2 and 2 red that destroys target artifact or land and has recover for 2 red. This means that whenever a creature you control is put into the graveyard from the field, you can play the recover cost to return this card from your graveyard to your hand, but if you don't, you exile it. Icefall is, to put it lightly, not a home run of a Magic card. The fact that players were so desperate to have a way to beat lantern control led Wizards to design Shenanigans as a way to beat the deck. Shenanigans was able to remove all of the most problematic cards the deck played and could be dredged back from your graveyard, so the lantern player milling it wouldn't hurt your deck at all. In this very specific situation, Dredge's unique combination of traits allowed it to answer one of the most annoying decks in Modern. And in the almost 2 decades since the mechanic was introduced, this was the first time Wizards had ever thought it was a good idea to bring the Dredge mechanic back. When it comes to trying to fix the Dredge mechanic, there's not much to work with. One note is that no Dredge card should ever really have a Dredge higher than 3. Anything higher than that, and the deck is just better at being used as a mill engine than anything else. Finding any niche for the mechanic to fill is also very difficult, as even Shenanigans ended up not really seeing play as one of Lantern Control's best cards, Mox Opal, was banned out from under the deck. Having a mechanic that allows you to return cards from your graveyard to play an infinite number of times is just too difficult to balance. More successful attempts at similar mechanics include things like Escape. This mechanic allowed you to cast cards from your graveyard by paying their escape costs, which always included exiling some number of cards from your graveyard. These cards could be played any number of times, and were as weak to graveyard interaction that Dredge was, but couldn't be used as a way to mill yourself, obviously, and were far more balanced. There are plenty of powerful escape cards that were actually cast, and they didn't tend to take over the game like powerful Dredge spells did. The cost of exiling cards from your graveyard stopped you from casting them every single turn and not doing anything else, unlike with Dredge. Escape also plays much better with other mechanics than Dredge did, as it didn't replace your draws, so you could play with other mechanics more easily. All in all, Dredge was one of Magic's strangest mechanics. It's broken in one of the strangest ways, as it completely redefines the way you play the game. Dredge decks really do play in a way that no other deck does, to the point that some Dredge decks have stopped playing lands altogether. The mechanic is very difficult to design cards for, as the Dredge ability is just far more powerful than what the cards themselves did. As a result, Dredge is one of the few broken mechanics that Wizards has all but abandoned, never really returning the mechanic to try and make it work with more modern design sensibilities. Just about every Magic set had a few new keywords to show off. A lot of these keywords are just changed versions of older mechanics, and are therefore not really all that big a deal. However, some of these old mechanics have some issues. Whether it's because the mechanics are just far too limited, or have some major design flaws built into them, there are some mechanics that Wizards themselves considers a big mistake. Today, we're going to go over some of the worst mechanics Wizards has ever printed, and that they'll never print again. Starting us off at number 10, we have Forecast. This was a keyword mechanic where, during your upkeep, you could pay a mana cost and reveal the card from your hand to get an effect, usually a smaller version of the card's effect, and you can only do that once per card with Forecast in your hand. So, what were the problems with this mechanic? The issue is how repetitive they were. Since using the Forecast ability didn't use up the card, you could just use it every turn if you wanted to. And since actually casting the card means you never use the Forecast ability again, you were often actually discouraged from even casting the card in the first place. In order to balance this out, Wizards gave all the Forecast cards pretty bad rates for their effects. This creates a different issue. The cards were just really bad. Very few of the cards actually saw any play, with one of the only ones that really did anything being Proclamation of Rebirth here. Its ability to get your mana value one creature's back was extremely powerful when combined with cards like Martyr of Sands, a 1-mana creature that lets you sacrifice it to gain 3 life for each white card in your hand. By looping this over and over, you can often gain too much life for your opponent to ever kill you. This is, of course, very boring to play against, and not a particularly dynamic strategy. This is a great example of one of the main issues with the design of forecasts, namely how repetitive it is, and the fact that this is the only forecast card that ever really did anything shows how hard it is to balance. It's worth bringing up another mechanic with similar issues while we're at it, namely buyback. This is a mechanic that allows you to pay an extra cost while casting an instant or sorcery spell to have it bounce back to your hand when it resolves, rather than going to your graveyard. This mechanic has a similar issue to Forecast in how it creates very repetitive game states. But unlike Forecast, it tended to be far too strong due to being costed far too low overall. Cards like Capsize in particular are infamous for stalling board states for several turns in a row, or ending the game once the player using Capsize gets enough mana. This sort of infinitely repeatable effect is just incredibly hard to balance, especially when your opponent can't even use something like a removal spell to answer the card. And at number 9, we have Intimidate. This keyword makes it so that creatures can't be blocked except by creatures that share a color with it, or artifact creatures. This is a riff off an older mechanic, Fear, which will also never come back. Fear was identical to Intimidate, but only cared about black creatures rather than creatures that share a color with that creature. So, why was Intimidate a failed mechanic? Intimidate was supposed to be the most common form of evasion red and black creatures got, as they weren't supposed to get flying that often. Wizards spent some time trying to figure out what form of evasion to give the colors, and they went with Intimidate for a while, but it had a few issues. Namely, it was really inconsistent. For one thing, it got worse the more colors the creature was on had, which really discouraged putting the mechanic on multicolored cards. Even worse, the keyword was very uninteractive. There wasn't any way to play around it, and a lot of the time, there weren't really ways to build your deck to beat it. With flying, most colors have ways to deal with flyers. Either they have a few of their own flying creatures, or at the very least, have reach creatures. The only option for getting around Intimidate is using removal or playing artifact creatures for decks outside of those colors. Lots of formats just won't have any artifact creatures worth running, meaning that creatures might as well just be unblockable. On the other hand, in some matchups, it literally does nothing. If you're playing a black deck facing another black deck, Intimidate is basically just flavor text. This issue was ultimately solved by introducing a new keyword, Menace, that prevents a creature from being blocked except by 2 or more creatures. This is a form of evasion that adds way more counterplay and is far more consistently useful. Now that Wizards has a better form of evasion for the colors, there's no reason to ever bring the mechanic back. And at number 8, we have Shadow. This is a keyword where any creature with Shadow can't block creatures without Shadow, and can't be blocked except by creatures with Shadow. This is very similar to the flying keyword, but the additional downside here makes the mechanic far clunkier. Shadow just isn't a terribly interesting keyword, with very little decision making going on at all. Very few cards have Shadow, so the likelihood that your Shadow cards will be able to block anything is basically 0. So the only real thing to do with them was just attack with them every turn. For all intents and purposes, the cards couldn't block and couldn't be blocked, which isn't necessarily a huge deal, but it means there's very little design space with the mechanic. Blocking is sort of what makes combat in Magic interesting, so just removing that entirely from cards doesn't have legs as far as design goes. What makes Shadow even less likely to return is its place in the story of Magic. You see, Shadow creatures have a very specific backstory. The Plane of Wrath was an artificial plane that merged with the Plane of Dominaria. In this process, some races of creatures were trapped in between planes, and these races are the ones that got the Shadow creature type. So not only is the mechanic not great from a gameplay perspective, it's hard to plop down creatures with Shadow in random sets without creatures from the right plane, or else the Vorthos nerds online would get very annoyed. The combination of all these factors makes Shadow very unlikely to come back outside of a few shoutouts here and there. And at number 7, we have Rampage. This is a keyword where, whenever a creature with Rampage is blocked by more than one creature, that creature gets +X/+X until the end of the turn for each creature blocking it beyond the first. So, if a creature with Rampage 1 is blocked by 2 creatures, it will get +1/+1 until the end of turn. If it's blocked by 3 creatures, it'll get +2/+2 instead. Basically, this is a keyword that helps creatures that get blocked by a bunch of creatures at once. The issue is that this barely ever happens. You see, your opponent knows that you have Rampage on your creature, and they can do the math to see if blocking is favorable or not. The end result is that they simply never actually block the creature, which means that it at least appears as if you never get any value out of the ability. Now, this doesn't mean that the ability is actually bad. Forcing your opponent to not multi-block is a form of value, but it does mean that players, particularly new players, will look at the ability and quickly find themselves disappointed. These kinds of bad beats make a mechanic a lot less popular, even if it isn't actually that bad. In actuality, the ability is just far too niche. Being better at combat alone isn't enough to make an ability worthwhile. Look at Bushido, a very similar ability. This simply gives a creature +X/+X until the end of turn whenever it blocks or is blocked. Bushido comes up far more often than Rampage, and it's still pretty underwhelming. Despite coming up far more often in combat, Bushido was wordier and generally less useful than other combat abilities such as Trample, Flying, or First Strike. Rampage came up even less, was even more complicated, and felt even worse to play with. Honestly, these kind of stat boosting mechanics just feel awful when they can't be used to push for extra damage, as that's when the stat boosts are at their best. From a game design standpoint, these mechanics are just poorly thought out. And at number 6, we have the infamous banding. This is another keyword ability for creatures, and the wordiest one yet. Banding allows any number of creatures with banding, and up to one without, to attack or block as a band. If they attack as a band, they're blocked as a band. Finally, you get to decide how combat damage is dealt amongst creatures in a band rather than its controller. Now, the issues with this mechanic are numerous. First off, it's overly complicated and puts most players off as soon as they read it. It raises questions that require extra digging to find out. Like, for example, if you attack with Benelash Hero and Stormcrow in a band, could a Grizzly Bear block them? The answer is yes. You only need to be able to block one creature in a band to block the entire band. On top of being complicated, the mechanic is also really bad. As in our last example, banding creatures with evasion with creatures without evasion makes your board easier to block. In fact, it makes your entire board easier to block, since your opponent needs less blockers overall to stop them all. It's worth noting that as bad as banding is, there's an even worse form of banding called bands with other. This is an even more restricted version of banding that only allows you to band with other creatures of a specific characteristic. This version of the mechanic is even less likely to return, as it ramps up all the problems with the mechanic to an even greater degree. And at number 5, we have cumulative upkeep. This is a mechanic where, at the beginning of your upkeep, you can put an age counter on the permanent with the cumulative upkeep. Then you have to pay the specific cost once for each age counter on the card, or sacrifice it. This cost is most often mana, but there are some cards with more interesting costs attached to them, such as Wall of Shards, whose upkeep cost was giving your opponent 1 life. Now, what's wrong with this mechanic exactly? The issue is that it was just really hard to balance. Having to pay more and more of a cost each turn meant that you would eventually have to sacrifice the card, and often sooner rather than later. This meant that the cards had to have huge upsides to be worth playing at all, and hitting the middle ground was almost impossible. This led to swaps of awful cards that would never see any play, such as Halls of Mist, a stacks effect that asks for too much mana and does far too little, or Juju Bubble, which costs way too much mana and does nothing but let you pay more mana to gain pitifully small amounts of life. Even more medium cards like Boldivian Fallen are hurt far too much for their extra costs. Fallen gets a big boost to its power when you pay its upkeep cost, an upside that's made cards far stronger in the past, but it's still not enough for the card to be even remotely playable. The issue is that it restricts what you can do on each of your turns far too much. You either have to choose between going down a card and losing all the mana you put into it on your previous turns, or you have to keep paying and not develop your board any further. There is a bit of space to come up with a fun design for this kind of card, but the cumulative aspect was just too hard to work with. Cards like Peacekeeper have an upkeep cost, but they don't increase over time, and that sort of downside is a lot more manageable and has more design space. Really, the ever-increasing aspect of this downside was just too hard to work with, especially when there's a far better solution sitting right next to it. And at number 2, we have Ripple. This is a mechanic where, whenever you cast a spell, you reveal the top X cards of your library. You can cast any spells with the same name as the spell without paying their mana costs, then you put the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. This is a mechanic that's very hard to design for several reasons. First off, this is a mechanic whose performance varies widely in Limited and in Constructed. In Limited, you only have 40 cards in your deck, and you can also play any number of cards as long as you draft enough of them. So, if you open 6 copies of Surging Dementia, you can play all 6 copies. This makes the math on your Ripple spells much better, as you're looking through a larger portion of your deck and you have more hits. In Constructed, however, Ripple basically never works, as you're very unlikely to ever hit another one of your Ripple cards in your 60-card deck. Combine this with how weak the Ripple cards have to be on their own to make sure you can't just play them and be okay with whiffing, and you have a mechanic that just doesn't work in Constructed. The issue is that you can't make the math better for Constructed formats without messing up Limited. So the mechanic has to either be Limited only, or be Constructed only and completely mess up Limited. Even without all these issues, Ripple just isn't a fun mechanic. It's literally a slot machine in the form of Magic decks. Sometimes Ripple does nothing. Sometimes it discards your entire hand, or bounces all your lands, or just burns you to death. The only really notable card with Ripple is Thrumming Stone, which gives all of your spells Ripple 4. By combining this with cards like Rat Colony that let you run any number of the cards in your deck, you could cast your entire deck of colonies all in one turn. While this is very funny, it's not a viable strategy, and there's not much more design space or Ripple as a mechanic at this point, so it's very unlikely to ever return. And at number 3, we have Epic. This is a mechanic where, whenever you cast a spell with Epic, for the rest of the game you can't cast any more spells. Then, at the beginning of your upkeep for the rest of the game, you copy the Epic spell. Now, we've already made a whole video about this mechanic in our Failed Mechanics series, so I'll just give you the TLDR. As it turns out, playing a card that stops you from taking any more game actions for the rest of the game in return for one spell is both really unfun and bad. The opponent knew exactly what you were going to be doing every turn and could just play around it easily. They could spend all their turn trying to get around whatever it is your Epic spell did, and know that you couldn't surprise them. From a design perspective, there's a big issue. It's very hard to actually design Epic cards. The Epic spells need to be strong enough to do things on a number of different board states, but it also has to be able to close the game, since the player won't be able to do anything after they cast an Epic spell. Honestly, you probably don't need me to explain to you why this mechanic is so terrible. I've never seen anyone who's read Epic and then said, man, that seems like a great idea. The issue with mechanics are pretty obvious, but they get even worse the more you think about it. And at number 2, we have Land Home. This is a keyword that we put on creatures in combination with the basic land type. For example, Plain Home, Swamp Home, and of course, Island Home. This now defunct keyword did 2 things. First, if you controlled no lands of the appropriate type, you had to sacrifice the creature. And secondly, it couldn't attack any player who didn't have a land of the appropriate type. Island Home was by far the most common form of this ability, mostly due to the fact the mechanic almost totally existed for flavor reasons. The idea was that it was given to creatures that could only exist in certain environments. Since aquatic creatures can only exist in water, they had to stay in islands. While this was very flavorful, it was maybe the worst idea for a mechanic imaginable. Making it so that your opponent has to be on one of 5 colors in order for your creatures to do anything at all is unbelievably limiting. Most of the time, it means that cards have a harder to get rid of version of Defender. The additional downside of making it so that creatures instantly die without a certain type of land on the field isn't amazing, but it wouldn't matter very often. It's not too difficult to make sure you're running lands with basic land types, and your opponent won't be able to interfere with it most of the time. The fundamental issue is that most of the time, the creature the mechanic is on simply won't do anything and it's just too difficult to balance. Having to hope that your opponent happens to be running the right colors is just way too much to even try running the cards. And as bad as the mechanic is, I think there's one that Wizards will be even less keen on coming back to. And at number 1, we have Companion. This is a mechanic where, if you meet a card's companion requirement during deck building, you can reveal it from your sideboard at the start of the game. Then you can pay 3 mana during your sorcery to put it from your sideboard into your hand. Now, if you're reading the card on screen, you'll notice that it says something different. That's because the entire mechanic had to be errata to make it less broken. The ability to always have access to an 8th card and to be able to build around that card ended up being way too good. It made it far too easy to win the late game. Cards like Loris and Yorion had to be banned in Modern, as well as having several other companions banned in other formats. Loris was the most powerful of the bunch. Its requirement only asks you to run all permanents with a mana value of 2 or less, making it extremely easy to fulfill and lets you cast a permanent spell with a mana value of 2 or less on each of your turns, getting you a ton of card advantage. The issue was just how little downside there was to running these cards. One of the reasons why Loris and Yorion were banned was that basically every deck that could possibly play the card did play them, since you just didn't lose anything. If the game did go on long enough, you could play them and get a ton of value, and it would often be enough to win you the game. This much free value on a card that only costs you a single sideboard slot was way too much, to the point where even after being errated, several of them still needed to be banned. Making this mechanic not broken is pretty much impossible, as the cards are basically always either like Loris or like Umori the Collector, which is to say completely unplayable. Wizards will almost certainly never revisit the mechanic. Since the earliest days of Magic the Gathering, card advantage has been one of the most important aspects of the game on a competitive level. The more cards one has access to, the more likely they are to be able to advance their board state as planned, as well as properly interact with their opponent. As such, cards that are drawn always have been at the forefront of power and playability. And given just how many good draw effects there are, many of the most powerful cards printed have been ones that specifically draw you more cards. So starting us off at number 10, we have Glimpse of Nature. This sorcery spell from Champions of Kamigawa costs 1 green mana. Its effect is that whenever you play a creature spell this turn, you draw a card. At face value, Glimpse of Nature may seem somewhat unassuming, especially considering there are several permanents that offer a similar effect for more than just a singular turn. In exchange for being temporary, however, Glimpse of Nature has a rather low mana value, which allows it to fill a very different niche than those slower permanents. Glimpse of Nature, instead, is most powerful when using decks full of low mana value creatures. Its most consistent home, Legacy Elves, runs several 1 mana value creatures that help generate mana. In particular, creatures like Wirewood Symbiote are not only cheap to cast, but actively have abilities that return creatures to the hand to recast them. These decks use Glimpse of Nature to draw several cards at once to dig for one of their finishers or whatever specific card they need at a given time. The card is also used in outright combo decks given its interaction with 0 mana value creatures like Ornithopter. In a deck with a high enough density of 0 mana creatures, Glimpse of Nature could potentially draw through an entire deck. This is especially true given the fact that a second copy of Glimpse of Nature could be cast on the same turn if drawn into to continue the combo. The card is so effective that it eventually was even banned in the modern format outright. It's only 10th on this list despite this, partly thanks to requiring other cards to really maximize its value. If you don't have any creatures at all in hand, Glimpse of Nature will draw no cards at all and essentially be worthless. Although, generally speaking, the decks that run Glimpse of Nature tend to be built to avoid that scenario. Regardless, the card requires more setup and has far more variance than most cards on this list. And then at number 9, we have Sylvan Library. Originally printed in this set Legends, Sylvan Library is an enchantment that costs 1 generic and 1 green mana. At the beginning of your draw step, it allows you to draw 2 additional cards. If you do so, you then choose 2 of those cards you drew. For each of those cards, you either pay for life or put the card back on top of your library. To sum up a somewhat convoluted effect in simpler terms, you can essentially look at the top 3 cards of your library, pick one to draw, and put the rest back, or pay life to draw those extra cards as well. There are some niche interactions the card has built around its somewhat roundabout wording, but beyond those corner case scenarios, the card is quite powerful while also not fitting green at all. The card is a break in green's established color identity, functioning more like a blue or black card than something that should be green. Phyrexian Arena is a similar card to Sylvan Library, which also saw competitive success, which draws a card in exchange for 1 life. Although Sylvan Library costs more life than Phyrexian Arena, it both can draw more cards and offers greater card selection. Sylvan Library is a card that would not get designed today, at least not as a mono green card, and beyond it being broken from a design standpoint, Sylvan Library is quite powerful as well. Even though the life cost can be quite steep, oftentimes in Legacy, where Sylvan Library sees the most play, it can be used alongside an effect that shuffles a library like the fetch lands, which are common in the format. If Sylvan Library shows mostly irrelevant cards, instead of paying 8 life to draw them and get them off the top of the deck, you can just crack a fetch lands instead to shuffle away those cards and put new ones on top for the next turn. It's also worth noting that Sylvan Library has seen a great deal of success in the Commander format, where their starting life total is 40 and allows players to more aggressively draw cards from Sylvan Library. From a gameplay perspective, Sylvan Library is perhaps the most fair card on this list with its steep life total cost. But its power, combined with just how unfitting it is as a green card, earns it its spot on this list. And at number 8, we have Frantic Search. This instant spell from Urza's Legacy costs 2 generic and 1 blue mana. It allows you to draw 2 cards, then discard 2 cards, which by itself would be a reasonable but not quite competitively viable spell. Compared to a card like Faithless Looting, which offers this for 1 mana, and one could assume Frantic Search is overcosted. However, Frantic Search also allows you to untap up to 3 lands as part of its effect as well. This means if you tapped 3 islands to cast Frantic Search, you can simply untap them and in practice, you've spent no mana to cast this spell at all. As long as you have 3 lands to tap mana with, Frantic Search is functionally free. Assuming you have a land that taps for more than 1 mana, you'll even be able to net extra mana from casting Frantic Search and have more available than before you cast the spell. This, coupled with the card selection offered by drawing 2, and the further graveyard setup that came with discarding 2 and Frantic Search, made Frantic Search an incredibly potent way to filter through the deck without sacrificing tempo. The primary reason this card is perhaps not higher is simply because it hasn't been legal in many competitive formats. The card was banned in Legacy before it was even called Legacy during the Type 1.5 format ban list announcement of 1999. And to this day, it remains on the ban list even as the format's name changed and new formats rose around it. Frantic Search would easily slot into various decks, supporting everything from Storm with the free spells to raise the storm count, to supercharging Dredge decks with graveyard fuel. Even Pauper format eventually banned the card in 2011. While this card has been banned as much, if not more than cards ahead on this list, because of this it also lacks the impact on the game, and is arguably still weaker than the cards ahead of it. So despite being banned for most of Magic's history, Frantic Search is only 8th on this list. And at number 7, we have Skull Clamp. This equipment from Darksteel costs 1 generic mana and can be equipped to a creature for also 1 generic mana. The equipped creature gets +1 power and -1 toughness. Whenever the equipped creature dies, you draw 2 cards. This card was tweaked heavily in the design phases, and towards the end of design was changed to have the toughness reduction to help attempt at balancing the card. This was then printed without being properly tested. And only while testing the follow-up set did R&D realize just the sort of card they had printed. The toughness reduction only proved to break Skull Clamp, as any creature with a single toughness could now be exchanged to draw 2 cards for a single mana. Skull Clamp was used less as an equipment usually, and more as a repeatable sacrifice outlet for small creatures to help continue drawing through the deck. Squadron Hawk in particular was effective with the card due to providing several small bodies to feed to the Clamp. But in practice games in both internal testing and eventually in Standard, as the set finally came out, the meta devolved to Skull Clamp decks and anti-Skull Clamp decks. The card was quickly banned in Standard, a rarity at the time, and was on the ban list for Modern Legacy both from the very moment they became formats we know them as today. Most players these days will only have seen Skull Clamp in the realm of Commander, where it's used in various combos or as draw engines in countless decks, primarily because the card isn't legal most anywhere else. This of course also limits the amount of competitive play it had, with all of its sanctioned playtime existing within a short window of 2004. Despite this relatively short life in the competitive world, Skull Clamp has maintained a legacy as one of Magic's greatest design mistakes that slipped through the cracks. And at number 6, we have Brainstorm. Initially printed in Ice Age, Brainstorm is an instant spell that costs 1 blue mana. It draws 3 cards, but then you must put 2 cards from your hand back on top of your library in any order. This essentially makes Brainstorm neutral in card advantage, as it nets 3 cards at a cost of 3 cards. Of course, the power comes in card selection. Even though you don't gain any raw card advantage, you have now seen 3 cards deeper into your deck to potentially find a relevant spell. There is the risk, of course, of all 3 cards on top of your deck being bad. Since you put 2 back, all you've really done is reveal to yourself the upcoming bad draws. However, as previously mentioned with Sylvan Library, effects that shuffle the library are quite effective at clearing irrelevant cards off the top. The previously mentioned fetch lands are more frequently paired alongside Brainstorm as a way to sculpt hands. If a player already has dead cards in hand, they can use Brainstorm to put those away, then use the fetch lands to hopefully draw something better. In this way, it's even better than Sylvan Library's similar effect, since Brainstorm can put any card in hand, not just cards it itself drew. Brainstorm has been a mainstay in the Legacy format since its inception, forming the backbone of the various blue decks of the format. In particular, it pairs well with the format's premier attacking threat, Delver of Secrets, since Brainstorm can stack the top of the deck to guarantee Delver of Secret flips. Brainstorm is such a potent card that it's even restricted in the Vintage format. Despite this being one of the all-time strongest blue spells in Magic, it's also fully legal in Pauper thanks to it being a common. However, it's not even the strongest common on this list. While Brainstorm is certainly potent, it has many scenarios where it's simply just okay or even outright banned. The front half of this list are cards so generally good that there's very few situations where they're not relevant and powerful for that given situation. So in comparison to those cards, Brainstorm does fall just a bit short. But that's not to undersell its power by any means. It's more to say just how powerful the next cards on this list are. And at number 5, we have Necropotence. This enchantment, first printed in Ice Age, costs 3 black mana. Its first effect is drawback, which forces you to skip your draw step outright. The card also has a further downside of exiling any card you discard from your hand. But in return for these rather steep downsides, you're able to, at any time, pay 1 life to exile the top card of your library face down. At the beginning of your next end step, you put that card into your hand. This, of course, can be repeated as many times as you'd like. Meaning that while you no longer have a draw step, you essentially can draw 1 card in exchange for 1 life, whenever you like. Of course, you're only able to put those cards in your hand at the end step, and whenever you discard to hand size, you're forced to exile those cards instead. But in practice, these prove to be small downsides in exchange for the sheer draw power the card afforded you. This was only exasperated in the early days with Dark Ritual, allowing for the card to be played as early as the first turn. Decks built around draining life from your opponent and drawing more cards in Necropotence quickly became the best decks in early Magic before Necropotence was swiftly banned from Type 1 format in 2000. Later, Wizards would attempt to rebalance the card with Yawgmoth's Bargain, an enchantment that had double the mana value, but was arguably broken enough that some could argue it deserves a spot on this list over Necropotence. However, without Necropotence, there would be no Yawgmoth's Bargain. And even though the 6-mana enchantment is quite absurd as well, the quickness with which some can cast and begin to overtake the game with Necropotence cannot be understated. While the card has seen very little in the way of constructed play due to being banned in Legacy and restricted in Vintage to this very day, it is an early example of just how important it is to properly price card draw. Since if card draw, especially repeatable card draw, can be done for cheap enough price, then even the steepest downside sometimes won't be enough to prevent a card from being dominant. And at number 4, we have Treasure Cruise. This sorcery from Khans of Takir draws 3 cards for a cost of 7 generic mana and 1 blue mana. Although thanks to the keyword ability Delve, you rarely pay anywhere near that much mana for it. Delve allows you to exile cards from your graveyard, with each card exiled paying for 1 of the generic mana for the card cost. While it's somewhat uncommon to get Treasure Cruise to cost a single mana, in the late game, or with a deck built to fill the graveyard, it can certainly be done. And even without delving away 7 cards, even casting this for 2 or 3 mana is still quite good. The power of Treasure Cruise comes mainly in its flexible costs. Some decks could fill their graveyard rather quickly when churning through their deck and will exile away 7 cards and cast Treasure Cruise to simply keep the combo going. Even in a deck not built to abuse it, the general flow of play will allow the card to be cast within a few turns of play, and by the mid to late game, the card should be fairly affordable. This, of course, led to basically every blue deck in sanctioned formats adopting it and similar powerful delve card dig through time. Decks simply load up an interaction and cheap threats and use treasure crews to refill their hands when emptied and their graveyards were full of used spells. Wizards of the Coast quickly banned treasure crews in Modern and Legacy, as well as restricting in Vintage, all in the same ban list update in 2015. The format skewed heavily towards these blue decks that they were forced to ban treasure crews as it was the main centralizing element and was just too efficient of a source of card draw. While treasure crews' cost on paper is high, in practice it is far too flexible and far too easy to cast to be allowed in competitive formats. As the ban list update itself said, sometimes a card drawing card can be too efficient. And at number 3, we have Time Twister. This card, initially from the very first set alpha, is a sorcery that costs 2 generic and 1 blue mana. It has the effect that each player shuffles their hand and graveyard into the library, and then draws 7 cards. This card is the 9th member of the Power 9, a group of the 9 strongest cards in the first set, and many consider them to still be the strongest cards of all time. Time Twister itself is quite strong, especially if you cast it with an otherwise empty hand, or with many cards in the graveyard you wish to get back. Time Twister in some ways resets the game. While the onboard cards and life totals don't change, the decks in a sense do reset, and both players are now once again equal in card advantage. Of course, the player who casts the Time Twister has the advantage, able to play whatever cards they like to advance their gameplay, or hold up interaction to counter the cards their opponent just drew. Time Twister is so powerful that cards attempting to find a balanced version of its effects have also found success in competitive play. Echoes of Eons in particular has found success in Legacy in recent years and has a mana value twice that of Time Twister if you're not casting it from the graveyard. Days Undoing has seen marginal play in some formats, even though it ends your turn immediately after casting it. Despite all this, Time Twister is only 3rd on this list, partly thanks to its symmetry and also thanks to most of its legacy coming in the form of other cards that were directly inspired by it. As a member of the Power 9, Time Twister is undeniable, and its effect is so powerful even strictly worse versions are played to this day. But there is one draw spell that's not even Power 9 that is arguably stronger than it. And at the number 2 spot, we have the spell Gush. This instant from Mercadian Mask costs 4 generic mana and 1 blue, and draws 2 cards. A draw spell that offers a worse rate than Divination is hardly appealing, but Gush is rarely ever cast for its actual mana cost. Instead, Gush also has an alternative casting cost of returning 2 islands you control to the owner's hand. Generally, bouncing lands back to hand is a bad move for tempo, but in exchange for 2 extra cards in hand, it was often worthwhile. This is especially true given the fact that lands did not have to be untapped, meaning they could be used earlier in the turn to cast a different spell, or even just used to float mana, then you would bounce them back with Gush. If you hadn't already played a land for turn either, and didn't have any in hand to play before casting Gush, while you do still go down on mana in the immediate, it does a good bit to assist in recovering the tempo. In fact, when you miss a land drop and then play Gush, by tapping your 2 lands first, then playing Gush, and removing one of those lands, you actually net 1 mana extra for that turn. And of course, this is just one use case of the card. In a combo-centric deck aiming to end the game in a single turn like Storm, keeping the lands on the battlefield is hardly important. The card also allows for control decks to play far more interactively against your opponent, holding up your mana to counter their spells if need be. If they wind up not paying anything to avoid your counter magic, you can cast Gush for its actual mana cost thanks to it being an instant. And of course, perhaps its most notorious interaction is with effects like Fastbound, which allow you to play multiple lands per turn. If you can make multiple land drops, then you've turned the downside of Gush into a complete upside, gaining more of a mana advantage without setting you back your actual land count. The play in theory around the card is so complex that an entire real-life book has been written entirely around strategies involving Gush. The card is restricted in Vintage and banned in every other sanctioned format it could be legal in for its power in a wide variety of scenarios. However, there is still one draw spell that stands above it. And the number 1 most broken card draw card is Ancestral Recall. This instant costs a single blue mana and is another member of the previously mentioned Power 9 from Alpha. This 1 mana value spell was designed to be part of the Boon Cycle, a collection of cards which provided 3 of something for 1 mana. While red got to deal 3 damage with Lightning Bolt and has been a playable spell from the Boon Cycle to this day, the blue entry was so ridiculously powerful that even at the time of its design it was known to be far and away stronger than its other fellow boons. It was the only member of the cycle printed at rare, and was only even allowed in the set at all because at the time Magic was not balanced for an actual competitive scene, and the only appropriate effect for the blue boon to have was drawing cards. As such, we have a card that is so far beyond rate that no card has ever come close to its power level. Practically every 1 mana spell that draws cards draws a single card. And even then, cards like Ponder have been banned in formats like Modern for being too powerful. The closest comparison Ancestral Recall has to a modern legal card is Visions of Beyond, which is an instant that costs a single blue mana and draws 3 cards, but requires there to be a graveyard with at least 20 cards in it. This is a staggering number of cards that has limited the card to only be playable in niche mill decks, whereas Ancestral Recall simply can be cast on the first turn of the game if you so choose, without any repercussions beyond discarding to hand size. There's no room for discussing competitive balance or tournament play with Ancestral Recall, as it defies card balance on a level higher than even its fellow Power 9 member, Time Twister. The only cards that can even come close to the sheer ridiculousness of Ancestral Recall are equally ridiculous cards like Contract from Below, a card which actively requires you to risk permanently losing a card to draw more cards than Ancestral Recall for the same mana value. While this list certainly has room for debate for many of its points, it's hard to argue that any card draw is half as powerful or broken as Ancestral Recall. Green has been a powerful color since the early days of Magic. Its ability to get ahead on mana, as well as being the color with the most direct support for creatures, has led to various overpowered cards coming out at various points in the game's history. With multiple cards appearing in multiple formats ban lists, there's no shortage of options when it comes to listing cards that should be considered broken. Starting off at number 10, we have Birthing Pod. This artifact costs 3 generic and 1 Phyrexian green mana, which can be paid with either 1 green mana or with 2 life. It has an ability that allows you to pay 1 generic and 1 Phyrexian green mana, tap Birthing Pod, and sacrifice a creature to search your library for a creature card with a mana value equal to 1 plus the sacrificed creature's mana value, and put it into the battlefield. Essentially, Birthing Pod is a repeatable way to cheat any creature into play, as long as you have a creature with the appropriate mana value. The card can only be activated at sorcery speed, however, this limitation was not enough to prevent the card from being powerful. Decks built around Birthing Pod would run valuable creatures at each mana value to always have potential option in the deck to pod into. Birthing Pod encourages running a lot of one-of creatures with various niche yet powerful effects to counteract opponents' cards. Even if a card like Haywire Might doesn't have a good target in the matchup, it can be sacrificed for a different creature to Birthing Pod. These Silver Bullet type cards tend to mostly show up in sideboards, but Birthing Pod allows for these cards to see play in the main deck without sacrificing too much consistency. Beyond this, one of the most common uses for Birthing Pod is to help set it up for creature-based combos. While the sorcery speed restriction does limit the combo potential, Birthing Pod is mainly a tool to help make the deck more cohesive and consistent. Creature decks are able to flex into all sorts of options with Birthing Pods to both protect their plays and disrupt your opponent. The card was banned in the modern format thanks to the consistency it offered Devoted Druid and other creature-based combo decks in the format. The fact that you didn't have to actually spend any colored mana thanks to the Phyrexian mana cost meant any deck could consider running Birthing Pod if they wanted to pay that much life. The card is not banned in any other format and is arguably the weakest card on this list. However, that speaks more to the strength of green cards throughout the game's history, since Birthing Pod is a powerful, if somewhat slow, card well worth its spot on this list. And at number 9, we have Earthcraft. This enchantment costs 1 generic and 1 green mana, and allows you to tap an untapped creature to untap a basic land you control. Notably, the wording of this ability gets around Summoning Sickness, since it's Earthcraft's ability causing the tapping, not the creature itself. As such, Earthcraft, at minimum, can help refund mana from casting a creature by tapping the new creature to untap one of the lands used in casting it. In a deck like Elves, where they mostly run basic lands anyway, Earthcraft allows you to chain together 1 mana Elves for essentially free. Combined with a card like Glimpse of Nature, Earthcraft becomes an efficient engine to cheat on mana and get far ahead on board presence. The card's main source of infamy comes from its direct infinite combo potential with certain cards. The most notable card that combos with Earthcraft is Squirrel's Nest. This aura enchants a land and allows you to tap it to create a squirrel creature token with 1 power and toughness. You're then free to tap the squirrel with Earthcraft to untap the enchanted land and produce another squirrel. This combo produces infinite squirrels. And while all but one of them will be tapped, if your opponent can't answer them all, they'll just die on the next turn. And even if they do answer them all, you can restart the combo and generate more tokens. The combo itself would likely not be enough to make for a powerful deck built around it in the Legacy format, but the combo would slot easily into an already existing Enchantress deck and provide the deck not only more mana generation, but the potential of an infinite combo on turn 3 or earlier with good hands. Earthcraft was banned in Legacy before the format even officially existed, as a holdover from the ban list of the format that would be splintered off into Legacy eventually. However, the card's notoriety and strength in already existing strategies has led to the card remaining banned for the entirety of Legacy's lifespan. While the card is limited to only untapping basic lands, even with just Squirrel's Nest, it's clear that the restriction did little to prevent abuse of the card. While the basic lands themselves may only produce mana, other cards used alongside them in Earthcraft can tip the advantage over into being outright game-winning. However, the cards ahead of Earthcraft on this list tend to either produce mana better or outright win the game more consistently and faster. And at number 8, we have Protean Hulk. This creature costs 5 generic and 2 green mana for a beast with 6 power and toughness. Whenever Hulk dies, you get to search your library for any number of creatures with a total mana value of 6 or less and put them into the battlefield. While this card's mana value is quite high, its death trigger is strong enough where it can essentially win the game by itself. Given that Protean Hulk can grab any creature as long as they don't exceed the mana value threshold, there are plenty of ways to combo off with the card. One of the most important parts of the combo is running creature decks that bring back a copy of Protean Hulk. Body Double becomes a copy of a creature in the graveyard, meaning you can search it alongside a creature with a mana value of 1 that lets you sacrifice a creature. The Body Double enters as Protean Hulk, and when you sacrifice it, you'll get another search as its effect. From there, you can grab combo pieces and more ways to get even more Hulk triggers, such as Karmic Guide, which functions in both roles. It both revives the Hulk to let you sacrifice it again, but the card will go infinite with another creature such as Revelark. The two creatures can bring each other back infinitely, which can be combined with a draining effect like Blood Artist to win the game on the spot. Of course, this is just one potential way of winning the game with Protean Hulk, since basically any creature-based combo with low mana value creatures is on the table with this card. Protean Hulk is even stronger when paired with the card Flash, which allows you to cast a creature at instant speed without paying its mana cost, but forces you to sacrifice the creature if you don't choose to pay the appropriate amount. For Protean Hulk, this downside is actually an upside since you want the Protean Hulk to die, meaning for just one generic and 1 blue mana, you can both cast Protean Hulk and get its death trigger to start the combo. This interaction is so powerful that Flash itself was banned in Legacy and Commander, but many argue that it's Protean Hulk that is the actual problem card in the combo. Regardless, Protean Hulk has become one of the most infamous creatures in the game, demanding some form of removal or answer on site, but an answer that specifically doesn't kill the creature. You have to either exile Protean Hulk or find a way to remove its abilities, since a typical kill spell will just trigger the ability you're worried about in the first place. And even a single trigger from Protean Hulk is enough to start a chain reaction that can win the game in various sorts of ways. And at number 7, we have Oath of Druids. This enchantment costs 1 generic and 1 green mana and has an ability that triggers at the beginning of each player's upkeep. That player chooses target opponent who controls more creatures than they do, then the first player may reveal cards from the top of the library until they reveal a creature card, and if they do, they put that card into the battlefield and the other cards revealed in this way into their graveyard. Essentially, this card allows you to cheat a random creature into play from your deck as long as you have an opponent who controls more creatures than you do. Decks built around Oath of the Druids run very little creatures, essentially only wanting to run creatures to cheat out and win the game with. While there's no guarantee your opponent will want to play creatures into the face of Oath of the Druids, not only does that mean you're actively holding back their plays, there are ways for the deck to give your opponent a creature to meet the requirements. And on your upkeep, if you meet the requirements, you can reveal cards until you hit something like Emrakul and essentially win the game on the spot. Even beyond that, the cards you don't hit get sent to the graveyard, which can be relevant for certain strategies. You notably cannot reliably mill your entire deck since you have to reveal a creature, meaning you can't just run no creatures and must run at least one. However, there are enough creatures that are hard to cast but extremely powerful that Oath of the Druids is plenty playable. The card is so effective at cheating out powerful cards like Grizzlebrand that the card was even banned in the Legacy format. Green is a color that's great at cheating out creatures, and Oath of the Druids is one of the most effective ways it's ever done so. The card may be symmetrical, but unless you're playing a multiplayer game, it's very easy to build your deck in a way where only you get any advantage out of Oath of Druids at all. And at number 6, we have Once Upon a Time. This instant costs 1 generic and 1 green mana, and allows you to look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature or land card from them and put it into your hand and the rest in the bottom of your library in any order. Generally speaking, these sorts of green cantrips have seen play. However, even 1 mana value ones have only really seen play in formats like Standard and occasionally splash into older formats. What makes Once Upon a Time so effective beyond just looking at a high number of cards is that if it's the first spell you cast this game, you may cast it without paying its mana cost. The card was only given this effect because of the top-down design ideas that came from this card's name. They wanted you to start your game with Once Upon a Time, and as such incentivized you casting it as your very first spell that you played. But in practice, this allowed for decks to start the game by finding the exact card they needed. Since it costs no mana, you're essentially allowed to trade out Once Upon a Time for whatever card suits your hand best. If your hand is light on lands, you can just grab a land. If your deck is built around a specific creature and you can see the top 5 cards, you can grab it. While cantrips like this are certainly good, Once Upon a Time essentially being a free spell on the first turn makes it stronger than even most of Blue's similar card selection. This is especially effective if you're going second, since you can wait to see the card you draw for turn before casting Once Upon a Time. Even after the first turn when you've cast other spells, 2 mana isn't an unreasonable amount for Once Upon a Time's effect. This means even if you don't open it in your starting hand, the card is perfectly fine later in the game and can still help dig through your deck. The card was so ubiquitous in green decks that it would end up being banned in Pioneer and Modern, as well as the Arena format of Historic and Explorer. Wizards designers have said in hindsight, leaning so heavily into the top-down design of the card was a mistake, and giving the card its alternate free cost simply made the card too broken. And at number 5, we have Hermit Druid. With a cost of 1 generic and 1 green mana, Hermit Druid is a human druid with 1 power and toughness. You can pay 1 green mana and tap Hermit Druid to reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a basic land. Put that card into your hand and all other cards revealed this way into the graveyard. While this effect's intended purpose is obviously to allow you to consistently find land drops, in practice, it's putting cards into the graveyard that has led to Hermit Druid being banned in the Legacy format. If your library simply does not have any basic lands in it, then activating Hermit Druid will mill your entire library. Legacy mana bases already tend to run as little basic lands as possible, with most basic lands being run mainly to get around Wasteland. As such, it's no trouble at all to build a deck that can cast Hermit Druid consistently and always mill the entire deck with it. From there, you can do all manner of graveyard related combos. If you have Necrotic Ooze, not only can you activate Hermit Druid's ability with it in the graveyard, Necrotic Ooze will inherit the abilities of all the other creatures in the graveyard as well, and allow you to win on the spot. Or you can simply just use Thassa's Oracle to win with having no cards left in your deck. Hermit Druid is an infamous card in Commander for just how effective it is at filling the graveyard and winning the game with just a single activation. The cost of building around the card is so minimal that the card functions as nothing more than a hyper-consistent combo piece with very little restriction to keep it in check. The only real limiting factor to the deck is the fragility to interaction, since if the whole graveyard gets exiled or Thassa's Oracle gets countered, then you're really in a bad spot. But these sorts of combo decks always play high risk, high reward games, and Hermit Druid remains one of the most blazing fast and consistent combo cards in green to this day. And at number 4, we have Survival of the Fittest. This enchantment costs 1 generic and 1 green mana, and has an ability that can be activated by paying 1 green mana. The ability allows you to discard a creature card to search your library for a creature card, reveal that card, and put it into your hand. As previously mentioned in other entries, green is quite effective at using creatures to set up combos or the graveyard. Survival of the Fittest exemplifies this quite well by both allowing you to put whatever creatures you want into the graveyard or your hand. With enough green mana, you can search a creature you want in the graveyard with the first activation of Survival of the Fittest, then activate Survival of the Fittest again to discard that creature and search another creature. You can then search up a card like Phyrexian Delver that will reanimate the creature you just put into the graveyard. Or you can be more straightforward and just search up whatever specific creature you need for the given scenario, giving you even more toolbox potential than a card like Birthing Pod has. Survival of the Fittest is banned in Legacy, and was never legal in formats like Modern to begin with, and it's not hard to see why. Considering that having any random creature in hand means you can trade it out for specific creatures you want, it makes green creature-focused decks all the more consistent. Some creatures like Squee, Goblin Nabob, which return to hand after being discarded, are especially valuable alongside Survival of the Fittest, as they essentially serve as fodder for survival to keep searching creatures without actually losing any cards in your hand permanently. While it wouldn't just be combo decks using the card, the already prominent creature combo decks in the format would be able to sculpt their hand exactly how they want them. Survival of the Fittest has only gotten stronger with the introduction of more creatures with strong effects in hand, such as the Evoke Elementals. Survival of the Fittest can be used to grab Endurance or another Evoke Elemental and essentially allow you to search up interaction you otherwise wouldn't have access to. Survival of the Fittest simply makes things too easy for creature decks, giving you the exact creatures you want for very little cost. And at number 3, we have Golgari Grave Troll. This troll skeleton costs 4 generic and 1 green mana that has 0 power and toughness. It enters the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on it for each creature card in your graveyard. You can pay 1 generic mana and remove a +1/+1 counter from Golgari Grave Troll to regenerate it. Regenerate is the keyword, which replaces the next time a permanent would be destroyed with instead tapping it, removing all damage from it, and removing it from combat if necessary. Essentially, Regenerate allows you to save a creature that would otherwise die. While these are fine abilities and an overall not terrible creature that scales with your graveyard, what makes this card so broken is its last ability. Golgari Grave Troll has a Dredge 6, which means if you would draw a card, you may mill 6 cards instead. If you do, return this card from your graveyard to your hand. Essentially, as long as Golgari Grave Troll is in your graveyard, you can replace an instance of drawing a card with dredging instead. Dredge is an extremely powerful keyword ability that lets you fill your graveyard with extreme ease. Of the 14 cards in the game with Dredge, Golgari Grave Troll mills the most cards at 6. And decks built around dredging often want to mill as many cards as possible as early as possible to trigger their deck's build around effects. Golgari Grave Troll provided not only the most potential mill with a single Dredge trigger, but also offered a strong body for the long games. Dredge has seen success in various formats, with Golgari Grave Troll outright banned in Modern for how strong it was in self-milling decks. More impressive, however, is the fact that Golgari Grave Troll is also restricted in Vintage, a format that avoids banning cards outright and will instead only allow you to play a single copy. Bazaar Baghdad provides a Dredge deck so much consistency alongside Golgari Grave Troll that many Vintage Dredge decks don't run ways to produce mana at all, simply leveraging the powerful mill effects like Dredge to get the ball rolling. While other Dredge cards, such as Life from Loam, are also quite playable, it's Golgari Grave Troll that stands above the rest. In the modern game, there are other creatures that are able to mill through your deck quite quickly if used properly, but few are as effective and easy to break as Golgari Grave Troll. And at number 2, we have Channel. For 2 green mana, Channel is a sorcerer that allows you to, until end of turn and at any time, you can activate a mana ability you may pay 1 life to add 1 colorless mana. Paying life tends to be a mechanic reserved mostly for black, yet Channel comes from the first set of Magic where color identity wasn't fully fleshed out yet. As such, this green spell allows you to pay as much life as you want in exchange for mana. Unlike other cards where it took years of new releases and game changes for it to become notably broken, Channel was game-winningly powerful as early as Alpha. In that very same set, the card Fireball was printed. This spell costs X generic and 1 red mana and deals X damage to a target. While you can pay extra to target extra cards, the most effective use of Fireball initially was to simply target your opponent directly. With Channel, as long as you had more life than your opponent and enough lands, you'd be able to pay all but 1 life to make a Fireball with a value of X high enough that your opponent lost on the spot. This 2-card combo was so infamous that beyond Channel's eventual banning in most formats, the name itself would become an iconic part of the Magic community, with a major card retailer and tournament organizer adopting the name, Channel Fireball, as a homage to Magic's first proper 2-card combo. And seeing as how Channel was already able to win the game in commanding fashion as early as Alpha, future cards would only prove to be all the more problematic alongside Channel. A deck like Death Shadows would be able to freely manipulate its own life total and get as low as it wanted, and other decks would likely find more efficient spells to kill with than Fireball. While green has always been efficient at generating mana, the amount of mana Channel can generate in one go is simply too high and too free. Life is a resource in Magic, and it's generally considered wise to use your life aggressively if it can help you win, and Channel is perhaps the textbook definition of this. At the time it's printed in Alpha, life gain and life totals in general were overvalued by the designers. Channel was balanced with the idea that paying life so aggressively was an actual downside, and that you'd potentially be in real danger of losing if you paid too much. But in practice, Channel's ability encourages the opposite sort of play, with the most optimal path to pay as much life as you can and try to win right then and there. Channel was never legal in most formats at all, and remains banned or restricted in every format it was originally eligible for. There is no format in Magic where you can play Channel without any restriction because of its undercosted and extremely overpowered ability. And finally, at number 1, we have Fastbound. This enchantment costs 1 green mana and allows you to play any number of lands on each of your turns. Whenever you play a land that wasn't the first land you played this turn, Fastbound deals 1 damage to you. Fastbound shares many similarities with our previous entry Channel, in that it's a low value mana card that allows you to get ahead on mana in exchange for losing life. But where Channel is essentially a ritual that gives you 1 burst of mana, Fastbound instead offers you permanent land-based mana ramp. Of course, this does require you to have lands in hand to get proper value out of Fastbound, whereas Channel itself doesn't need cards in hand to generate mana. But this trade-off is well worth it, since you're less reliant on ending the game right then and there. If you cast Channel without a way to win the game, you're essentially wasting that channel, whereas a turn 1 Fastbound will always be good, since you'll always have the option on board to play the lands you draw. And if you do have lands in hand to go alongside Fastbound, then for just a few life, you're able to get multiple turns ahead on mana and outpace your opponent substantially. Fastbound also notably does not limit you playing lands from just your hand, meaning if you have a card like Ramming Up Excavator, you're able to freely play lands from your graveyard via Fastbound's ability as well. Playing lands from the graveyard with Fastbound, along with something such as Fetch Land that lets you sacrifice it to search another land from your deck, and suddenly you're able to pull most of the lands from your deck as long as you have enough life. And there are multiple ways to offset the life loss of Fastbound so that you can keep going and play more lands. But unlike Channel, Fastbound is less reliant on being used solely as a combo piece. Fastbound's mana ramp is so strong that even if you're only getting a few extra lands out of it, it's still giving you more value than most ramp spells with much higher mana values. The card is only legal in the Vintage format, where the land-themed decks run the card quite frequently given its strength and the strategy. While there is certainly room for debate on the exact order of cards, there's no denying that Fastbound is one of the most broken green cards to ever exist, taking its established ability to ramp and produce mana and pushing it far past the logical limits of the color. Compared to other colors, it's safe to say white has had the least overtly broken or overpowered cards. That's not to say white is without powerful cards. In fact, white has had potent cards throughout the history of the game. However, many of its best cards tend to be more good for being strong answers or complements to other cards rather than mostly stand on their own in a vacuum. As such, while white's most pushed and powerful cards are often less overtly broken, they still have had quite an impact on how the game is played. Starting us off at number 10, we have Rest in Peace. This enchantment costs 1 generic 1 white mana, and when it enters the battlefield, you exile all cards from all graveyards. It also has the effect of, if a card or token will be put into a graveyard from anywhere, it's exiled instead. This card is perhaps the strongest form of graveyard hate in the game, partly since it answers everything. It not only exiles the cards currently in the graveyard, it will prevent any new cards from entering the graveyard at all, as long as it's on the board. Even other strong graveyard hate cards tend to only do one or another. Either exiling cards currently in the graveyard, or through some effect that either prevents cards from entering the graveyard, or in some cases prevents them from leaving the graveyard instead. Rest in Peace's only real weakness compared to other anti-graveyard cards is the fact that it costs colored mana, since there are many strong graveyard hate cards that have no colors in their cost. That aside, Rest in Peace forgoes more narrow or limited forms of graveyard restriction and instead takes the blanket approach. There's very little ways to interact with exile cards, meaning a deck built around the graveyard losing a large graveyard to Rest in Peace can often be game losing. Even if Rest in Peace is removed right away, its Enter the Battlefield effect will still remove all the cards currently in the graveyard, meaning that even if your opponent has removal, it won't fully protect them. Rest in Peace would perhaps be higher on this list, but the main thing that holds the card back is that it's considerably more narrow than other cards on this list. Rest in Peace most commonly sees play in sideboards of decks as opposed to main boards, given that there's no guarantee your opponent will be playing a deck that's susceptible to graveyard hate. But given just how powerful the card is against graveyard decks, and just how ubiquitous graveyard decks are in multiple formats, Rest in Peace will remain one of the most common white sideboard cards in multiple formats. However, the other cards ahead of it on this list all see considerably more play in the actual main deck. And at number 9, we have Esper Sentinel. This artifact creature is a human soldier that costs 1 white mana and has 1 power and toughness. Whenever your opponent casts their first non-creature spell each turn, Esper Sentinel allows you to draw a card unless your opponent pays mana equal to its power. Even without any buffs or changes, this means that unless your opponent pays 1 generic mana extra for their first non-creature spell on a turn, you get to draw a card. Similar effects to this have existed for years with cards such as Ristic Study, yet they exist almost entirely in blue. White in particular does not have access to much repeatable card draw. So even though Esper Sentinel is conditional, it is unique. And every competitive format centers on powerful non-creature spells, so it's rare you'll find a matchup where Esper Sentinel's abilities are relevant. While drawing a card is the ideal outcome for Esper Sentinel's ability, even making a spell cost 1 more mana can be quite potent. Given that competitive Magic is focused on mana efficiency, even making a spell cost 1 more mana can be enough to offset someone's game plans for the turn. Beyond its ability, the fact that it's an artifact creature with a mana value of 1 makes it a solid option for aggressive artifact decks. The card sees the most play in modern Colossus Hammer decks. Not only does giving Esper Sentinel equipment make its card draw even harder to deny by increasing its power, it being an artifact is important for cards in the deck that have abilities that require a certain number of artifacts. The card mainly sees play in aggressive decks, and decks that have access to colors with better card draw such as blue tend to have more general options. While this card is comparatively niche, it's powerful enough that it sees wide play in modern and other formats. The biggest point against Esper Sentinel is that it only taxes the first spell each turn. While it does mean you'll draw a card if they cast a spell on your turn as well as their turn, if they go for a big combo turn with lots of spells, you'll only ever draw a card off the first spell. Despite this, the card has still become one of the premier creatures for white aggressive decks in formats where it's legal. And at number 8, we have Ephemerate. This instant spell costs a single white mana and exiles target creature you control, then returns to the battlefield under its owner's control. It also has the keyword Rebound. This ability makes it so that if you cast the spell from your hand, you exile it as it resolves. Then, in the beginning of your next upkeep, you may cast the card from exile without paying its mana cost. Essentially, you get to use this spell twice, once whenever you'd like, and again on your upkeep. For a spell such as Ephemerate, this means you're able to use it both reactively and proactively. Spells that exile a creature then instantly return it are often referred to as flicker spells, and can be used for a variety of reasons. The most straightforward use of this is to reuse an ability that triggers when a creature enters or leaves the battlefield. However, a flicker spell can also be used to protect a creature from removal. If your opponent targets your creature, you can respond with Ephemerate to flicker the targeted creature. When it re-enters the battlefield, it is technically treated as a new creature, unless the original kill spell does not do anything. One of the most powerful interactions with Ephemerate, however, is how it works with the Invoke elementals. Solitude, an honorable mention that could arguably on this list, is a creature with a powerful effect when it enters the battlefield that can be cast at instant speed for no mana. However, the creature's Invoke ability both gives it a cost of exile on a white card from your hand, but also forces you to sacrifice the creature instantly upon entering the battlefield. If you respond to this sacrifice trigger with Ephemerate, you can flicker the Solitude and get its powerful removal ability again, and keep the creature since it's a new entity that was not cast with Evoke. This interaction works with any flicker spell, but Ephemerate and its Rebound ability allows for the most value for the lowest mana value possible. This interaction has become the cornerstone of the Evoke Elementals deck in Modern, and a large part of why the deck is so potent in the format. Given that the card is also uncommon, the card has seen vast success in the Pauper format as well as Modern and some Legacy play as well. Flickering will always be a powerful effect since there will always be good enters and leave the battlefield trigger. While the card is not ubiquitous in Legacy, Death and Taxes decks use it to both protect their valuable creatures and get more value off of their surge effects such as Recruiter of the Guard. Ephemerate is both one of the lowest mana value flicker effects possible and has a stronger effect than some cards with much higher mana costs. From the moment it was printed, it had a massive impact on multiple formats, which it still sees play in to this day. And at number 7, we have Prismatic Ending. Prismatic Ending is a sorcery that costs X generic and 1 white mana. It exiles target non-land permanent if its mana value is less than or equal to the number of colors spent to cast Prismatic Ending. This means that if X is 0 and you only pay a single white mana, Prismatic Ending can exile target non-permanent lands with a mana value of 0 or 1. While this by itself would be too narrow to be considered running, in various formats there are many permanents that Prismatic Ending could answer for just 1 mana. The strength of Prismatic Ending, however, comes in its flexibility. While it can't ever hit a permanent with a mana cost higher than 5, many competitive decks run very little, if any, cards with a mana value higher than that. Generally speaking, Prismatic Ending is rarely ever cast for 5, but that's mainly because many of the key threats to remove are often low on the mana curve. By being so flexible, Prismatic Ending can be relevant at basically any point in the game. If drawn in the early game where you only have access to 1 mana, it can still exile a 1-drop. However, in the late game, if it needs to remove a larger permanent, you're likely to have time to find the necessary mana. This is especially true given how consistently 4 and 5 mana color bases have become in modern formats like Modern and Legacy, given the prevalence of powerful color fixing lands. Prismatic Ending decks in those formats have adopted the card primarily because of its flexibility in multiple matchups. Most of the pieces of removal tend to limit you to certain types of permanents. The best creature removal in the game will usually be unable to hit an artifact or an enchantment, and vice versa. Prismatic Ending trades off being narrow on what permanents it can hit, by instead limiting what mana values it can hit at any given time. And while this means the card will sometimes be irrelevant if a deck is focused on bringing out higher mana value permanents, in most matchups Prismatic Ending offers a versatile answer to many of the most relevant threats. And at number 6, we have Thalia, Guardian of Thraben. This legendary creature costs 1 generic and 1 white mana, and has 2 power and 1 toughness. While Thalia is on the board, all non-creature spells cost 1 more generic mana to cast. Thalia also has First Strike, which means in combat it will deal damage before creatures without First Strike. Given that Thalia has 2 power, this means any creature with 2 or less toughness will not only die to Thalia in combat, but they will die before dealing any damage. This makes Thalia a potent creature in the early game, able to attack freely since most low mana value blockers would die without even trading out for the Thalia. This combines with Thalia's other ability to form the backbone of white aggressive decks. These aggressive decks most often struggle against spell-focused decks and decks that run lots of removal and board wipes. Thalia forces these spells to cost 1 more mana, which, as we discussed in the Esper Sentinels entry, can often be enough to prevent a spell from coming down that turn. Unlike Esper Sentinel, Thalia taxes every non-creature spell, meaning that she'll constantly strain your opponent's resources until she's dealt with. Thalia buys these aggressive decks more time and often forces the first piece of removal to be spent on her instead of one of the deck's other threats. Stalling a board wipe by a single turn or making its own opponent can't cast 2 removal spells in the same turn are both minor at surface level, but in practice, allow for these aggressive decks to have more room to sneak in damage as quickly as possible. Decks that run Thalia often aim to either end the game as quickly as possible or drag out the game through other taxing effects. Since her printing in the original Innistrad block, there have been various creatures that riff off its effects, such as the aforementioned Esper Sentinel, but Thalia is still far and away one of the most played tax creatures in the game, thanks to her aggressive stats and simple yet effective ability. And at number 5, we have Mother of Runes. This card is a human cleric that costs 1 white mana and has 1 power and toughness. You can tap Mother of Runes to give target creature you control protection from color of your choice until the end of turn. Protection means that creatures cannot be damaged, enchanted, blocked, or targeted by anything it has protection from. Meaning, you can use Mother of Runes to give a creature protection and then allow it to block anything without dying. However, the most common use for Mother of Runes is to use it reactively to dodge removal. Since many white strategies are focused on creatures, those decks are naturally susceptible to being blown out by a kill spell. Mother of Runes' ability makes it so an opponent needs to have 2 pieces of interaction to effectively deal with something, using one to bait out the Mother of Runes activation and the other to actually deal with the card. And even then, most commonly your opponent will be forced to kill Mother of Runes first as to not have to spend even more cards in attempting to remove key creatures. By forcing your opponent to often waste multiple pieces of relevant interaction, Mother of Runes often stonewalls your opponent from profitably dealing with your threats. And since white often struggles with card advantage compared to other colors, means of equalizing on cards like this help shore up white's weaknesses. Since Mother of Runes can target itself, it means that unless answered right away, it will usually trade out for 2 cards at least. Mother of Runes is a staple in white decks and Legacy, and not even legal in newer formats like Modern. Powered down retrains of the cards such as Giver of Runes have been printed in the years since and are actively playable in Modern. As such, it's safe to assume that if Mother of Runes was ever printed into Modern, it would quickly become one of the most played white creatures in the format. And in the formats where it is legal, Mother of Runes remains one of the most impactful creatures a deck can land, given just how effective it is at protecting your board. Its only major weakness is that thanks to summoning sickness, it can't tap the turn it comes out, meaning your opponent has 1 turn to remove it before it can protect permanents. But this window is quite tight, especially if the card is played on the first turn. As such, Mother of Runes has been dominant despite this for well over a decade of competitive play. And at number 4, we have Balance. This sorcery costs 1 generic and 1 white mana, and is notably the only mono-white card banned in Legacy. Its effect checks to see the lowest number of lands any player controls, then forces each player to sacrifice lands until every player has that number of lands. It then does the same for creatures, forcing players to sacrifice until they're all the same lowest number, as well as forcing players to discard down. If one player had 0 cards in hand, 0 creatures, and 2 lands, each player would discard their whole hand, sacrifice all their creatures, then sacrifice all but 2 of their lands. While this effect is symmetrical and can hurt the player who casts it, in practice, a deck that runs balance actively holds back on playing lands and creatures. Decks could then use balance as a massive board wipe, forcing their opponent to sacrifice all the creatures they spent the last few turns casting. Similar cards that affect all players like this have been printed since balance, but generally those cards cost upwards of 4 or 5 mana, if not more. Notably, those cards also tend to bring every player down to a specific number of permanents, such as Tragic Arrogance, giving you 1 permanent of each type. These modern iterations of the effect also tend to not count lands, since mass land destruction is an effect that Magic tends to avoid in modern card design. Balance, despite its name, is remarkably unbalanced. Given how low its mana cost is, one can float all of their mana before casting balance, then deploy more threats of the leftover mana, whereas your opponent won't be able to rebuild as easily. It doesn't take much effort to get around Balance's surface level symmetrical effect and find a way to devastate your opponent while harming yourself very little. As such, the card is banned in Legacy outright and even restricted in Vintage. However, it doesn't see much play in the Vintage format, partially because of the format's reliance on artifacts for mana, a permanent type which Balance does not check. If Balance were illegal in other formats, it would likely be quite impactful. Modern does have the card Restore Balance, which has a functionally identical effect, but cannot be cast by conventional means. It requires you to either wait for the card, as it sits in exile for 6 turns, thanks to its suspend ability, or it requires you to find a way to cheat it out, and as such the card requires a bit too much effort to be utilized outside of gimmicky decks. Balance arguably could be higher on this list. However, seeing as how it doesn't even see much play in the one format it's legal in, keeping it here felt fitting. While the card is undeniably push and its effect certainly backbreaking, it makes for very slow, grindy games without much inherent payoff to draw players towards it. Especially since in Vintage, it being restricted means you're not going to always draw into it every game anyway. And at number 3, we have Monastery Mentor. This human monk costs 2 generic and 1 white mana and has 2 power and toughness. It also has the keyword Prowess, which gives it a +1 power and toughness until end of turn whenever you cast a non-creature spell. Monastery Mentor has a second effect that triggers whenever you cast a non-creature spell. This one creates a monk creature token with 1 power and toughness as well as the keyword Prowess. Monastery Mentor does not see much play in formats like Pioneer and Modern, despite being legal there. However, the card is restricted in Vintage, a format with a comparatively much more powerful card pool. This is partly because Monastery Mentor is at its most powerful when in chorus with a variety of powerful non-creature spells in Vintage. Between artifacts like Mox Jet and the other fast mana, not only will there be plenty of ways to get up Monastery Mentor early, but also plenty of cheap non-creature spells to cast both in the form of those mana rocks and the spells you pay for with them. Similar creatures like Young Pyromancer have existed even before Monastery Mentor, yet comparatively did not dominate Vintage. This is because specifically both Mentor and the tokens it creates have prowess. A 1 power token will not do much on its own and can't properly get through blockers. However, with Monastery Mentor, it doesn't take many spells at all to suddenly give it, and the tokens, much more reasonable offensive stats. This is compounded by the fact that each spell cast also produces more tokens, meaning even if the attack that turn didn't kill you, there'd be even more tokens on the follow-up. While most token generators produce a stream of fodder to chump block with or sacrifice, the inclusion of prowess allows these tokens to get big enough that now your opponent is forced to block with and give up their actual creatures to not die to the tokens. Mentor decks were powerful enough that the card was eventually restricted. And even then, the card still makes appearances in decks, especially since Vintage has cards such as Demonic Tutor to help find it. Given the nature of Vintage and how it doesn't ban cards conventionally, it's safe to say Monastery Mentor will remain the strongest white creature in Vintage for quite some time. However, its success is limited to Vintage mostly, which is the only real point against the card. And at number 2, we have Stoneforge Mystic. This core artificer costs 1 generic and 1 white mana and has 1 power and 2 toughness. Whenever it enters the battlefield, you may search your library for an equipment card and put it into your hand. You can also pay 1 generic and 1 white mana to tap Stoneforge Mystic and put an equipment card from your hand onto the battlefield. While in general, equipments have never been the most successful creature type, over the years they've amassed a density of playable and powerful options. As such, Stoneforge Mystic's search effect, while narrow, does have a wide breadth of targets for both general uses and for more specific corner case scenarios. This search effect alone would have likely led to Stoneforge Mystic being playable over time. However, what made the card so effective even early on was its second effect. One of the major downsides of equipments is that they require you to both pay mana to cast them, but then also pay mana to equip them to a creature to reap the benefits. This makes most equipment generally quite high mana inefficient and limits their playability. Stoneforge Mystic allows you to avoid the upfront casting cost of an equipment in a way that also dodges counterspells, since you don't actually cast the equipment. In particular, this interacts quite favorably with living weapon equipment that creates 0 power and toughness germ tokens they automatically attach themselves to. In the early years before the card was allowed in Modern, Stoneforge Mystic would threaten to drop a powerful living weapon such as Batterskull and overtake the game from there. Eventually, Stoneforge Mystic was unbanned in Modern after being pre-banned in the format's inception. From there, more cards would come out such as the powerful land Urza's Saga, and even a new powerful living weapon that was a game-ending threat on its own in the form of Cauldron Complete. This density of artifact support has led to an equipment deck now being one of the best decks in Modern at the time of recording this video. These Colossus Hammer decks leverage Stoneforge Mystic to both search up their namesake card, but also the various one-of equipments they run as a small toolbox package. Stoneforge Mystic also sees play in Legacy, where it has access to the powerful Umezawa's Jite that can invalidate most opposing creature decks outright if left unchecked. As more powerful equipment gets printed, Stoneforge Mystic's already high ceiling only has room to go higher. It remains to this day the best equipment support card ever printed, and one of the most powerful white cards by far. And finally, at number 1, we have Swords to Plowshares. This instant costs a single white mana and exiles target creature. That creature's controller gains life equal to its power. Swords to Plowshares is the most simple card on this list. It's an unconditional removal spell that has a minimal drawback. Generally speaking, no amount of life is worth the creature you're going to lose. Most removal with absolutely no drawbacks or conditions tend to cost at minimum 3 mana. And while Swords was designed to have a drawback, its drawback is so negligible in the grand scheme of a game of Magic that it basically doesn't exist. Because of this, Swords to Plowshares is the most effective single mana removal spell in the game. It even specifically exiles the card, meaning that even if your opponent plays around their graveyard, the creature is still gone for good. Path to Exile is the most comparable card to Swords to Plowshares, since they both have the same cost and exile a creature. However, Path to Exile allows your opponent to search their deck for a land and put it into the battlefield tapped, meaning while you're removing their creature, they're advancing their mana. Path to Exile is still an extremely good card and sees heavy play, yet comparatively, Swords to Plowshares is light years better. There are even some decks that actively don't want to gain life. Using Swords to Plowshares on a Death Shadows not only removes a potentially large threat, but Death Shadows actively aims to keep its life total as low as possible, so making them suddenly gain life in the middle of a turn could disrupt their plays. Even if the opponent is fine with gaining life, they'd almost always rather have that creature to pressure a life total or further their own game plan. There's not much to say about Swords to Plowshares since it's so powerful and so simple. In terms of competitive formats, it's never been printed in Modern and remains one of the primary reasons why decks play white in Legacy and Vintage. While far less complex than every other card on this list, Swords to Plowshares is a key example of why early Magic card design was so imbalanced. To this day, Swords to Plowshares remains one of the best, if not the best, removal spell ever printed in Magic the Gathering, and by extension, the best card white has ever gotten. In Magic, the less a spell costs to cast, the better. Taking this to extreme, cards that cost 0 instantly take a special place in the metagame. Wizards is, usually, careful to make the effects of 0 mana spells weak to help balance them out. Even then, tons of cards at this mana cost still have seen competitive play. Today, we're going to go over the best cards that cost exactly 0 mana. To be clear, this means the spell has the number 0 printed as the mana cost, not a card that has some way for the mana to cost no mana. Starting us off at number 10, we have Ever-Flowing Chalice. This is an artifact that costs 0 mana, obviously. However, it does have multi-kicker too. This means that as an additional cost to cast the spell, you can pay 2 mana to kick it, and you can kick it any number of times. Chalice gets a counter for each time it's kicked, and you can tap it to add 1 colorless mana for each counter on Chalice. So, if you pay 2 mana when you cast Chalice, it taps for 1. 4 mana taps it for 2, 6 mana taps it for 3, and so on and so on. Despite being so modular, Chalice is surprisingly on rate for a ramp spell. 2 mana is the standard for a mana rock that adds 1 mana, though they usually make colored mana instead. 4 mana rocks tap for 2 or 3 mana, and 6 mana rocks are usually just unplayable, but the ones that do exist make around 3 mana. Chalice was only slightly worse than the other ramp options available, and its modularity makes it able to fill any part of your curve. This made Chalice an attractive option for decks that wanted a lot of mana in standard. Chalice could let you get your Grave Titan or Wormcoil Engine a turn or 2 early, which was pretty game-winning thanks to how insane these cards were, especially all the way back then when Standard was a lot weaker. The card has also seen a surprising amount of play in non-rotating formats as well, specifically in the Modern format. The card had a major resurgence in the format thanks to the printing of Urza, Lord High Artificer. This is a powerful creature that importantly lets you tap any artifact you control to add 1 blue mana. Thanks to the card's mana value of 4, it could be a bit troublesome to actually get onto the field. Chalice would let you cast Urza a turn early, but importantly, once Urza was out, you could just cast it for 0 mana if you wanted. While it wouldn't have any counters, you could still tap it with Urza's ability for mana. Chalice was one of the many cheap artifacts the deck would play to enable their Urza, and Chalice had the extra upside of being a ramp spell in a pinch, as well as synergizing with cards like Emery, Lurker of the Loch, who made herself cheaper to cast while you had artifacts. While it did see play in these decks, Chalice was usually played at only 1 or 2 copies, as it wasn't a major piece of the deck. While less of a consideration, Chalice is also a very popular mana-rocking commander, especially in decks with Proliferate, which allowed you to cheat extra counters onto the Chalice. Ultimately, the card isn't all that impactful, but most 0 mana spells aren't. It's the card's versatility that has let it find several homes over the years. And at number 9, we have Paradise Mantle. This is a 0 mana artifact equipment. It has the ability where the equipped creature can be tapped to add 1 mana of any color, and you can equip it for 1 mana. Essentially, this turns any creature into a Birds of Paradise, hence the name. Initially, you may think this card is a bit weak. After all, why would you bother casting Mantle, cast a creature, and then pay mana to attach the Mantle to try and ramp instead of just casting a mana dork, like Land of War Elves or Birds of Paradise, for the matter? Of course, not every deck will be in green, and sometimes non-green decks just really want some mana dorks, and some of these decks really like having artifacts or equipments around. The main home Paradise Mantle is found is the good old Hammer Time. This is a combo deck built around getting around Colossus Hammer's massive equip cost by cheating it onto creatures. To do this, they use cards like Sigarda's Aid and Pure Steel Paladin, which can let you equip cards for free under the right circumstances. Not having to pay the 1 mana to equip Mantle can let it go from a mana neutral card the turn you play it to a mana positive one. Normally, you'd have to cast it, pay 1 to equip it to a non-summon set creature, then tap the creature for 1. But if you skip having to pay 1 to equip, you can generate the mana without downside. It's especially powerful with Pure Steel Paladin, as Paladin draws you a card whenever you play an equipment. This means that Mantle can be mana positive and card neutral, something that can be said for very few cards, especially ones that cost no mana to start with. In fact, Mantle used to see play with Paladin as part of a much more inconsistent combo deck alongside much worse cards like Spider's Silk Net. Unfortunately, Mantle is still very reliant on other cards to be any good, which has prevented it from seeing too much play and as a result, stopped it from getting any higher up on this list. And at number 8, we have Zuran Orb. This is an artifact that, once again, costs 0 mana. It is the ability where you can sacrifice a land to gain 2 life. Sacrificing lands is a pretty huge cost, as it permanently lowers your mana production. However, this card was actually extremely playable for years in Standard, and has found some homes in older formats as well. In Standard, the card saw a ton of play, mostly in sideboards, without any real strings attached. If you were on a slower, more control-y deck, gaining a bit of life could give you the time you need to take over the game. Sure, sacrificing your lands was a huge cost, but if the difference between losing the game that turn or living, you'd sacrifice your lands. Orbs could also be used exactly as many times as you needed for any situation, while cards like Healing Salve, on top of not being particularly good, also only ever gained you 3 life, which isn't enough to keep you alive against a ton of aggro boards. Considering the relative lack of options for a lot of decks, Orb became an attractive option for a life gain spell. In older formats, Orb did just a bit more. The card saw play in Legacy for a lot longer than you might expect. Up until fairly recently, straightforward Burn was still a viable deck in Legacy. While there were very powerful combo decks available, Burn and Combo lost to very different cards, so it held a place in the metagame for a very long time. Once again, Orb saw play in the format as a way to beat aggro, specifically Burn. This was particularly good in Legacy lands, a deck that specialized in recycling their lands with life from the loam and replaying them quickly with exploration. Orb really shows off just how important efficiency is in a card. Despite having a huge downside and having a relatively weak effect, Orb costing no mana at all has meant it has still been the best card for the job on several occasions. And at number 7, we have Welding Jar. This is a free artifact with the ability where you can sacrifice it to regenerate target artifact. This means that the next time it would be destroyed this turn, you instead tap it, remove from combat, and remove all damage from it, which is only really relevant if it's an artifact creature. Regeneration is a keyword that's been slightly less useful than it may seem, thanks in no small part to a ton of removal spells specifically preventing it from working. While this is a bit of an issue, it doesn't really matter for the applications of Welding Jar. Thanks to a few cards that synergize with artifacts, almost any 0 mana artifact could see play as long as it has an even somewhat useful ability. The previously mentioned Urza Lord High Artificer obviously works extremely well with 0 mana artifacts in general, and Welding Jar was one of the better artifacts to play for the deck. For 0 mana, you get an artifact you can tap for mana that can also protect powerful cards like Mystic Forge and force your opponent to remove them twice. It's also very strong in Hardened Scales decks. This is a deck built around artifact synergies, particularly abilities like Modular and especially Arcbound Ravager, which work really well with Hardened Scales. Scales lets you put an extra +1/+1 counter in your creature whenever you would get one, and this deck specializes in putting tons of counters everywhere extremely quickly. Jar is a 0 mana artifact you can sacrifice to your Ravager to try to push for lethal or to protect an important threat in a pinch, all for the low investment of nothing at all. Jar may not be the card that wins the game, but the extra protection and consistency shouldn't be underestimated. And at number 6, we have Ornithopter. This is a 0/2 artifact creature with flying that you can cast for no mana. On its own, the card does literally nothing. It can't deal damage, and while it can block, it's not a good blocker. It will usually just die in most combats to whatever it's blocking, making it far worse than walls that cost mana. The great thing about costing no mana to cast is that the card doesn't have to do all that much on your own as long as your deck has plenty of ways to take advantage of the card. Ornithopter, being an artifact, works with a ton of artifact-based decks. However, for the most part, it sees play in different broken artifact-based decks than the ones we've mentioned so far. It's most commonly used in straightforward Affinity decks, the ones that actually use the Affinity mechanic. This is an ability that makes your spells cost 1 less to cast for each artifact you control. Ornithopter not only gives you a free discount for your spells, it also is a great place to put your cranial plating, which gives a creature +1/+0 for each artifact you control. This lets Ornithopter go from being a useless toy to something more like a war machine, taking out huge chunks of your life out of nowhere. On the topic of absurd equipment, it's also one of the more popular targets for Colossus Hammer in Hammer Time. It even lets you go for somewhat inconsistent but terrifying turn 2 kills in a deck with 2 copies of Hammer and Seaguard as aid. While we're here, we should go ahead and give a quick shout out to basically every other 0 mana creature. From Memnite to Shield Sphere to Phyrexian Walker, decks have found ways to abuse basically every one of these cards at some point as part of a combo deck. Memnite and Ornithopter are the most popular thanks to having 1 power and flying respectively. But being a free creature has proven to be abusable no matter the stat line or abilities. And at number 5, we have Summoner's Pact. This is a green instant that's completely free, and the effect where you search your library for a green creature card, reveal it, and put it into your hand, then shuffle. Also, during your next upkeep, you lose the game unless you pay 2 and 2 green. Tutors are always good, and getting 1 for free is amazing. Of course, like most contracts, you do need to read the fine print. Paying 4 mana or losing the game on your following turn means that casting Pact on turn 1 is inadvisable. At first glance, this card may look worse than similar searchers like Eladrami's Call, especially with it being restricted to only 1 color of creature. This is true for the average deck, but some decks really need to be able to find a specific creature and want it without any sort of mana investment. The main deck that fits this bill are combo decks, most commonly Amulet Titan. This is a deck that tries to get Primeval Titan out as soon as possible and kill the opponent with a variety of powerful lands. Titan is incredibly important to the deck, and Amulet Titan wants to win as fast as it can, so Summoner's Pact fits the bill perfectly. Prime Time itself is a particular note of the deck, as it ramps 2 lands out of your deck when it enters the battlefield or attacks. Since the deck usually tries to swing with Primeval Titan the turn it plays it with the help of cards like Handwear Battlements, Primeval Titan will completely pay you back for all the mana you spend on Pact next turn with the 4 lands it gets. This means that in this deck, Summoner's Pact is basically just 4 extra copies of one of your most important combo pieces. Amulet Titan is the card's main home, but it has seen play in other decks as well. Back when Neo Brand was a deck before Simian Spirit Guide got banned, Pact was useful as a way to tutor for important cards. This deck would instantly win if the combo went off, so it didn't really matter that it could never pay for the Pact next turn. Summoner's Pact is pretty much the go-to card for busted green combo decks, and that's not going to change anytime soon. And at number 4, we have Tormod's Crypt. This is an artifact that's completely free that lets you tap and sacrifice it to exile target player's graveyard. Graveyard decks are very common in a variety of formats, and most decks will be interested in cards to answer these strategies, at least in the sideboard. There are various factors that make different graveyard hate cards attractive for different decks, but costing no mana is hard to beat. Crypt completely exiling your opponent's graveyard is more than enough to completely shut off a big play from a graveyard deck. Living End and Reanimate can't bring back creatures that aren't there after all. This has led Crypt to being one of the most common sideboard cards in the game. While this is true, it does have stiff competition. Rest in Peace not only exiles the graveyard when it enters the field, it stops cards from ever going to the graveyard at all. This means that powerful death triggers won't even be able to trigger, let alone get brought back with another card. Leyline of the Void also stops cards from entering your opponent's graveyard and costs no mana to play if you have it in your opening hand. Of course, these cards also have their own downsides. Rest in Peace costs mana and is symmetrical, so it shuts off your own graveyard as well. Leyline of the Void is also pretty much awful if you don't open it thanks to costing 4 mana when not cheated out. Crypt also has additional synergies in its favor, like being able to be grabbed off of cards like Karn the Great Creator. This leaves Crypt in a weird position as it's not exactly the best at what it does, but certainly isn't outclassed by any other cards either. And at number 3, we have Pact and Negation. This is a blue instant that's entirely free. It has the effect to counter target spell, but you have to pay 3 and 2 blue during your next upkeep or you lose the game. Similar to Summoner's Pact, this is a card that's free to cast, but has a huge tax on a later turn that you have to pay. Unlike Summoners, there's not another card you'll be finding that will get around this major weakness like Primeval Titan did. While this may make it seem like Pact of Negation would have a harder time seeing play as a result, countering a spell is an effect that a lot of decks are interested in playing. Luckily for them, a Pact of Negation is free forever if there isn't a next turn's upkeep to go to. As long as you're able to win the game on the turn that you use Pact of Negation, the card has basically no downside. As a result, combo decks have flocked to the card as a way to insulate their plays from their opponent's spells. Now, this may seem like a huge weakness, as if you use Pact of Negation and don't manage to win and you don't have the mana to pay for the Pact, then your opponent can simply pass turn and let you lose to your own card. This would theoretically come up a lot in formats like Modern and Legacy as well, as 5 mana is so much that the vast majority of decks won't be able to pay off the loan before even the slowest decks in the format have found lethal. However, combo decks in Magic are typically very all in. You have to use so many resources on your combo that if it doesn't work, you'll be so far behind that you'll lose anyway. The number of games where you go for combo, it gets stopped, and then you still manage to claw your way back and win is very low. Overall, it's better to put everything into trying to win the game with your combo than it is to hedge your bets and try to make failing the combo less painful. Importantly, this means that Pact of Negation doesn't really need to be played in a blue deck, as you're never planning on paying for the Pact anyway. Combo decks of any color can use Pact, making it one of the few counterspell options for decks not in blue. Essentially, every combo deck has played Pact at some point depending on the metagame. Stopping an opponent's force of will from hitting your most important spell is simply too valuable in these decks. And at number 2, we have Mishra's Bauble. This is another 0 mana artifact. It has the ability where you can tap and sacrifice to look at the top card of target player's library. You also draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. Bauble is yet another card that doesn't do a lot on its own, but can be used with other cards to great effect. There are a ton of ways that players have scrounged bits of extra value out of Bauble. The first partner Bauble found was an old classic, Tarmogoyf. This 2-mana creature gets bigger for each card in either graveyard with a unique type. It was a stellar threat for most of Magic's lifespan, and Bauble allowed you to put a specific artifact into your graveyard for no mana and without losing a card permanently. This made Bauble a fine partner for the card, fine being the operative word. For most of the card's relatively long time in the game, Bauble didn't see much fanfare. That all changed with Shadows over Innistrad, where they released the Delirium mechanic. This is a mechanic that gave you a bonus if you have 4 or more card types amongst the cards in your graveyard. This meant that Bauble putting an artifact into your graveyard went from being helpful to being a premium. Suddenly, Bauble was everywhere. It was the go-to artifact for any deck that wanted to turn on its Delirium cards. Even better for Bauble, Delirium has gotten more cards over time, if anything. The cards Unholy Heat and Dragon's Rage Channeler were printed in Modern Horizons 2 and were incredibly powerful. At this point, both cards are basically staples in red decks. This isn't even getting into when Loris of the Dream Den was legal for formats and how disgusting the card was with it. Mishra's Bauble is an incredibly powerful card, but it can't really hold a candle to the number 1 card on this list. And at number 1, we have Black Lotus. and the original 5 Moxen, and a lot of other cards. I'll explain in a second. Black Lotus is an artifact that's free and allows you to tap it and sacrifice it to add 3 mana of any one color. The Moxen are all artifacts that you can tap for 1 mana of their respective colors. All 6 of these cards are members of the Power 9, and are some of the most game-warping cards Magic has ever seen. There was no reason not to play these cards. The Moxen were essentially just better lands because they added the same amount of mana without taking up your land drop. Black Lotus was technically card disadvantage, but considering you could be using the mana to cast Ancestral Recall and have mana left over to refill your hand with Time Twister, that really didn't matter. The Moxen and Lotus were some of the most game-warping cards Wizards has ever printed, and they're either banned or restricted to 1 in every single format. However, they're also cards that we've talked about ad nauseum on this channel, to the point that most of the viewers probably feel like the mage depicted in ad nauseum hearing about these cards again. Normally, in a situation like this, we would leave the cards off the list to make the video more interesting and just mention them afterwards. But that's not really something we can do here. You see, Lotus and the Moxen aren't just broken, they're iconic. So Wizards has gone and printed new versions of these cards to the point that even if we ignored the originals, most of this list would be 0 mana artifacts that add mana. So what we're going to do is put every single one of these cards all at number 1 and see how much Wizards has had to nerf Lotus and the Moxen before they were fair. The next 0 mana artifact that made mana was Mana Crypt, which is less of a fixed version and more of just another equally powerful piece of fast mana. This artifact can be tapped for 2 colorless mana, but during your upkeep you flip a coin. If you lose the flip, you take 3 damage. Oh, the horror. This was printed only a year after the original cycle, so Wizards didn't have much time to ruminate on their mistakes yet. Taking 3 damage every other turn on average did nothing to slow how broken the card was, so Crypt was clearly too good. Honestly, it feels like they didn't even try to make this one fair. Their next attempt to fix the cards was Lion's Eye Diamond, a version of Lotus that required you to discard your hand and sacrifice the diamond to add 3 mana of any one color. But you could only do this as an instant. Diamond is a card with a very storied history. The restriction to only activate as an instant is the result of very old rules change that would have led the original to be far too close to the actual Lotus. Unfortunately, this was basically just a light slap on the wrist. Over time, Diamond has gotten more and more powerful, to the point where it's really not that much worse than the original Lotus. Tons of combo decks in Legacy use Diamond to kill their opponent. A famous example is Bomberman, which can recur the card infinitely with Auroch Salvagers to win the game. So it was still far too strong. The next fixed version of the card was Lotus Petal. This is a version of Lotus that only adds 1 mana instead of 3. Petal has been used for years in various formats to enable combos. Literally 1/3 of the effect of the original Lotus is still strong enough that it had to be restricted in Vintage, the most powerful format in the game. The next time they tried to fix these cards, and I hope by now you're starting to get a sense of just how many of these cards there are, was Mox Diamond. This is a Mox that could tap for any color mana, but required you to discard a land card or you sacrifice it when you play Diamond. This card is, once again, still very strong. Decks such as Legacy Lands and various Stacks decks have used the card to get ahead on mana for decades. Crow Mox is a nerfed version of Mox Diamond, requiring you to exile a spell from your hand, and you can only tap for mana of the same color as what you exiled. So you have to get rid of a real card, and it puts it into exile, so it's harder to get back. Despite these massive restrictions, Crow Mox is still good enough that it's banned in Modern. The 6th attempt at fixing these cards was Mox Opal, which can be tapped for 1 mana of any color, but only if you have 3 artifacts in play and is legendary, meaning you can only control 1 copy at once, which heavily restricts where the card can see play. Opal got banned in Modern because it was too abusable. Finally, we have Mox Amber, the most restrictive version of this effect we've ever seen. This version can only be tapped to add 1 mana of a color from amongst the legendary creatures or planeswalkers you control, and is itself a legendary. This means you have to have already cast a spell, and a very specific spell, to get any use out of the card, unlike essentially every other version of Lotus or Moxen. There are no 1 mana planeswalkers, and the cheapest being 2 mana, and most 1 mana legendary creatures simply aren't that impressive. As a result, the card really can't be used for massive turn 1 plays, which is by far the most common way any of these cards has been used. Despite these massive downsides, Mox Amber is still good. It's not broken, but it's still used as a powerful combo piece. In Standard, the card is looped with Kethis, the Hidden Hand, to make enough mana to combo your opponent to death. In Modern, players have done this same thing even more efficiently with Underworld Breach. We really need to take a second to put things into perspective. Needing a legendary card in play is enough to make most cards unplayable. All of the legendary sorcerers from this same set as Amber were incredibly powerful cards with the same restrictions, and were completely unplayable because they were almost impossible to cast. These cards had really strong effects with their mana cost. Urza's Ruinous Blast was essentially a one-sided Wrath of God, which normally goes for 9 mana. Karn's Temporal Sundering was an extra turn spell that also bounced a card for 6 mana, which would have been insane in normal circumstances. Yawgmoth's Vile Offering was basically just a better The Eldest Reborn, a card that saw a ton of play in the same standard. Despite how strong these cards were, needing a legend in play to cast them made them basically useless. Despite having the same massive weakness, Amber being 0 mana makes it so abusable and easy to use that it's still been a part of multiple powerful combo decks. The number 1 spot on this list goes to the mere idea of 0 mana cards that make mana, because every single one of these cards that has ever been printed has seen play, and most of them have been straight up broken. Even Jeweled Lotus, which is only usable in Commander, is really good in CEDH decks in that format. Lotus and the Moxen, along with their many quote-unquote fixed versions, are by far the strongest cards that cost exactly 0 mana, and it's not even close. A lot of the time, cards aren't all that great by themselves. It often takes a specific combination of cards to make a truly broken strategy. It can often take years for a card to find their partners to allow them to become really broken. But people will often have their eyes on cards for quite a while before it gets that support. Today, we're going to go over a bunch of cards that, in the right circumstances, could be incredibly powerful. Starting us off at number 10, we have Rona, Herald of Invasion. This is a 1/3 legendary human wizard with a mana cost of 1 and 1 blue. It is the abilities where, whenever you cast a legendary spell, you untap Rona and then you can tap Rona to draw a card and then discard a card. It also has the ability where you can pay 5 and 1 Phyrexian black, which can be paid with black mana or 2 life, to transform Rona into Rona Tolarian Obliterator. This is a 5/5 Phyrexian wizard with trample, meaning it can deal excess combat damage to the defending player. It is the ability where, whenever a source deals damage to Rona, its controller exiles a card from their hand at random. If it's a land, you put it onto the battlefield. Otherwise, you can cast that card for free. Now, the important part of this card is actually just the front side. This type of looter effect is great for your deck's consistency. Being able to use this effect multiple times in a single turn makes it incredible just ripping through your deck. What makes it so interesting and potentially really broken is the fact that cards like Mox Amber exist. Amber is a 0 mana legendary artifact that can be tapped to add 1 mana of any color amongst the colors in your legendary creatures and planeswalkers. So while you have a Rona out, this is just a Mox Sapphire with an upside, as it also lets you untap your Rona to dig further into your deck. So with Rona and Amber, you can rip through a ton of your deck, make extra mana, and potentially go off and win the game. Currently, there's not really a payoff for this kind of strategy. Kethis, the Hidden Hand, used to be used to loop Amber out of your graveyard to make tons of mana, and Rona would be amazing in that deck if Kethis weren't banned. If another card comes out, preferably another legendary creature, that allows you to loop cards out of your graveyard in a similar way to Kethis, this deck would almost certainly have legs in Pioneer. And Rona would be a great consistency boost for that deck. Now, why is this only at number 10? Well, Rona has already had some success in legendary-centric aggro decks in Standard. So it's not so much a card that might end up broken in the future, but rather a card that may be broken in a new way later on. And at number 9, we have Drannith Magistrate. This is a 1/3 human wizard with a mana cost of 1 and 1 white. It is an ability where your opponent can't cast spells from anywhere other than their hand. Magistrate has already seen some competitive play in sideboards to stop very specific strategies from going off, but the card isn't quite good enough for main board play. It's just not guaranteed that your opponent is going to be trying to cast spells from weird places. However, there are a few cards that make this ability a lot stronger. Cards like Urabrask Heretic Praetor make it so that whenever an opponent would draw a card for the first time on each of their turns, they instead exile the top card of their library, and they can play that card this turn. Now, if you have both Magistrate and Urabrask out at the same time, your opponent will be forced to skip their draw and then won't be able to play any of the cards they exiled, making this an effective lockout of your opponent drawing any more cards. There are a few cards that can do this in the game, but they all have an issue. They're kind of bad. Urabrask is just a bit too expensive for what it does, and it's one of the cheapest versions of this effect. There are a few other cards that synergize with Magistrate, like Elite Spellbinder, which makes playing Magistrate a more attractive proposition. With just a few more cards that work with Magistrate, it could start to see playing Death and Taxes style aggro decks not just as a sideboard card, but as a powerful lock piece. And at number 8, we have Dire Graph Rebirth. This is a sorcery that costs 3, 1 black, and 1 green. It is an ability where it costs 1 less for each creature that died this turn, and the effect where you return target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield. It also has flashback for 5, 1 black, and 1 green. This allows you to cast it from your graveyard for its flashback cost, but you have to exile it afterwards. Reanimating creatures is a very powerful effect, and there are tons of great targets for Rebirth. The best one currently in Pioneer is Atraxa Grand Unifier. This is a 7/7 with 4 powerful keywords in the ability where, when it hits the field, you look at the top 10 cards in your library and then choose up to one of each card type among them to put them all into your hand. Then you ship the rest to the bottom of your deck. Atraxa is pretty crazy, so getting her out early will win you a lot of games. We already talked about a couple of creatures that mill you, so putting Atraxa in your graveyard isn't all that difficult. There are a few good ways to decrease your cost of rebirth in a pinch as well. Cards like Nantuko Husk allow you to sacrifice your creatures for free. All you really need to do to make a fast Atraxa of this strategy is sack a couple of creatures on turn 4 and cast a rebirth of 3 or so mana. Being able to cast it from your graveyard gives the deck much better long game as well, letting it play as a more versatile mid-range combo deck rather than just an all-in combo. Now, the main thing holding the card back is really the fact that there are other decks that do what it does, but faster, namely Greasefang Okuba Boss. This is a 4/3 for 3 that reanimates a vehicle at the beginning of your combat on your turn, gives it haste, and then bounces it to your hand at the end step. The best partner for this card is Parhelion 2, a 5/5 vehicle with a crew 4 that makes 2 4/4 angels with vigilance and flying that are attacking whenever it attacks. To crew a vehicle, all you need to do is tap creatures you control with a power equal to or greater than its crew cost, meaning Greasefang can put Parhelion into play, give it haste, and crew it all by herself. While this is less value than rebirthing in Atraxa, the damage it puts on board is so overwhelming it will end most games right there. The existence of another graveyard-focused deck makes the meta less welcoming to any sort of rebirth deck, since people will even be more focused on playing lots of graveyard hate than normal. The fact that there's a slightly more consistent version of the deck running around makes playing any rebirth deck a pretty risky proposition. That's not the end of the line for Rebirth, however, as good creatures are far more common than good vehicles. Rebirth will likely age a lot better than Greasefang has, so as more powerful creatures get printed and you have a better toolbox to choose from, the deck will only get better. And at number 7, we have Reconstruct History. This is a sorcery with a mana cost of 2, 1 red, and 1 white. It is the effect where you return up to 1 target artifact, up to 1 target enchantment, up to 1 target instant, up to 1 target sorcery, and up to 1 target planeswalker card from your graveyard to your hand. Then you exile Reconstruct History. So a card that can be a 5 for 1 is obviously a pretty tantalizing prospect. The issue is having a deck with this many different types of cards in your graveyard. You're also not likely to play it with any self-mill strategy, since all you get from Reconstruct is a lot of card advantage. It's not really worth hurting the card quality of your deck for a mere card advantage, which is why most self-mill strategy payoffs have cards that do something a bit unfair. While there isn't a home for it right now, it's not that unlikely that there will be someday. Any red-white mid-range deck that needs some extra card advantage will at least be looking over the card, especially since there are already so many great targets for most of its abilities. Fable the Mirrorbreaker is one of the best cards in Pioneer, and it was terrorizing Standard right up until it was recently banned on top of seeing some play in other formats. There are tons of powerful artifact creatures like Hangerback Walker that a mid-range deck might be interested in, and there are tons of great planeswalkers in red and white, such as the Wandering Emperor and Chandra, Torch of Defiance. Instants and sorceries are the easiest types of cards to put into your graveyard, so getting those back is a foregone conclusion. Currently, the best mid-range deck in Pioneer is Black-Red, but the meta can always change. If a red-white based mid-range deck ever does come to prominence, Reconstruct is a great candidate for a 1 or 2 of to help in long games, and it'll probably end up being pretty backbreaking into those matchups that it's good in. And at number 6, we have Kaikar Wind's Fury. This is a 3/3 legendary bird wizard with a mana cost of 1, 1 blue, 1 red, and 1 white. It has flying and the abilities where, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you create a 1/1 white spirit creature token with flying. It also has the ability where you can sacrifice a spirit to add 1 red mana. This card has several very strong abilities. The ability to sacrifice a creature to create mana has proven itself to be incredibly strong on cards like Skirk Prospector, as it has the ability to make 1/1 tokens when you cast spells on cards like Young Pyromancer. Putting both of these abilities into the same card only makes them more powerful. Not only can you cast spells to amass a ton of value by making creatures, being able to trade those in for mana whenever you need them allows you to be incredibly flexible with your plays. Any non-creature spell you cast will generate a ton of additional value, and that you can make sure you use it however is most pertinent at any given moment. Despite all this power, Kaikar hasn't ever really seen any play. The thing is, 4 mana is a lot to pay for a card, and a 4 mana card that doesn't immediately do something is pretty high risk. All the value the card gives you doesn't matter if it's just removed before you untap. Still, the dies to removal argument has never completely stumped a card from seeing play. If a shell that wanted both mana and token generation came around, Kaikar would be the only card able to fill both of those roles simultaneously. Having such a unique combination of abilities means that Kaikar is far more likely to have a resurgence down the line than a lot of the other cards that are similarly powerful. And at number 5, we have Chandra's Incinerator. This is a 6/6 elemental with a mana cost of 5 and 1 red. It has abilities where it costs X less to cast, where X is the amount of non-combat damage dealt to your opponent this turn. It has trample, and whenever a source you control deals non-combat damage to an opponent, Incinerator deals that much damage to target planeswalker or creature that player controls. Incinerator is a very powerful card whenever it actually works. It can be very inconsistent, as you need to draw a couple of cheap, effective burn spells alongside it to be able to actually cast it. There are a few formats where this is possible, but Incinerator isn't good enough there. It has been tried out in burn decks in Modern, and while it does make those decks more powerful, it also makes them a lot less consistent. Getting a 6/6 trample that also cleans up your opponent's board is extremely powerful. But it's an awful top deck in the late game and requires you to have just a few too many specific cards at the right time to get in play. You could try to make Incinerator more consistent in these decks, but doing so would slow them down too much. Modern is a really powerful format, and decks will just roll you over if you give them too much time to get off the floor. However, in a weaker format, this card could work a lot better. The issue there is that there aren't quite enough good burn spells to enable Incinerator. The best burn spells available in Pioneer are Boros Charm and Skewer the Critics, and Skewer needs you to deal damage to your opponent with another card before you can use it to decrease Incinerator's cost. If a few more good burn spells were printed in something like Pioneer or Historic, Incinerator could see some real play as a finisher for a burn deck. And at number 4, we have Acerak the Archlich. This is a 5/5 legendary zombie wizard with a mana cost of 2 and 1 black. It has abilities where, whenever it enters the battlefield, if you haven't completed the Tomb of Annihilation, you bounce it back to your hand and venture into the dungeon. It also has the ability where, whenever it attacks, for each opponent you make a 2/2 black zombie creature token unless that player sacrifices a creature. The first ability is the only one that really matters here. To understand this card, we need to talk about dungeons. There are 3 dungeons in Magic: Tomb of Annihilation, Lost Mines of Pandelver, and the Dungeon of the Mad Mage. Whenever you venture into the dungeon, if you're not in one of those dungeons, you choose whichever one you want to enter and start in the first room, triggering that effect. Each time you venture into a dungeon from then on, you go into the next room and get that effect until you complete the dungeon and go back to square one. The idea behind Acerak is that it's a very overpowered creature for its cost, but requires you to do a little side quest before it can work, specifically going through the shortest of the 3 dungeons. Of course, as soon as people saw the card, they realized that they could simply not go into the Tomb of Annihilation, and instead just use Acerak as a 3-mana creature that would bounce itself to your hand infinitely, something that no other card does. If you do manage to recast Acerak an infinite number of times, this will just win you the game, since one of the rooms in the Lost Mine, the Dark Pool, has the effect to drain 1 life from your opponent. People immediately recognize this as the best thing to do with Aluren. Aluren is a very broken card that lets both players cast creatures that cost 3 or less for free and at instant speed, which has led to multiple combos over the years. However, these combos usually require multiple cards, whereas Aluren and Acerak just wins right there. Unfortunately, Aluren is only legal in Legacy, and Legacy is such a broken format that it isn't good enough there. That hasn't stopped people from trying to break Acerak in other formats though. All you need to do is just find some way to get 3 mana each time you cast Acerak to reduce its cost to get a bit less mana, and there are more ways to make this work than you might think. Cards like Relic of Legends and Gwenna, Eyes of Gia can both be tapped for mana and can untap themselves when you cast an Acerak, letting you loop it over and over if you have both of them on the field. While this isn't good enough for any format right now, as more and more cards like this get printed, the deck will only get more consistent and powerful. Eventually, someone will probably find a way to loop Acerak in a weaker format than Legacy's that's fast and consistent enough to be a real deck. And at number 3, we have Prime Speaker Vannifar. This is a 2/4 Elf Ooze Wizard with a mana cost of 2, 1 green and 1 blue. It is an ability where you can tap it and sacrifice another creature to search your library for another creature card with a mana value of 1 plus the sacrifice creature's mana value, put it into the battlefield, and then shuffle. As soon as this card was announced, people were excited for it. This is essentially a creature version of Birthing Pod, a card that was banned in the Modern format, and while Vannifar has a few downsides, the effect is still very powerful. The main difference between the 2 cards and the thing holding Vannifar back is that it has Summoning Sickness. Having to wait an extra turn was more than enough to stop the card from breaking into Modern, but there are still a few formats where brewing with the card might prove fruitful. The main suspects would be Pioneer and Explorer/Historic, as these are the only formats where she's not outclassed by Birthing Pod existing. There are a few ways that people have found to make untapping with Vannifar enough to win the game. Corridor Monitor is a 2-mana creature that untaps a creature when it enters the battlefield. There are a few cards such as Renegade Rallier and Extraction Specialist that can return to the battlefield whenever they enter the field. Since they both cost 3 mana, you can sack Corridor Monitor to Vannifar to find one of these creatures, get the monitor back, untap Vannifar, and repeat the process. Each loop nets you another one of your 3-drop creatures. All you have to do is just find some sort of haste enabler, and you can kill your opponent right there. The issue with this combo is that it requires running a lot of these cards in your deck in order to pull it off, restricting the total deck space of the combo. It's also a graveyard combo, and most forms of graveyard hate will stop you right in your tracks. Birthing Pod had a lot more versatility back in the days when it was good in Modern, able to simply find 2-card infinites or more powerful value-based creatures to stall for time. Vannifar is the kind of card that will most likely get better as these formats grow, giving it more combos to try and put together and more value targets to tutor up for certain matchups. If a more succinct, tight creature-based combo is printed into one of these formats, Vannifar will likely prove a powerful consistency enabler for these decks. And at number 2, we have Sundial of the Infinite. This is an artifact with a mana cost of 2. It is the ability where you can pay 1 and tap it to end the turn, but you can only activate this ability during your own turn. Ending the turn is one of the most powerful effects in all of Magic. When you end the turn, all spells and abilities on the stack just stop. If it's during combat, combat just won't happen. Even better, things that would trigger at the beginning of the end step can't trigger because the turn simply ends immediately. Limiting you to only doing this on your turn does hurt the card a lot, but there are a ton of ways to make use of the effect. For example, one of the best cards to use alongside Sundial of the Infinite is a card like Final Fortune. This card gives you an extra turn for only 2 mana, but you lose the game at the beginning of that turn's end step. However, if you end the turn with the ability to kill you on the stack using Sundial, you'll live since the ability didn't resolve. There are a total of 3 separate cards with this effect at 2 mana, Final Fortune, Last Chance, and Warrior's Oath. However, all of these cards are only legal in formats like Legacy, Vintage, and Commander, very powerful formats where this type of combo isn't quite good enough. In Modern, you'd use Sundial alongside Alchemist's Gambit, a version of Final Fortune that costs 3 mana, and Glorious End, a 3-mana instant that ends the turn but kills you at the end of your next turn. The 1 extra mana here is also enough to slow it down enough for Modern, and Sundial isn't legal in Pioneer. If Final Fortune gets a reprint in Modern, people will immediately begin testing to see how good Sundial is. It's worth mentioning that this is only the most extreme use of Sundial. There are tons of other ways to abuse ending your turn early. For example, you can draw 3 cards off of Ideas Unbound, and then skip having to discard the 3 cards at the end of your turn. There's no telling what kind of card could get printed that Sundial could be used to break in the future. And at number 1, we have Defiler of Instinct. This is a 4/4 Phyrexian Kavu with a mana cost of 2 and 2 red. It has First Strike, meaning it deals combat damage before creatures without First Strike. It is the ability where you can pay 2 life as an additional cost to cast red permanent spells, and those spells cost 1 red less to cast if you pay life this way. This effect only reduces the colored mana of a card's cost. Its last ability lets you deal 1 damage to any target anytime you cast a red permanent spell. Defiler of Instinct is here representing the entire Defiler cycle. A group of cards that allow you to pay life to reduce the colored cost of permanent spells of their color, and give you a payoff whenever you cast a permanent spell of that color. The entire cycle is very interesting, as reducing the cost of your spells like this is an extremely powerful effect. This is all on top of the fact that the triggers they give you are also just really powerful in and of themselves. These cards do have a few limiting factors on them already. You can only reduce the cost of a spell by 1, and paying life does mean using them to storm off isn't really viable without some way to gain life back. Even with these restrictions, it's very possible the deck will find a way around this at some point. For example, if you have an Augur of Autumn to let you cast creatures from the top of your deck alongside a couple of cards like Impassioned Orator that gain you life when a creature enters a battlefield under your control, you can just cast a ton of spells from the top of your library. You could even skip the Augur if you're combining this with the Defiler of Dreams, and a lot of 1 blue creatures, since Dreams draws you a card when you cast a blue spell. Now, these cards aren't likely to ever actually be used as an all-in combo strategy, as there are just a few too many hoops to jump through. However, a lot of the cards you'd want to play to enable them are already really good cards. Augur of Autumn is just a really powerful card advantage engine, and the Defilers do a lot of powerful things all on their own. Pinging something with Instinct whenever you cast a red spell is great. Pumping your whole board with Vigor can end a game fast, and do I really need to explain why drawing cards off of Dreams is so good? Even if you can only cast 2 or 3 cards in a row with them, the value that gives you can be completely insurmountable. The cards are mostly just waiting for a deck that's fine with running a lot of permanent spells that cost exactly 1 of their respective color, so you can free cast them all. Once that shell comes around, the Defiler of that color will almost certainly start seeing play to give the deck some truly unfair turns. Bannings are an inevitable part of any trading card game, no matter how much a company tries to avoid them. Sometimes cards are printed that are just a little bit too much for format for one reason or another. What cards should or shouldn't be banned are a constant topic of discussion in the community, and today we're going to go over a few of the suspects and talk about why they might end up getting hit by the ban hammer sooner rather than later. Starting us off at number 10, we have the One Ring. This is a legendary artifact with a mana cost of 4. It has indestructible, meaning it can't be destroyed by effects. When it enters the battlefield, if it was cast, you gain protection from everything until your next turn. This means you can't be targeted, enchanted, or dealt damage by anything. At the beginning of your upkeep, you lose life equal to the number of burden counters in the One Ring, and you can tap it to put a burden counter on it, and then draw a card for each burden counter on it. This is from the newest set released at the time of writing, Lord of the Rings, Tales of Middle-earth. Whenever a new set comes out, there's usually a lot of hubbub around how broken all the new cards are and how they're going to ruin everything, and then it immediately becomes clear that everyone was exaggerating. However, when the One Ring released and people were able to put into the decks and experiment in a variety of formats, they immediately realized that it was a legitimately powerful card. The One Ring's ability to stop you from taking any damage at all until your next turn is a lot stronger than it may look at first, and the card draw mostly speaks for itself. The only real concern with the One Ring is if you'll actually be able to cast it at a reasonable time in a game, as you do have to have it in play for a couple of turns to really get much value off of the card. However, players have found multiple ways to get around this. The most obvious is to simply produce more mana, which is why the card has started to see play in decks like Urzatron in Modern. A deck whose claim to fame is being able to produce 7 mana on turn 3. Additionally, it also sees playing Amulet Titan, a deck built around making as much mana as you can with Amulet of Vigor and bounce lands. However, even without being able to produce extra mana, if you're able to make the game go long, the One Ring is still a very powerful option. It's also seen play in various decks in Legacy. In fact, it's kind of hard to find a deck the card hasn't been at least tried at this point, with basically just a few combo and aggro decks that could never make the card work skipping over it. This is, without a doubt, a bit of a new toy syndrome. When new things come out, there's a rush to see how they can best be used. But in this case, the card has already put up some results already. Considering how difficult the card is to interact with thanks to both having built-in protection and protecting you, on top of how much card advantage the card can generate, it can be very difficult to play around the card. There's very little counterplay to the One Ring, and if it keeps seeing as much play as it is right now, and that's a very big if, to be clear, but if it does, it may need a ban simply for the sake of format diversity. Now, it's certainly far too early to make any definite statements yet, but considering how topical the card is, it's worth bringing the card up, if only at the lowest spot on this list. And at number 9, we have Violent Outburst. This is an instant with a mana cost of 1, 1 red, and 1 green, and has the effect where creatures you control get +1/+0 until the end of turn, but the part of the card that matters is the Cascade ability. This is a triggered ability where, whenever you cast a spell, you exile cards from top of your library until you exile a non-land card that costs less than this card. You put all the other cards in the bottom of your library in a random order, then you cast that card you hit without paying its mana cost. Cascade is a very powerful ability, to the point that another Cascade card, Bloodbrain Elf, was banned in Modern for a long time just because of how much value the card could get you. This isn't how Cascade cards are used nowadays, however. You see, there are a ton of powerful applications of these kinds of Cascade cards. Currently, the cards are being used to hit Crashing Footfalls to make 2 4/4s with Trample. This is a sorcery with no mana cost, meaning you actually can't cast it from your hand. Normally, you're supposed to suspend the card and cast it that way, but if you reveal the card off your Cascade trigger, you can just cast it that way and get the 4/4s for 3 mana. In order to make this card work consistently, you simply need to not play any cards in your deck that cost less than 2 mana, which is a very big deck building cost, but it's proven to be worth it. This is a common theme amongst how Outburst has been used, usually being played in decks with only a couple of cards that you want to hit off of it for some sort of combo. This has actually gotten other cards banned. The card T-Bolt's Trickery counters a spell and then basically lets its controller cascade into another spell with a different name. So what the deck would do is cast an Outburst in a deck with the only viable target being Trickery. Trickery would counter the Outburst and then spin into another big bomb you wanted to cast, usually something like Emrakul the Eon's Torn because it's always Emrakul. It also saw play with another T-Bolt card, Valky, God of Lies / T-Bolt, Cosmic Imposter. This was thanks to how the old modal dual face cards rules worked. Valky was a 2-mana creature that you could cast off of Cascade, and since that was the front face of the card, it was what the Cascade checked. However, once it was time to actually cast the card, the way the rules of the time worked was that you got to choose whether to cast the front or back half of the card. This means you could cast a Cascade spell and cast T-Bolt, Cosmic Imposter, a 7-mana Planeswalker, for just 3 mana. Outburst has been used in all of these strategies, and the main reason why people use it instead of any of the other various 3-mana Cascade spells is specifically because it's an instant. To be more specific, it's the only 3-mana Cascade spell that's an instant. Banning Violent Outburst would do a ton to rein in any more combo decks like this that get printed into format, as being able to do these combos at instant speed is a huge part of what makes them so good. Now, Outburst isn't currently an issue. Footfalls is a good deck, but it's not broken. The main reason this card's on this list is that it's already proven itself as a card that's very easy to break, and very easy for wizards to accidentally break at some point in the future. It's a card that legitimately does limit future design space for cards, so it wouldn't be surprising at all to see the card banned at some point in the future. And at number 8, we have Murktide Regent. This is a 3/3 dragon with a mana cost of 5 and 2 blue. It has Delve, meaning you can exile cards from your graveyard to pay for the spell. Each card you exile paying for 1 generic mana. It has Flying, meaning it can't be blocked except by creatures with Flying or Reach. It enters the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on it for each instant or sorcery card you exile with it. Whenever an instant or sorcery card leaves your graveyard, you put a +1/+1 counter on it. This card started seeing a ton of play as soon as it was printed. Delve is a powerful keyword to the point that putting it on any spell will instantly make the card far more powerful. Murktide may say it costs 7 mana, but it actually only costs 2. It's very easy to get 5 or more cards into your graveyard in older formats. Murktide has basically been the premier threat for blue decks since its release, seeing play alongside a suite of other beaters in Modern and Legacy. In Modern, it sees play with Dragon Rage Channeler and Ledger Shredder and the Channeler and Delver of Secrets in Legacy, and both of these decks basically try to do the exact same thing. They're powerful tempo decks that play cheap, powerful threats and protect them with counter magic while removing your own threats. Both Murktide and Channeler were both printed in Modern Horizons 2, a set designed to inject powerful cards into the Modern format, and the printing of these cards made a Zet Tempo a deck in Modern overnight. The deck had always been viable in Legacy, where Delver was propped up by powerful counter magic like Force of Will and Daze. But without those cards in Modern, the deck had never been good enough. However, the extra power from Murktide Regent and Channeler instantly made the deck a mainstay in the format. Now, some would argue that Channeler is the bigger issue. The card has even been nerfed in Magic Arena, only becoming a 3-1 instead of a 3-3 like its paper counterpart. However, Murktide probably represents a larger issue overall, mostly due to its color. Blue isn't exactly famous for having the best beaters around. It's generally the color with the worst creatures in terms of stats. While blue decks can have nice, efficient creatures, they have to jump through hoops for them. Cards like Cryptic Serpent can be large threats, but require you to have a lot of instants and sorceries in your graveyard to be cast consistently. Murktide pushes this balance a bit too far, giving blue access to a 5-5 or 6-6 flyer without many questions that can get even bigger throughout the course of a game. Murktide has already shown itself to be a meta-warping card, and giving the one color most defined by its lack of efficient creatures one of the most efficient creature threats in the game can lead to a lot of issues with color balance in the future. And those two factors combined could easily push the card into problem territory. And at number 7, we have Unholy Heat. This is an instant with a mana cost of 1 red. It has the effect where it deals 2 damage to target creature or planeswalker. It also has Delirium, giving it a bonus effect if you have 4 or more card types amongst cards in your graveyard. In this case, it deals 6 damage to target creature or planeswalker instead. This is one of the most efficient removal spells currently available in the game, mostly due to just how easy it is to get Delirium online. Getting 4 card types in your graveyard is much easier than it sounds, largely due to how many cheap cards there are that put cards in your graveyard as part of their own effects. The combination of fetch lands, instants, and sorceries would naturally put themselves into the graveyard, and cards like Mishra's Bauble, which costs 0 mana, sacrifices itself as part of its own effect and draws a card, altogether allow you to have 4 different card types in your graveyard and pretty quickly, and without your opponent interacting with your board at all. The thing that makes the card ban-worthy is, similar to Murktide, how Unholy Heat bends the color pie a bit too much. Heat can basically answer any threat in the game that doesn't have Indestructible or some other protection ability. 6 damage is just so much that it's basically a hard removal spell, and this sort of gets around one of Red's major weaknesses as a color. Burn spells are supposed to let Red get access to efficient removal, burn only for cards within their burst range. Cards with high enough toughness have always been able to survive Red's burn effects, and in fact, formats are often defined by what threats can and can't survive Red's best burn spells. Having 4 toughness is a huge deal specifically because it means your creature survives Lightning Bolt, one of Red's best cards and one of the best cards in the game generally. Heat dealing 6 damage makes it able to clear basically any threat your opponent plays with very few exceptions. Even huge, expensive spells like Primeval Titan die to a single Heat. This means that Heat is, essentially, a hard removal spell for a color who's not supposed to have any, or at least any without some additional downsides. This has already been recognized as a problem by Wizards of the Coast to some degree, as on Arena, the card has been nerfed to only dealing 4 damage when the Delirium is up. The combination of this being just a bit too strong of a removal spell, alongside it being such a color pie bend, makes the card a lot more likely to be hit at some point in the future. And at number 6, we have Jegantha the Wellspring. This is a 5/5 elemental elk with a mana cost of 4 and 1 hybrid red-green mana. This can be paid with either red or green. It has the ability where you can tap to add 1 mana of each color, but you can only spend this mana to pay colored mana costs, so you can't pay the generic portion of a cost with this mana. And finally, the card has Companion. This means that if you meet the card's Companion requirement, you can reveal it from your sideboard at the start of the game. Then, at sorcery speed, you can pay 3 mana to put it from your sideboard into your hand. Jegantha's Companion requirement is that no card in your deck has a mana cost with more than 1 mana symbol of the same kind in its cost. So you can't play cards like Phyrexian Obliterator, but can play cards like Kiora's Follower. The Companions are some of the most heavily disliked cards Wizards has ever printed, and several Companions have already been banned in multiple formats. The most infamous is Loris of the Dream Den, a card that was so broken released before the errata to the entire Companion mechanic to nerf it, that it was banned in Vintage for power level reasons. Vintage's thing as a format is specifically that cards do not get banned, and instead get restricted to 1 copy. All this to say is that Companion is kind of an issue on its own, but why exactly? The main reason is that there just isn't a big enough cost to playing a Companion. Most of the time, decks will play Companions specifically because they don't have to change their deck much, if at all, to play them. At that point, it's basically a free 8th card in your opening hand every game that's just kind of really expensive. Giganta is one of the worst examples of this, as the card sees a lot of play in kind of random decks just because they happen to already meet the card's requirement. The card sees play in several formats across a wide variety of decks, such as Rakdos Sacrifice and Pioneer. It sees play in Urza Tron in Modern, since most of the cards they play are completely colorless anyway, and it sees play in various builds of decks like Domain Zoo in Modern. This is only a small snapshot of the decks Giganta sees play in. The main bannable offense here is just being unfair that certain decks start off with a massive advantage for essentially no reason. This is the main reason the community at large dislikes Companions so much. It leads to awful play patterns and homogenizes the format by literally forcing players to forego more creative deck building and just stick to cards that happen to work with their companion of choice. Giganta is the easiest companion to play, and is therefore the only one with the most eyes on it, but most players would be fine with just banning all of the companions at this point. 4 out of the 10 companions are banned in some format already, and when Mechanic has a ban rate of 40%, at some point you have to recognize the mechanic itself is the issue. And at number 5, we have Experimental Synthesizer. This is an artifact with a mana cost of 1 red. It is the abilities where, whenever it enters or leaves the battlefield, you exile the top card of your library. You can play that card until the end of turn. You can also pay 2 and 2 red to sacrifice it to make a 2/2 white samurai creature token with vigilance, meaning it doesn't have to tap to attack, but you can only activate this ability as sorcery. This card isn't quite good enough for most formats, but it's found a home in Pauper, a format comprising almost entirely of commons. In Pauper, cards are generally less powerful, and the format is more based on finding powerful interactions between cards rather than relying on the power of certain individual cards. Synthesizer has a ton of applications in the format, and a ton of cards that interact very favorably with Synthesizer. Various decks that combine Synthesizer with cards like Improvised Club and Goldal the Rebirth are instants for sorceries that can sacrifice a Synthesizer as a part of their cost. Club can deal 4 damage to anything, and Rebirth makes 3 1/1 tokens for a single mana, both of which are incredibly powerful effects for the mana cost. This is how the card has been used in mono red aggro decks, though the card has also seen play in other decks such as Boros Synthesizer, a deck built around the card. This deck uses Glinthawk and Core Skyfisher to bounce a Synthesizer back to your hand with their Enter the Battlefield triggers. Both of these cards are notably above rate for their mana cost in the format, and their Enter the Field triggers being a downside meant to balance them. Synthesizer turns this downside into a massive upside, so it's no wonder that it's proven to be a powerful strategy in the format. Synthesizer's power is a bit worrying, mostly because it's just a little too good at drawing you extra cards. There are other powerful draw spells in the format, but most of them aren't quite this efficient. Given how people are building their entire decks around this card, it's pretty obvious that it's quite a bit stronger than other draw spells in the format. The main problem with the card is that it might get to the point where it's just a bit too easy to proc. The main thing holding Synthesizer back is that you have to pay 3 whole mana to crack it and get the second card, so you need a second card to make it leave the field without paying the cost. The thing is, most of the cards it's being paired with were already incredibly powerful. Most of these cards were already seen play in format, and Synthesizer slotted in perfectly as a way to give these decks a much better draw engine. As more cards like this get printed, Synthesizer will only get easier and easier to use, to the point where it's not even a real deck building cost at all. If things keep going that way, a ban may be in order. And at number 4, we have Sheoldred the Apocalypse. This is a 4/5 legendary Phyrexian Praetor with a mana cost of 2 and 2 black. It has Death Touch, meaning any amount of damage it deals to a creature is enough to destroy it. It has the abilities where, whenever you draw a card, you gain 2 life, and whenever an opponent draws a card, they lose 2 life. Sheoldred has proven to be a menace in multiple formats, seeing play in every format all the way back to Legacy. A 4-mana card seen play in Legacy is a pretty good indication of just how powerful it is when it comes down. If you don't answer Sheoldred right away, it becomes very difficult to play around. Punishing you for drawing cards makes digging for answers very difficult, and the life gain makes trying to ignore it and end the game equally hard to pull off. This is a lot easier to deal with in more powerful formats, but in Pioneer, and more so than anything else standard, the card is backbreaking. Sheoldred is one of the most powerful threats for Black in Pioneer, seeing play in most fair decks at the top end threat. There, it's really powerful, but it's not quite problematic right now. However, in Standard, it's a different story. Sheoldred is seen play in several of the best decks in the format. The deck to beat right now is Black-Red Midrange, a deck that plays a bunch of powerful threats removal to overpower their opponent no matter what they're doing, and Sheoldred will usually end the game when it comes down. This is true in all of the decks it sees play in, like Dimir, Blue-Black, Midrange, or Esper, also known as a White-Blue-Black control. Sheoldred is one of the reasons why Black is considered one of the best colors currently in Standard. This is such an issue that several Black cards have already been banned from the Standard to rein the color in. The Meathook Massacre and Invoke Despair were both banned thanks to doing way too much to either let Black decks stabilize or giving them far too much value for just 5 mana respectively. Even with 2 of the color's best cards banned, Sheoldred has made Black debatably the best color in the format. Sheoldred still has some time left in Standard, and it may even prove itself to be too much for Pioneer in time. It's a lot more likely to get hit in Standard than it is anywhere else though. And at number 3, we have Karn the Great Creator. This is a planeswalker with a mana cost of 4 and a starting loyalty of 5. It has a static ability where the activated abilities of your opponent's artifacts can't be activated. You can +1 him to make up to one target artifact become an artifact creature with power and toughness equal to its mana value until your next turn. You can also -2 him to choose an artifact card you own in exile or in your sideboard and reveal it and put it into your hand. Karn is a very powerful card that does a lot of things for the decks it's in. The main draw of the card is its ability to pull cards out of your sideboard. This is an effect known as wishing, and it's proven to be very good in the right situations. The main use for the effect is creating a small toolbox of cards that you can grab whenever they'll be useful, without having to draw them in matchups where they're not as good. Karn is one of the reasons that the One Ring is seeing so much play actually. It allows you to find the One Ring exactly when its abilities are the most useful, and never have to risk drawing it in bad matchups for the card. On top of giving you this versatility, Karn breaks one of the biggest rules of the game. It gets cards back from exile. This is something that only 2 other cards in the entire game can even do, Rift Sweeper and Pull from Eternity. And neither of these cards put the unexiled card in a useful zone for you, only shuffling it back into the deck or dump it into the graveyard. Some people will try to, actually me here, but every other card that grabs cards from exiles has very specific conditions for what cards they can interact with. Cards like Runic Repetition can only specifically return cards with flashback to your hand, whereas Karn can grab literally any artifact. This means that exiling the cards Karn finds isn't the definite answer it usually is. This is even worse in the case of Karn because it means that they'll be more free to run one copy of each target they want to find and be assured that they'll be able to use them in each game. With other wish cards, exiling the card your opponent wishes for will usually prevent them from being able to use it again in that game, if they're only running a single copy of that card, which they usually will be. Karn gets around this weakness entirely. In fact, it actually synergizes with cards that exile themselves as part of their own abilities, like Stasis Coffin. This is only the tip of the iceberg with Karn. It also got the card Mycosynth Lattice banned in Modern. This card basically turns all permanents into artifacts, which means that with Karn's ability to lock down your opponent's activated abilities and their artifacts, stopping them from being able to tap land for mana. Currently, the place where Karn is most problematic is in Pioneer, where it sees play in mono green ramp decks. Karn allows the deck to find the best artifacts for whatever deck they're playing against, which with all their extra mana will usually be a very powerful card. We can go on for over an hour in regards to all the problems with Karn, but the combination of how powerful its first 2 abilities can be, alongside how versatile its -2 is, make it extremely problematic in any deck that can produce a good amount of mana. And at number 2, we have Fury. This is a 3/3 elemental incarnation with a mana cost of 3 and 2 red. It has double strike, meaning it deals first strike damage before all other creatures deal damage and normal combat damage. Whenever it enters the battlefield, it deals 4 damage divided as you choose amongst any number of target creatures and or planeswalkers. It also has Evoke, exile a red card from your hand. Evoke is an alternative cost where if you cast a spell with its Evoke cost, you have to sacrifice it when it enters the battlefield. So you can cast Fury for no mana by just exiling a red card from your hand, but then it will force you to sacrifice itself, so you only get the enter the battlefield trigger and not the body. This is basically a version of the card Pyrokinesis, which deals 4 damage divided amongst creatures, and can also be free cast by exiling a red card from your hand. Pyrokinesis is a very strong card, and Fury has proven to be just as powerful if not more so in its time in the format. Fury has, basically all on its own, made playing creature-based decks almost completely unviable. Putting too much mana and card advantage into a board that can easily be answered by Fury is a very easy way to lose a game. While some decks do still rely on creatures to try and win, they almost always play very high toughness creatures that Fury can't answer, or play very cheap creatures that it's not as much of a blowout to lose. Fury usually preys on decks that want to cast multiple fair threats. The introduction of Fury into a format is one of the reasons why the decks like 5-color humans and Merfolk have fallen off so hard in more recent years, though that's not entirely Fury's fault. It is, however, a card that preys on these decks far more than any other individual card, which is a strange thing for Wizards to print given that cards like Punishing Fire and Umezawa's Jite are banned specifically thanks to how they punish these kinds of decks. This isn't the end of the problems with Fury though. The card also sees play as part of a very hated deck known as Rakta's Scam. This is a deck that tries to play Fury and Grief, Grief being the black member of the Evoke Elemental cycle for the Evoke cost, and then use cards like Feign Death or bring them back to the field when they die. This will let you either rip 2 cards out of your opponent's hand on turn 1, or wipe your opponent's entire board and then end with a powerful threat on the board. This is a widely hated deck that is very difficult to beat if they open the right hand. Getting 2 cards ripped out of your hand is very hard for most decks to come back from, regardless of the strategy, and having 8 damage thrown at your board is basically impossible for any fair deck to play through. The last area where the card is notably problematic is in Crashing Footfalls decks, which we mentioned earlier. Since this deck has to not play any cards that cost less than 2 mana, it needs to get creative with what spells it plays to interact with your opponent on the first couple of turns of the game. The pitch elementals, Fury in particular, take away a ton of the cost of this kind of strategy by allowing them to play powerful interactive spells without breaking any rules for the Cascade trigger. With all of these issues being present, Fury is a huge target for a possible ban in the future in Modern. And at number 1, we have Urza's Saga. This is a Saga enchantment land with no mana cost. How Sagas work is that, whenever they enter the battlefield, and then at the start of your first main phase, you put a lore counter on them and trigger their ability corresponding to the number of lore counters on the card. When you hit the last chapter, you sacrifice the Saga. The first chapter of Urza's Saga has its gain the ability, where it can be tapped for 1 colorless mana. On chapter 2, it gains the ability where you can pay 2 and tap it to make a 0/0 colorless construct artifact creature token, with the ability where it gets +1/+1 for each artifact you control. At chapter 3, you can search your library for an artifact with a mana cost of 0 or 1, put onto the battlefield, and then shuffle. Saga has several powerful abilities that make it a home run in any deck playing even a few powerful artifacts. The tokens the card produce are incredibly powerful and can be made huge by a deck that plays just a few artifacts, and the ability to tutor for a specific artifact is incredibly strong. Decks have started to include small Urza Saga packages that they can tutor up for the best situation, similar to Karn boards we talked about earlier. One of the decks the card sees the most play in is Hammer Time, where you can find the eponymous Colossal Hammer alongside a ton of other useful artifacts. Basically, any deck that played artifacts also played Saga, since Saga just generated far too much value to ignore. Often in Urza's Saga is one of the biggest threats your opponent can play, which is a big part of the problem. Of all card types, lands are the most difficult card type to interact with. The cheapest land destruction we get without a massive downside is at 3 mana, and this isn't printed anymore. The best way to interact with lands that most decks will have access to will be cards like Ghost Quarter and Field of Ruin, which both have some big downsides. Ghost Quarter leaves you down a land, and Field of Ruin basically costs 3 mana to activate. In Legacy, this isn't as big of an issue, as the format is basically defined by Wasteland, which can be sacrificed to blow up a non-basic land for no extra mana. However, in Modern, you won't have access to Wasteland or any card that's a suitable replacement for the card. This leads to a huge problem. Urza's Saga is a card that's strong enough to, in several different decks and game states, be able to just win the game, but there's basically no way to interact with it. There's really not even that much you can do to play around Urza's Saga, and trying to play around it too much will actually lower your chances of winning, not increase them. Considering how heavily played Saga is and how little counterplay there is against the card, alongside how it will only get better as it gets more and more good tutor targets, makes it a prime target for a ban in the future. Ever since its set Mirage, Magic the Gathering has designed its expansion sets to double as their own self-contained limited formats. Beyond sealed events, like the set's pre-release, the most common form of limited play for a set of block or sets comes in the form of drafting decks by picking 1 card from a pack, then passing it to the next player in a pod until you have enough cards to construct a deck. Draft has been the format of choice for some of Magic's most prestigious and competitive events, and thus the balance of it is arguably as important as any other format. But just like with any other format, some cards can become incredibly dominant if not outright broken. So starting us off at number 10, we have Zenith Flare from Ikoria. Zenith Flare costs 2 generic, 1 red, and 1 white mana for an instant that deals X damage to any target and gains you X life. X in this case is determined by the number of cards with the keyword ability Cycling in your graveyard. Cycling is an ability that allows you to discard the card by paying its cycling cost and then drawing a card. The ability by itself is often handy for helping smooth out hands in the early game and draw you towards the more important cards in your deck. In Ikoria's limited environment specifically, cycling is a theme that splashes into every color, showing up everywhere, including the lands of the set. This means there are plenty of cards with cycling at every rarity in the pack in an Ikoria draft. While you'd aim for red and white cards since they shared colors with Zenith Flare, you could run any card with cycling as long as its cycling cost was generic. As long as you found the cycling payoff cards like Valiant Rescuer that could make tokens when you'd cycle, you'd be able to eke out advantage while churning through your deck. Zenith Flare rewarded this playstyle with a powerful finisher that in dedicated decks could easily deal 10 or more damage in the mid to late game. Between the cards you cycle for cost or even the cycling creatures that were destroyed in combat or by removal, your graveyard will naturally fill up with a lot of cards from cycling. From there, you can swing the life totals massively in your favor, if not outright win on the spot. Even if Zenith Flare itself isn't lethal, it can save you enough time with a life gain for you to draw into a second copy, or more forms of damage such as Dredge's Stinger. The cycling deck functions entirely with commons and uncommons, meaning even your most powerful bomb cards like Zenith Flare could show up in multiples in certain draft pools. When built properly, an Ikoria cycling deck needs even less lands than the typical low land count to limited decks, running as low as 14 lands in some instances. Zenith Flare might be higher on this list, although the generic value that cycling cards offer, as well as the overall power of the cycling decks, means it can sometimes be hard to amass enough cyclers to make Zenith Flare work. This prevents Zenith Flare from being as warping as other cards higher in this list are, since it cannot overtake a game by itself. However, if the deck can avoid hate drafting, Or if drafted via Arena's Quick Draft, where the bots are seemingly unaware of the draft deck and focus on unplayable rares instead of the second or third Zen of the Flare, it quickly becomes one of the most consistent and fast draft decks of recent standard formats. At number 9, we have Tetzimoc Primal Death from Rivals of Ixalan. This legendary Elder Dinosaur costs 4 generic and 2 black mana. Tetzimoc has 6 power and toughness, as well as the keyword ability Death Touch, which makes any amount of damage it deals to a creature lethal. You can pay 1 black mana and reveal Tetzimoc in your hand to put a prey counter on a target creature. You can only activate this ability on your turn, but you're free to activate as much as you want on your turn as long as you have the mana. When Tetzimoc enters a battlefield, destroy each creature your opponent controls with a prey counter on it. Mass removal tends to be strong in limited environments because of the opportunity it offers for you to stabilize when your opponent takes the advantage in field presence. Although it's a somewhat slower option, Tetzimoc not only offers mass removal, it's a form of mass removal that is entirely one-sided. You will never have to destroy anything you don't want to, and can always prioritize your opponent's biggest threats. As long as your deck has enough black mana sources to spread prey counters, a slower deck that drafted Tetzimoc can take those first few turns spending some or even all of their mana putting counters onto your opponent's creatures. Aggressive decks are generally disincentivized to play their best creatures after you reveal a Tetzimoc to place a prey counter on something. This, in a roundabout way, just helps the Tetzimoc deck set up more, since the aggro deck will slow down so as not to overextend into a board wipe as they wait for you to finally use Tetzimoc. There is no great way of playing around Tetzimoc if you do not have access to counterspells or targeted discard spells, which were usually the sorts of cards that decks running Tetzimoc would want to grab. Non-blue-black decks were often at the mercy of an opponent's Tetzimoc and simply had to play into it. This slowed down matches in an otherwise fairly aggro-friendly format, with Tetzimoc outperforming even most of the set's mythic rares in terms of win percentages in drafts. Even if your deck was not a slow, controlling deck, the power that Tetzimoc offered as removal in a bomb-heavy draft format made it perhaps the most defining card in Rivals of Ixalan drafts. And at number 8, we have Jace, Memory Adept. This planeswalker costs 3 generic and 2 blue mana and enters the battlefield with 4 loyalty counters. His first loyalty ability adds 1 loyalty and draws you a card, then target player mills a card. The second loyalty ability costs 0 and makes target player mill 10 cards. Finally, his last ability costs 7 loyalty and makes any number of target players draw 20 cards. While in 60 card constructed play, this Jace is too slow and offers too little immediate impact to be viable, it is specifically quite good in limited. Decks are 40 cards in draft and sealed, meaning that Jace's 0 loyalty ability would mill a quarter of your opponent's deck. In Magic 2012, the first set that featured Jace, there were other cards such as Jace's Eraser that milled cards in the turns leading up to casting Jace. It wasn't fairly common for Jace, Memory Adept, to be lethal in draft after just 2 turns of activations between cards naturally drawn and milled from other cards. You generally wouldn't ever even use Jace's other abilities, and instead just protect your Jace with creatures as best you can while using the 0 ability until you won. Mill is far more valuable in draft than constructed, and Jace was a card specifically designed to push mill and constructed. As such, its numbers are tuned for constructed decks, making his ability overbearing in draft. It didn't help that at the time, removal from planeswalkers generally wasn't as common as it is these days, especially at low rarities, meaning contested Jace was often done by burn spells in combat alone. This makes it somewhat surprising then that Jace was printed in multiple core sets in a row, with future sets including even more mill cards to support quick Jace wins. The only thing keeping Jace from being higher on this list is the fact that he is a mythic rare, meaning you're not likely to see him in every draft. However, Jace dominated practically every draft environment he did show up in, and the fact that he appeared in multiple limited environments only adds to his legitimacy as a limited boogeyman. No other card on this list, however, was printed at Mythic, inherently making them more important to discussion of limited formats. Even if he didn't show up often, Jace Memory Adept provided a fast win condition that was hard to interact with. And at number 7, we have Dream Trawler from Theros Beyond Death. This Sphinx costs 2 generic, 2 white, and 2 blue mana, and has 3 power and 5 toughness. It has the keyword Flying, which prevents creatures without flying or reach from blocking it, as well as the keyword Lifelink, which grants you life equal to the damage it deals. Whenever you draw a card, Trawler gets +1 power until end of turn, and whenever it attacks, you draw a card. You can discard a card at instant speed to give Dream Trawler hexproof until end of turn and tap it. In terms of control finisher, Dream Trawler is just about everything one could ask for. It draws cards, helps stabilize your life total, and can protect itself by discarding any of the irrelevant lands or other cards you drew with its ability. While it only has 3 power on paper, between the card you draw for your turn and its own ability, it will always attack with at least 5 power. Dream Trawler was designed specifically to shake up the way control decks were built in Standard at the time, which forged typical win conditions for a very slow, attrition-based game plan. Dreamtrawler would succeed at finding some standard success, at least until Ikoria introduced Shark Typhoon, which quickly replaced it as the premier standard control win condition. As such, Dreamtrawler is far more remembered for its impact on the limited environment of Theros Beyond Death, where it was far and away the strongest card in the set. While Theros certainly had hard removal, there was not a very high density of it, especially not in colors outside of black. And even for decks that did have removal, as long as the Dreamtrawler player had cards in hand, it was functionally unkillable. You would have to trade multiple removal spells for whatever fodder cards were left in their hand just for the hope of killing the Dreamtrawler, which even then would most likely survive the exchange given Blue's access to card draw, even at instant speed in the format. There were not many other flyers in the format either, meaning contested in combat was something only a very few decks would be able to muster. Even though it was rare, it was such a hard to respond to card that it would almost win the pawn by default if even a decent blue-white deck was built around it. The limited environment of the Theros Beyond Death is slow and grindy compared to many other formats, meaning that even the somewhat prohibitive mana cost of Dreamtrawler does little to dampen its oppressive nature. As a card pushed for constructed play, Dreamtrawler was always going to be a potent bomb and limited. But the lack of cards capable of checking it made it into the absolute best card in Theros Beyond Death, and one of the most infamous draft bombs of contemporary Magic. And at number 6, we have Surging Dementia from Cold Snap. This sorcery costs 1 generic and 1 black mana, and makes target player discard a card. It also has the ability Ripple 4, which lets you reveal the top 4 cards of your library when you cast Surging Dementia, and cast any revealed cards with the same name as it, without paying their mana cost, and put the bottom of the rest of your library. If you did happen to cast any spells off the Ripple trigger, the spell you cast for free will also Ripple 4, revealing 4 more cards to the top of your deck. In a draft, there is no limit to the amount of copies of a single card you're allowed to play, as long as you open them in that draft. And with Surging Dementia only being a common, this meant every 8-person draft pod would be nearly guaranteed to see multiple copies of this card. It became a common strategy to try to draft Surging Dementia whenever you saw it, if only just to deny other players an extra copy of their own. With enough copies in your 40-card deck, you'd be able to consistently hit multiple discards on turn 2. If you didn't leave your opponent with a completely empty hand, they'd most likely only have 1 or 2 cards, whereas you'd spend 1 card from your hand and thinned a few more out of your deck. The issue, in fact, carries over to basically every Ripple card at low rarity in the set, with Surging Flame potentially able to deal massive amounts of direct damage to your opponent with good enough Ripple hits. Between small decks and no limits on copies, Ripple is a mechanic that is just too strong for a cohesive draft environment, but too weak for actual constructed play. If there was any consolation for these Ripple spells, it's that Cold Snap was already a bad limited format without their inclusion, with other parasitic mechanics like Snow leading to a draft environment where many people wind up picking over each other's scraps for the same very telegraphed and very strong mechanics. However, despite the format's various other problems, including how unfun cumulative upkeep is as a mechanic, Ripple stands out as perhaps its most egregious flaw. Players are essentially forced to spend the whole draft playing cleanup duty unless one person happens to get all copies of Surging Aether and run away with the draft pod. And given the sheer number of annoying low rarity Ripple cards, it was common for at least one unfair deck to slip through the cracks. And at number 5, we have Skull Clamp from Darksteel. This artifact is an equipment that costs 1 generic mana and also has an equip cost of 1 generic mana. It gives the equipped creature +1 power and -1 toughness. When equipped creature is put into the graveyard, you draw 2 cards. Skull Clamp is a card that was broken in competitive formats, yet was especially oppressive in limited. This is partly because of the sheer density of creatures with 1 toughness in the format, such as the mana-producing Mirror. Equipping a 1 toughness creature with Skull Clamp instantly kills the creature, drawing you 2 cards for 1 mana and an easily replaceable fodder creature. After refilling on cards, you can then equip Skull Clamp to a threat to make it slightly more threatening in combat, as well as disincentivizing your opponent from using removal on it. What set Skull Clamp apart from the other broken cards was the fact that it was only an uncommon, making it extremely likely at least 1 would show up each draft pod, if not multiple. Even if your deck was not built to abuse Skull Clamp, just running it to equip your creatures for eventual value was well worth it. Any limited environment would be thrown off by having multiple copies of Skull Clamp floating around, but Darksteel was specifically an artifact-themed set. This meant that beyond just being a broken card in its own right, it was also one with an artifact that worked well with all this set's pre-baked artifact synergies. The most common draft format that played Skull Clamp was not 3 packs of Darksteel, but instead 2 packs of Mirrodin and 1 Darksteel. Mirrodin was the first in the block Darksteel was part of, and the larger of the 2 sets. As such, Mirrodin was the focus of the draft, and Darksteel cards appeared far less frequently. Of course, thanks to being uncommon, this did not prevent Skull Clamp from dominating the format. It just limited the number of players who had access to it. In a way, one could say having only 1 pack of Darksteel in the draft only made Skull Clamp more broken, with less players able to compete on an even playing field. And at number 4, we have Pestilence. Specifically, it's printed in Urza's Saga. This enchantment costs 2 generic and 2 black mana, and must be sacrificed at the beginning of the end step if no creatures are on the battlefield. You can pay 1 black mana at any time to deal 1 damage to each creature and player. Pestilence is a card that has existed in Magic since the very first set. The card saw constructed play for its ability to control the board over the course of the game and completely shut out creatures with low enough toughness. Notably, however, these earliest printings of Pestilence predated Draft as a format, and thus its power level in Limited had never really been fully considered outside of the odd unsanctioned event. Urza Saga was one of the earliest sets designed to be actively drafted, yet is not remembered fondly at all. A large part of this was the inclusion of Pestilence reprint at common, making it appear in multiple copies throughout almost every draft pool. Creatures with larger toughness, such as Acridian, wound up being the mainstay powerhouses of the format, and were often the only cards capable of standing up against a Resolve Pestilence. Of course, given the abundance of cycling in the set to help fix draws, it was not uncommon for Pestilence decks to run these or other high toughness creatures to win on the proverbial arms race. Dark Ritual was also reprinted at common in the set, making Turn 2 Pestilence a common and often winning play in the format. Black proved so overall dominant in Urza Saga with so many low rarity power cards that draft pods focused on fighting over black in the first pack until only 1 or 2 people were left able to build in the color. Even at higher rarity, one could argue Pestilence would have been too powerful for the environment. As such, the sheer accessibility of the card at common let it completely overtake and define the environment. Low toughness creatures border on unplayable in anything but the most aggressive decks. As for Pestilence, this was the last time the card saw printing in a standard set, only shown up again in other limited formats years later in Mystery Booster, a collection of hundreds of cards throughout Magic's history designed to make a very chaotic draft environment. Coming in at number 3, we have Pack Rat from Return to Ravnica. This rat costs 1 generic and 1 black mana, and has power and toughness equal to the number of rats you control. You can pay 2 generic and 1 black mana, as well as discard a card to create a token that's a copy of Pack Rat. While somewhat unassuming at a glance, Pack Rat is one of the most effective limited bombs ever printed. While it technically has a mana value of 2, it's rare to see a Pack Rat cast without the 3 mana up to make a copy, since this ability can be activated at instant speed and helps insulate Pack Rat from single target removal. If they ever go to kill Pack Rat, you can simply activate the ability and make a new one. While the original will die, the token copy functions exactly the same, and can create more tokens in its stead. And since each copy of Pack Rat serves to increase the power and toughness of each one, when left uninterrupted, the sheer damage available from swinging with rats becomes hard to stave off. Even bomb rare mass removal options in the set like Mizzium Mortars would eventually not be able to answer the horde of rats once it grew large enough. Pack Rat, of course, wasn't unkillable, and with enough pieces of interaction, one could run the Pack Rat player out of cards. But the sheer investment to kill a Pack Rat would run someone almost entirely out of resources a lot of the time, assuming they're even able to actually get rid of them all. Pack Rat was so infamous that it became a running joke that 39 swamps and a Pack Rat was a deck good enough to win more than a few Return to Ravnica draft pods. While the card isn't the most unstoppable limited threat ever printed, it remains one of the most infamous bombs of all time given just how efficient and potent it was at winning games completely by itself with no other cards to assist it. Then at number 2, we have Umezawa's Jite from Betrayers of Kamigawa. This legendary artifact costs 2 generic mana for an equipment with an equip cost of 2. Whenever equipped creature deals combat damage, put 2 charge counters on Umezawa's Jite. By removing a charge counter from it, you can choose one of 3 effects to activate at instant speed. You may either give the equipped creature plus 2 power and toughness, give target creature minus 1 power and toughness, or gain 2 life. Individually, these effects might not seem too impressive, but combined together on a relatively low-cost equipment makes for one of the most oppressive cards ever printed for creature matchups. Once you've connected with Umezawa's Jite once, it's unlikely you'll lose combat again. Between the ability to buff your own equipped creature and pick off low toughness threats with a shrink effect, it takes a substantially threatening creature to actually oppose Jite with counters on it. Umezawa's Jite is such a powerful card against creature-focused decks that it's been banned at Modern for how easily it can invalidate small creatures. And the Kamigawa limited environment certainly had larger creatures, but many of those most aggressive cards were the ones that were most easily killed off by Jite. This created an environment where the player who pulled an Umezawa's Jite essentially won all creature interactions by default, as they snowballed their Jite's advantage. Since the person with Jite could attack more freely with it, they'd get more charge counters, which in turn gave them even more control over combat. Artifact removal such as Hearth Kami was often vital just in case you ran up against someone using this card. And while it remains one of the most infamous cards of all time in Limited, there is one more card that, while somewhat unassuming, is arguably more format warping than each other card already mentioned. And finally, at number 1, we have Sprout Swarm from Future Sight. This instant costs 1 generic and 1 green mana to create Saproling creature tokens with 1 power and toughness. Sprout Swarm has 2 keyword abilities as well. Convoke allows you to tap creatures while casting the spell to pay for either 1 generic mana or 1 mana of that creature's color. The ability Buyback lets you pay an additional 3 mana when casting the spell to put it back in your hand as it resolves instead of putting it into the graveyard. This essentially makes Sprout Swarm a 5 mana spell that always goes back to the hand instead of the graveyard, since you'd almost never cast it without paying its buyback costs. This was especially true since the token Sprout Swarm made could help pay for its cost, including the buyback cost. This means 5 untapped Saprolines essentially pay for the Sprout Swarm by itself. This alone makes the card an endless stream of bodies like Pack Rat, trading off the scaling power for the fact that Sprout Swarm didn't require any discards. You could develop your hand and field further while continuing to play Sprout Swarm and make a heap of blockers. What truly pushed Sprout Swarm over the edge was the amount of Saproline support in the Time Spiral block limited environment. Thallid Germinator could both create more Saprolines to help pay for buyback, as well as sacrifice those Saprolines to help give boosts in combat. Other Thallids and the like form the backbone of an independently powerful Saproline strategy that Sprout Swarm supercharged. As a common, you were likely to see multiple Sprout Swarms each draft, as well as the other common rarity cards that form the Saproline win condition, like Pallid Mycodurn. When Time Spiral Block was remastered in Modern Set, they tested Sprout Swarm at rare for balancing concerns, and found the card was still too powerful. They had considered printing the card as a mythic rare, seeing as how that was the only rarity was remotely balanced for in terms of limited, only to wind up being cut entirely from Time Spiral Remastered instead. This unassuming common was so game warping in draft that the format it was from was deemed actively better without its inclusion, and remains perhaps the most infamous draft common of all time. Erratas are used to fix mistakes once they've already gone to print. Usually, this is used on cards after a rules change has changed the functionality of the card, or sometimes, in rare cases, to fix a card that was too powerful when it was first printed. However, sometimes Wizards makes mistakes that require immediate attention, and have to errata a card right after printing. Today, we're going to go over the most interesting of these instances, the times when Wizards has had to fix a mistake that they made on a card that had just been released. Starting us off at number 10, we have Oberoi Envoy. As printed, this is a 1/3 Moonfolk wizard with a mana cost of 3 and 1 blue. It has flying, meaning it can't be blocked except by creatures with flying or reach. It has the ability where you can pay 2 and return a land you control to your hand to give target creature -X/-0, where X is the number of cards in your hand. The errata added one simple line of text to the card that was accidentally left off, until end of turn. Magic doesn't really do effects that permanently change the stats or characteristics of a card without something to help keep track of it. Basically, every effect that permanently gives a creature a stat boost or an ability uses some kind of counters, or is something like an ore or an equipment that stays on the board. This was always intended to only last until the end of turn, but a simple clerical error left the card needing an errata. Funnily enough, the card is so weak and so unfun to play that it's never been reprinted. So the only version of this card that exists has the incorrect text. For whatever reason, until end of turn seems to be a bit of a text that Wizard messes up on cards fairly often. 2 other cards made to print without the until end of turn clause that they were supposed to have printed on them. Invert Invent is a split card, which is a bit of a can of worms all on its own. It's essentially 2 cards at once, letting you cast either the invert or invent half from your hand for their cost. If you look at the invert half of the card, you'll see a similar mistake to the one of Oberoi Envoy. Invert forgets to tell you that the stat switches return to normal at the end of the turn. This is an especially big deal because power and toughness switching is one of the stat changing effects that requires the most rules knowledge to use properly. But we're not here to talk about layers again. Similar to Oberoi Envoy, Invert Invent only has 1 printing, so there isn't a fixed version of the card available. The final card that Wizards just forgot to write the end of turn clause on is Blood Vial Purveyor. This card also has a lot of abilities, but the one with the mistake is the final one. Whenever Blood Vial Purveyor attacks, it gets +1/+0 for each blood token the defending player controls. This buff is also only supposed to last 1 turn. This is probably the funniest mistake of this kind, as the card actually was reprinted in Innistrad Double Feature, but it still has the exact same mistake on it. Double Feature was a mashup re-release of the 2 newest standard sets at the time, so it was locked in for print at about the time as the original print of Purveyor. The reprint was released only 2 months after the original, after all. Still, the card technically has 4 separate printings across 3 different versions in the original release and reprint, and all of them have the same error. It's also the most powerful and highest rarity card with this mistake, making it stick out so much more than the other cards with this issue. Hopefully, Wizards has learned to look for the line until end of turn on cards like this, because this is still by far the most common source of Day 0 erratas. And at number 9, we have Zaphi Thunder Conductor. As printed, this is a 1/4 human shaman with a mana cost of 2, 1 blue and 1 red. It has the ability where, whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, you scry 1. Then, if the spell had a mana value of 5 or greater, you make a 4/4 blue and red elemental creature token. And finally, if that spell had a mana value of 10 or more, Zaphi Thunder Collector deals 10 damage to a random opponent. The mistake here is pretty subtle, and essentially irrelevant to gameplay. The card says that Zaphi Thunder Collector deals damage to your opponent, which is strange because the name of the card is Zaphi Thunder Conductor. Essentially, whoever typed out this card's ability just put the wrong name in the card's text for whatever reason. This didn't actually affect gameplay in any way, as whenever a card uses its name in its text, it's replaceable with the text this card. This is why cards like Sakashima the Imposter, which copies a card but keeps its old name, will still be able to use all the abilities of whatever card it copied regardless of whether they refer to the name of said card. Still, despite this not really mattering, it's definitely not good to have an error like this on a card. This is another card that hasn't gotten a reprint either. So the only versions of this card that exist are the ones with its old unerrata text. As far as the power of the card goes, it was designed for Commander and it shows. While the abilities are fine, they're not good enough to make the card worth casting in any format with only 20 life. The high upside, if you do happen to go into a long game, however, makes it a powerful option for your commander. Zaphi is one of the smallest Day 0 erratas given to a card, and the fact that it makes it onto this list at all mostly shows how rare these kinds of mistakes are. And at number 8, we have Animate Object. This is a sorcerer with a mana cost of 4 and 1 blue. As printed, it has the effect where you get 7 tickets. You then take an inanimate object you own from outside the game, put a power and toughness sticker on it, then you may also put a name sticker, an art sticker, and or an ability sticker on it. Then you put that onto the field as a creature. Stickers are a mechanic that were included in Affinity and were widely disliked by the community. Essentially, they allowed you to permanently change the characteristics of a card, and many of them cost tickets to use. This mechanic is mostly tangential to the mistake made on the card. When they errata'd Animate Object, they specified that the creature you produce was a creature token rather than just an undefined creature. This largely doesn't matter, though it does help specify a few rulings. If the creature that you make ever leaves the battlefield, like all other tokens, it will simply stop existing. And it also means it will get buffed by creatures like Intangible Virtue. The funniest thing about this whole errata is that Animate Object is one of the cards from Affinity that isn't legal for tournament play, denoted by the acorn symbol at the bottom of the card. So Wizards saw that they had printed a card whose rulings would be unclear, people played it outside of competitive settings, and decided it was a big enough issue to go back and change the card's text to clarify the rulings. This is especially strange because there are several cards from the set that aren't tournament legal specifically because the rules don't work with them. For example, Far Out simply doesn't work with cards like Outlaw's Merriment, which is why it had to be printed as a non-legal card. With cards like Far Out that don't have clear rulings around, it becomes even more strange that they took the initiative to go back and clarify the rulings on Animate Objects specifically. And at number 7, we have Canoptic Wraith. This is a 2/1 Wraith artifact creature with the mana cost of 3. As printed, it has the abilities where it can't be blocked, and whenever Canoptic Wraith deals combat damage to a player, you pay 3 and sacrifice it. If you do, you search your library for up to 2 basic land cards with the same name as a land you control, put them into the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. The errata is a small wording change. It now says you may choose a land you control, then search your library for up to 2 basic land cards that share a name with that land. Essentially, it was rewritten to more properly explain exactly how the card worked. The original wording made it seem like you could find any 2 basic lands as long as both of them shared a name with the land you controlled. For example, if you had a swamp and a mountain, it sounded like you could find a swamp and mountain and ramp them both out. However, this was never how the card was supposed to work. Instead, how it worked was if you had both a swamp and mountain, you could find either 2 swamps or 2 mountains and cheat them both out. The new wording was designed just to make this more clear. Wizards seems to have always had an issue with this kind of effect. The card Myriad Landscape also allows you to find 2 copies of the same basic land and ram them into play, but in order for this to work, it has to specifically mention the land type of the cards you're finding. It also has a wording that's entirely different to that of Canoptic Wraith, though that likely has to do with the fact that the Wraith needs the lands to be the same as the one you control. This type of effect is difficult to write in a way that isn't extremely wordy and confusing at first blush, so it's not that surprising that they had to go back and clarify the effect more clearly. This card also hasn't gotten a reprint, so the only available copies have the mistake on them. And at number 6, we have Walking Atlas. As printed, this is a 1/1 construct creature with a mana cost of 2. It is the ability where you can tap it to put a card from your hand onto the battlefield. This is the first time on this list the mistake is found on a card's type line. From the card's artifact frame, you may have assumed that it was an artifact creature, but it's not actually on the card's type line. As printed, it's only a creature, and it had to be errata to be an artifact creature. Interestingly, the next set in this block, Rise of the Eldrazi, did include a number of colorless creatures that aren't artifacts, namely the Eldrazi. These cards very clearly had a different border than Walking Atlas did. The only spells in the entire block that are colorless are cards with the Eldrazi type, making it even more clear that the card was never intended to be a non-artifact. Once again, this is a card that has never been given another reprint. Every time Wizards has wanted to return to this kind of effect, they've instead printed a card like Scaled Herbalist or Llanowar Scout. The main difference here seems to be that these are all green cards, unlike Atlas, which could be used in any deck. Land Ramp is a primarily green effect, with Atlas being a bit of a bend of the color pie to work alongside Zendikard's landfall mechanic, which triggers whenever a land enters the field under your control. However, outside of that context, the card isn't very necessary, and Wizards has found other ways to do landfall synergies in subsequent visits to the plane. As a result, it's not that uncommon to see Atlas in random mono-white or mono-red commander decks, despite needing Gatherer on hand to deal with any possible confusions that arise. And at number 5, we have Dynaheir, Invoker Adapt. This is a legendary 4/4 human wizard with a mana cost of 1, 1 blue, 1 red, and 1 white. As printed, it has haste, meaning you can attack with it and use its tap abilities the turn it enters the battlefield. It also has the abilities where you can activate the activated abilities of other creatures you control as though they had haste, and you can tap it to make it so the next time you activate an ability by spending 4 more mana to activate it, you copy that ability, then you can choose new targets for the copy. The errata to this card is to the final ability. It now reads, when you next activate an ability that isn't a mana ability this turn by spending 4 more mana to activate it, copy that ability. You may choose new targets for the copy. This mana ability restriction is there mostly due to a niche rules interaction. Mana abilities are a very special type of ability with a lot of specific rules baggage. You see, mana abilities, as a rule, don't use the stack. They sort of just happen. As a consequence of this ruling, Dynaheir, even as originally written, couldn't actually copy mana abilities. However, if you activated a mana ability that costs 4 to activate, and then activated another card like Chaos Wand, you wouldn't get the copy of the Chaos Wand ability. You see, at the time that you would activate Wand, it wouldn't be the next ability activated that had met the criteria. Even though it couldn't trigger when you activated the mana ability, that was the next time you activated an ability that cost 4 or more. So it would effectively use up your Dynaheir activation. So the errata was done to prevent these types of negative interactions. Funnily enough, there are only a few cards with mana abilities this expensive. The vast majority of mana abilities cost 0 or only 1 or 2 mana at most to activate, which makes sense as otherwise you probably wouldn't generate any mana at all. While it may be a small change, the errata to Dynaheir would make the card a lot more fun to play with. And at number 4, we have Delina, Wild Mage. This is a 3/2 legendary elf shaman with a mana cost of 3 and 1 red. As printed, it has the ability where whenever it attacks, you choose target creature you control, then roll a d20. On a 1 to a 14, you make a tapped attacking token that's a copy of the targeted creature, except it's not legendary and has exile this at the end of combat. On a 15 to 20, you instead make one of those tokens, then roll again. The errata changed the last line of its ability from roll again to you may roll again. This means that the ability is now optional, which quickly proved to be very important. You see, in the same set, there was a card called Pixie Guide. This creature costs 2 mana and has the ability where, whenever you would roll 1 or more die, you instead roll that many dice plus 1 and ignore the lowest roll. This ability does stack, so having multiple guides would make your rolls exponentially better. However, this ended up being a big problem with the original Delina. If you have enough copies of Pixie Guide, rolling a 15 or higher would essentially be guaranteed. While this would normally be really good, as it means you would make an infinite number of guides with Delina's attack trigger, the issue is that you could never stop. You were forced to roll again if you hit. So the ability to roll 15s or higher quickly goes from a blessing to a curse. Since this is a random ability, you can't skip over the permutations to the resulting game state like you can for most similar loops. This means you'll manually have to roll for each version of the loop, slowly watching as your chances of ever escaping this dice-based purgatory slowly diminish. The end result is essentially soft-locking the game, forcing a draw. This errata was pretty welcomed. You still have to manually roll if you pull off this loop, but once you make 20 or so guides, you can just choose to stop and go for the kill. This simple errata not only fixed this issue with the card, but it actually made it even more powerful. And at number 3, we have Marith, Will of the Wild. This is a 0/0 legendary elemental beast with a mana cost of 1 green, 1 red, and 1 white. As printed, it has the abilities where it enters with a number of counters equal to the amount of mana he spent to cast it. It also has the ability where you can pay X mana and remove X +1/+1 counters to choose one. You put X +1/+1 counters on target creature, or Marith deals X damage to any target, or you create an XX green elemental creature token. The errata adds one simple restriction to the activated ability. X can't be 0. You see, originally, you would be able to pay no mana and remove no counters to activate the ability, which with 2 of the 3 modes did nothing at all. However, the ability to make a 0/0 elemental creature token for 0 mana pretty much immediately became a problem. While the creature would just die immediately to state-based actions, there are plenty of ways around this. The first use you might think of is combining the ability with cards like Intangible Virtue to buff all your tokens, giving them at least 1 toughness. This would let you make an army of infinite tokens, which would allow you to attack all of your opponents for lethal on your next turn, or immediately if you have a card like Concordant Crossroads to give them all haste. However, this is actually unnecessary. Even if the creature dies immediately, they still enter the battlefield first. This means that cards that care about your creatures entering early in the battlefield will still trigger. Using a card like Soul's Attendant or Impact Tremors to gain life or deal damage off of the tokens, respectively, can let you win the game on the spot. This wouldn't have mattered too much in a 60-card format, but in Commander, the format that Mareth was designed for, this would essentially make these cards 1-card combos. Thanks to how overpowered this would be, Mareth was instantly errata to be more aligned with other commanders. And this is one of the few cards in this list that actually got a reprint with its new text. And at number 2, we have Invasion of Rin. This is a battle with a mana cost of 3 and 1 blue. As printed, when it enters the field, you draw 3 cards and then discard a card. It has 4 defense counters, and like all battles, when they're removed, you exile it and cast it transformed. The backside is Overloaded Mage Ring. This is an artifact with ability where you can pay 1, tap it, and sacrifice it to copy target spell you control. The errata to the card affected the Mage Ring, adding a single line of text to the activated ability. You may choose new targets for the copy. This is a line of text that shows up on basically every spell that copies instants or sorcery spells, and for good reason. Without this line of text, the card would be far less useful. By default, any spell you copy would target the same thing as the original. Copying spells like burn spells or basically any kind of removal spell would essentially be useless, because they would both just try to remove the same thing. They likely forgot to put this line here originally because Mage Ring can copy any spell, not just an instant or sorcery. You can't change the targets of a card like Tarmogoyf, so having that text on an ability that can copy threats just reads strange. Still, the text is necessary for the card to be able to copy instant and sorcery spells properly, which is why the card needed to be errated, despite the fact the card technically worked without any changes. And at number 1, we have Hostage Taker. This is a 2/3 human pirate with a mana cost of 2, 1 blue, and 1 black. As printed, it has the ability where, when Hostage Taker enters the battlefield, you exile target artifact or creature until Hostage Taker leaves the battlefield. For as long as it remains exiled, you may cast that card. And you can spend mana as though it were mana of any type to cast it. The errata is very simple. They change the ability from exiling target artifact or creature to another target artifact or creature, essentially meaning that you can't target itself. This ends up having a much bigger impact on how the card plays than you might think. If you target a Hostage Taker with its own ability, it'll return itself to the field immediately once it leaves the field. This will technically mean that Hostage Taker has left the field and re-entered the battlefield again. This, in turn, will cause it to trigger all over again, meaning you have to exile another creature. Normally, you could just exile another creature instead of the Hostage Taker to break the loop, but if there are no other targets on the field, you would be forced to repeat this loop over and over again. Most other similar effects nowadays, such as Banishing Light, say that you can only target cards your opponent controls, so they don't need the another restriction. What sets Hostage Taker apart from most of the other cards that require day 1 erratas is a combination of the card being both very powerful and the mistake being very relevant to gameplay. Before the errata, you basically couldn't cast Hostage Taker on an empty board. You often wouldn't want to, but with the fixed version, you still can without breaking the game. However, this mistake alone wouldn't be that notable if Hostage Taker was average pack builder, which it was not. Hostage Taker was printed in Ixalan, a famously weak set, where it was not only a powerful high-rated card, but also one of the few cards worth playing in the set. One of the main reasons to open packs of original Ixalan was to get copies of Hostage Taker. Having one of the most powerful cards in the set have a mistake that was very notable meant that Hostage Taker's errata is maybe the most famous instance of a day 0 errata in the game. Basically, everyone knew about the errata because you had to in order to play during that standard. There really hasn't been another card that was simultaneously this prominent and with such a large errata, easily securing the top spot on this list. Blue is infamous amongst all the colors of Magic for having a very complex history in terms of balance. The color was initially very overtuned, to the point where the earliest years of the game were almost entirely dominated by blue cards and decks. While this has since been corrected in Eternal formats, blue has had access to some of the strongest cards the game has ever seen. Today, we're going to go over not only some of Blue's best cards, but some of the most broken pieces of cardboard Wizards has ever released. And starting us off at number 10, we have Time Twister. This is a sorcerer with a mana cost of 2 and 1 blue. It is the effect where each player shuffles their hand and graveyard into the library and then draws 7 cards. This is a member of the infamous Power 9, a set of 9 cards from Magic's earliest sets that were, at that point, by and far the most powerful cards in the game. Time Twister was a great way to refill your hand for a small amount of mana. While it does refill your opponent's hand as well, this usually didn't matter, as you would normally try to win the turn you cast Time Twister anyway. Back at this time in the game's history, the metagame was dominated by combo decks thanks to all the fast mana available in the format. Decks with a good amount of mana and draw could usually find their combo and win pretty quickly, so filling your opponent's hand rarely mattered. Additionally, at this point in the game, a lot of cards were being restricted to 1 copy as opposed to being outright banned. In the very first restricted list, cards like Black Lotus were just restricted to 1 copy, and having Time Twister able to reset all your busted restricted cards so you can draw them again and continue your combo was as strong as it sounds. Time Twister is currently banned in Legacy and restricted to 1 copy in Vintage, where it still sees a fair amount of play in different decks. The most surprising thing about the card is honestly just how that it's so low on this list. How could a member of the Power 9 only barely scrape its way into the Blue's top 10 best cards? It really just goes to show how good Blue's best cards are. Despite having access to one of the best draw spells ever, Blue still has better draw spells and better cards overall to come. Time Twister is an extremely powerful card that's often game-breaking under the right circumstances, but Blue has had access to so many game-breaking cards it simply pales in comparison. And at number 9, we have Force of Will. This is an instant with a mana cost of 3 and 2 blue. It is the ability where you can cast it by paying 1 life and exiling a blue card from your hand rather than paying its mana cost, and it has the effect where you can counter a target spell. Force of Will is a pillar of Eternal formats, which is interestingly exactly what the card was designed to do. Formats like Vintage and Legacy have a ton of 1-turn combo decks that can win the game, and without cards like Force of Will to give players a way to interact on their opponent's first turn, they'd be by far the best deck in the format. This was a problem Wizards recognized back during the first sets of the game. Back then, there was a turn 1 kill deck based around the cards Channel and Fireball. Channel is a sorcerer that lets you pay 1 life to add 1 colorless mana, and Fireball is a sorcerer with a mana cost of X and 1 red that can deal X damage to any target. By using early Magic's fast mana, you would play Channel on turn 1, pay life down to 1, and then put all their mana into Fireball to burn your opponent for 20 life. This was a huge issue in the early days of competitive Magic, and Wizards decided they needed a stopgap for these kinds of combos. This led to the release of Force of Will, a card that allowed players to stop combo decks from going off on the first turn of the game. While Force is used to hold these combo decks back, it's also great in most matchups. Most decks will have certain cards that, if they resolve, can change the course of the game, and these are fairly common cards. Often, a simple removal spell or draw spell is enough to change the course of a game. Having a counterspell that doesn't require any mana can allow you to stop spells that you otherwise couldn't, developing your game plan by using all your mana while still having your shields up. The only real downside of the card is that it requires you to go down a card to use, which is a real cost, but can often be worth it. It makes playing the card have a much higher skill ceiling, but doesn't stop it from being worth it. Basically, every blue deck in older formats plays Force of Will, simply because it gives them so much game against the various combo decks in the format without giving up much of anything. Force of Will is a very important card in Eternal formats, but it's not a problem, as the card advantage cost does enough to keep it in check. Still, the card's one of the most played blue cards in these formats for a good reason. And at number 8, we have Daze. This is an instant with a mana cost of 1 and 1 blue. It has the ability where you can return an island you control to your hand rather than pay its mana cost. And it has the effect where you counter a target spell unless its controller pays 1. This is similar to the last card on this list, being a counter spell you can cast for 0 mana. However, unlike Force of Will, Daze's cost is fairly minimal, especially in older formats. Normally, setting yourself back a land is a huge cost, but if you build your deck to have a very low curve, losing out on 1 mana isn't that big a deal. The upside of running the card is being able to stop huge plays from your opponent without paying any mana up front, and all you have to do is play lands if you're going to be playing anyway. The card is mostly used in tempo decks such as Delver, which aim to put out early pressure and then control the game with interactive spells. Daze is one of the cards that holds these kinds of strategies together, as it gives tempo decks the ability to stall off big plays after their first turn. If your opponent taps out for a big play, a single copy of Daze can ruin their plays entirely. This has led to players fairly consistently trying to play around Daze, often leaving open at least 1 mana to be able to pay the card's tax. This alone is a really good indication of the card's power, as if people start changing the way they play the game in order to get around the effect of 1 single card, you know that it's both popular and powerful. However, even if players do play this way, they're still losing out in terms of tempo. Forcing your opponent to play non-optimally can still do a lot for helping you get ahead on board. Days alone is a big reason why blue-based tempo decks in Legacy have been so strong for such a long time. Days can't quite work as a way of keeping formats in check like other zero-mana counterspells, but it has possibly an even bigger impact on how formats play out. Days is an incredibly format-warping card, and as long as it's legal, you'll see blue tempo decks running around as well. And at number 7, we have Mystical Tutor. This is an instant with a mana cost of 1 blue. It has the effect where you search your library for an instant or sorcery card, reveal it, shuffle, and then put the card on top of your library. Now, search effects are almost always good, especially when they're this efficient. Finding the perfect card for a scenario gives your deck a ton of extra consistency and allows you to make plays you otherwise couldn't. Choosing what card you get to draw for turn simply gives you way more control over the game. You do have to go down a card in order to do this, but that's often worth it if the card you're finding is good enough. If you can win the turn you play the spell, losing a single card won't really matter. The easiest way to do that is to find a combo piece. Mystical has been used in this respect for years, though going over each and every place that has seen play like this would take forever. It can be used to find powerful combo pieces like Doomsday or Yawgmoth's Will, or if you're really desperate, find a piece of insurance for your combo like Force of Will. When comparing this card to other tutors, Mystical is one of the more practical cards of this kind, though Black's tutors do beat it out. However, when compared to cards like Worldly Tutor or Enlightened Tutor, Mystical generally comes out on top. Instants and sorceries are not only some of the most powerful types of cards around, but also some of the best for combos. This means that Mystical Tutor will often signal the end of the game, setting the player up for their combo by finding the perfect card. Mystical is currently banned in Legacy and restricted in Vintage, which is very necessary considering the wealth of powerful tutor targets in both of those formats. Mystical Tutor is one of the strongest tutors in the game, only being outdone by Black's amazing tutors, and simply allows for scarily consistent combo decks. And at number 6, we have Mental Misstep. This is an instant with a mana cost of 1 Phyrexian blue mana, which can be paid with either 1 blue mana or 2 life. It has the effect where you counter a target spell with a mana value of exactly 1. This is yet another 0 mana counterspell, which probably shouldn't be surprising considering how good of an effective free counterspell is. Misstep is the most problematic free counterspell in the game, and a big part of that is simply because it has a Phyrexian mana as its cost. Since you can pay the card's cost with life instead, you don't have to spend colored mana on the card at all. This means that every deck, regardless of color, can play the card. While this is a good trait, this alone won't make a card good. However, if the card is strong, this becomes a massive upside, and Mental Misstep is an amazing card. While the effect is very narrow, it's less narrow than you might think. Out of every possible singular mana value, 1 is easily the most common. As the most efficient amount of mana a card can cost besides being completely free, players are very heavily encouraged to play 1 mana spells. Even the slowest decks in most formats will be playing some 1 mana spells. In older, more powerful and faster formats, this balance becomes even more skewed in favor of 1 mana value spells. Decks are completely dominated with 1-drop spells. From Lightning Bolt to Dark Ritual to cantrips like Ponder, 1 mana spells are all over the place. Misstep ended up being able to counter a huge majority of the cards in players' decks in formats like Legacy and Vintage. This is what made Misstep a staple, but it gets quite a bit worse. Misstep itself was also technically a 1 mana spell, so Misstep would be able to counter other missteps. This led to a situation where everyone was playing Misstep just to stop their opponent's missteps from resolving. This was a complete disaster, which is why the card was banned in Modern and Legacy and restricted in Vintage. Misstep is an infamously powerful card that actively broke most formats it was allowed in, and somehow, it's only at number 6 on this list. And at number 5, we have Brainstorm. This is an instant with a mana cost of 1 blue. It is the effect where you draw 3 cards, and then place 2 cards from your hand on top of your library in any order. The ability to draw 3 cards at instant speed, even if you have to put 2 of them back, is incredibly strong. While you can't find any card you want, the control it gives you over your hand is impressive. The main downside of Brainstorm is that it puts the cards back on top of your library and forces you to draw it again. This means that if you have bad cards in your hand or drawn to bad cards, you'll still have to draw into those bad cards. However, there are still ways to take advantage of this in a lot of those small ways. And it's those small ways that take it from good to broken. For example, if your opponent casts a spell like Thoughtseize to try and make you discard your best card, you can cast Brainstorm and hide your combo pieces or important removal spells on top of your library to draw into them later. Alternatively, if you draw into bad cards, you can put them back on top of your library and then shuffle your library, usually with a card like one of the fetch lands. Those bad cards will be shuffled into your library and replaced with other, hopefully better cards. So, if you have 2 bad cards in your hand, you can replace them in Brainstorm with 3 different good cards. This gives you a unique ability to sculpt your hand that no other draw spells can really match. The ability to find the right cards is something we've already discussed on this list, and Brainstorm is the best card of this kind Wizards has ever printed. And at number 4, we have Gush. This is an instant with a mana cost of 4 and 1 blue. It is the ability where you can return 2 islands to your hand rather than pay the spell's mana cost, and it has the effect where you draw 2 cards. Gush is a card that's very interesting, as the ability to draw 2 cards for 0 mana is incredibly powerful in combo and tempo decks. However, bouncing your lands to your hand is usually seen as quite the hefty cost, and it sets you back 2 entire lands, far more than Daze does. Of course, this isn't quite enough to hold the card back. The easiest way to use the card was to simply use it to draw a few cards during your combo turn before killing your opponent. However, this is by no means the only time the card is useful. In fact, Gush can be used well in a huge number of scenarios, if you're looking out for them. If your opponent tries to destroy one of your islands with a card like Wasteland, you can bounce it to your hand in response to save it. And since the bouncing of lands is technically a cost, this is completely uncounterable. If you need extra mana to cast a spell but don't have land in your hand, you can tap your lands to float the mana, gush them back to your hand, and then play them again and retap one of them for extra mana. This alone makes main phase Gushes extremely powerful, allowing you to dig for more cards without giving up anywhere near as much tempo as you would expect. Gush is the kind of card that has tons more plays on it than it looks at first, to the point where there are several applications that I'm completely unaware of. Gush is one of the most powerful draw spells in the game, and all the things in the card that may look like downsides are in fact upsides more often than not. Gush is banned in Legacy and restricted in Vintage, and will almost certainly never be left off of either list. And at number 3, we have Tinker. This is a sorcery with a mana cost of 2 and 1 blue. It has an additional cost where you have to sacrifice an artifact in order to cast a spell, and it has the effect where you can search your library for an artifact card and put it into the battlefield and then shuffle. The main thing to notice on this card is how it doesn't have any real restrictions at all. This means you can sacrifice a 0 mana artifact like Mistress Bauble and go find a 12 mana artifact like Blightsteel Colossus. And in fact, players have won many games by doing exactly this. This is made even better in Vintage, where you have cards like Mox Sapphire and other Moxen, 0 mana artifacts that can be tapped for mana. You can easily sacrifice this to Tinker to find a game-ending threat. A resolve to Tinker is very likely to end the game, and a big reason for that is how many good targets there are for the card. In Vintage, the only format where the card is legal, you can find cards like Time Vault, a powerful combo piece which can let you take infinite turns. Or find a card like Belasted Citadel, an artifact that lets you cast spells from the top of your library by paying life instead of paying mana. Or just grab giant threats like Blightsteel. Whatever angle of attack is best against your opponent at that moment, Tinker can go grab an artifact that does that for you. This is an ability that has only gotten better over time. Originally, Tinker was being used to find cards like Mere Battlesphere or Inkwell Leviathan, which are just big beaters, but these have progressively been replaced with better and better threats. This is the thing about Tinker. It will really only get better with time. Despite costing 3 mana, which is quite a bit in older formats, a card that both tutors up a card and cheats into play is such a powerful effect that there will always be a way to abuse it. And at number 2, we have Time Walk. This is a sorcery with a mana cost of 1 and 1 blue. It is the effect where you take an extra turn after this one. Time Walk is as strong as it reads. Getting an entire extra turn for just 2 mana is very strong, despite the fact that extra turn spells usually aren't as good as they look at first. However, Time Walk is very different. Unlike most extra turn spells like Time Warp, which costs 5 or more mana, which often means you won't have any more mana to cast any other spells in that turn. If you have creatures in play, you can attack with them an additional time. Or if you have planeswalkers, you can activate their loyalty an additional time. So to make an extra turn spell good, you either need some extra mana lying around or some additional permanents in play. Having an extra turn spell at a lower mana value makes meeting both of these conditions a lot easier to fulfill, making Time Walk a lot easier to break. Another big upside is the risk of playing the card is a lot lower thanks to how easy it is to cast. If you cast an extra turn spell, you'll get all of your mana back and draw a card. So even if you can't make good use of it, you at least don't lose much. However, if you're holding an extra turn spell and don't have the mana to cast it, it can clog up your hand. Playing tons of extra turn spells runs the risk of you finding yourself in a situation where you can't cast any of them for several turns, which can lose you the game. However, since Time Walk only costs 2 mana, this will basically never happen. The point here is that Time Walk has all the upsides of an extra turn spell and none of the downsides. This is why basically every blue deck in Vintage plays the card, as there's just no reason not to. The card just does so much for so little. It can single-handedly steal games and has no downsides, which is why no other extra turn spells has even come close in terms of power. Despite how powerful an effect this is, there's still a single blue card that's even more powerful, and you probably already know what it is. And at number 1, we have Ancestral Recall. This is an instant with a mana cost of 1 blue. It is the effect where target player draws 3 cards. There's nothing really special about this card, it just does way too much for way too little. It's like if red had a card that dealt 7 damage to anything for 1 mana instead of just 3, or if black had a 1 mana card that could destroy all of your opponent's creatures. It's just an effect that should cost 3 or even 4 times as much mana, but put on a 1 mana card. There are a few ways to try to put this in perspective. For one, it draws the same number of cards as Brainstorm, but doesn't ask you to put any cards back. And Brainstorm is good enough to also be one of the 10 best cards in blue. In order to get this many cards on a card with no downsides, you have to go to Concentrate, which is a 4 mana and sorcery speed. So Recall costs 25% of the mana as a similar card does. So we've established that the card draws way more cards than any other card at the cost does. But why exactly is that an issue? Well, in order to do anything in card games, you need cards, and having more cards than your opponent means you can do more things than they can. If you can answer every one of your opponent's threats, using 1 card to get rid of one of your opponents each time, the player who has the most cards will end up winning the game. However, drawing extra cards usually means you can't develop your board, meaning your opponent has an opportunity to pull ahead in the game. However, if you don't have to spend very much mana drawing cards, like for example only 1 mana, you wouldn't be putting yourself behind at all. This means you'll be able to pull ahead on cards without the necessary downside, setting you up to win a lot of games. This is made even better by all the other cards around it that can make the card even better. Since the only format where you can play the card is in Vintage, you'll be playing with Moxen, so drawing cards can actually pull you very far ahead on mana. You can also use some of those extra cards on your Force of Wills, allowing you to offset Force's downside of a card disadvantage. All of this is just a glimpse into the overwhelming power of Recall. The card is ridiculously overtuned to the point that it's kind of hard to see how it made it past playtesting. Throughout the course of MTG's history, there have been extremely powerful cards printed in every color. While some colors may have more banned or just plain broken cards than others, each color has had multiple cards that are far and away better than most other cards in the game. Red is of course no exception to this, with cards dating back all the way to the very first set still being powerful and outright dominant to this day. And starting us off at number 10, we have Splinter Twin. This aura enchantment costs 2 generic and 2 red mana that enchants target creature and gives it an ability. The ability it gives allows you to tap the creature to create a token that's a copy of that creature. The token has haste, which means it can ignore Summoning Sickness and attack or use tap abilities that turn, but the token is also exiled at the beginning of the next end step. In a vacuum, the card might not seem the most impressive, essentially allowing a creature to tap itself to create an expendable token. It allows you to attack more aggressively with the token and preserve the original creature, but of course the card is far more effective with abilities that trigger whenever a creature enters the battlefield. Since the token would enter the battlefield, it would trigger that effect, which allowed for the card to be abused with certain types of abilities. The ability to re-trigger and enters the battlefield effect enabled a powerful combo deck with certain creatures. In particular, creatures that had abilities that could untap a permanent you control when enchanted with Splinter Twin could create a token that would then untap the original creature, who can then tap itself again to create another token. This created an infinite combo in which you can make as many tokens of the creature as you needed to kill your opponent, and all of them had haste so they could attack right away. This combo was made all the more powerful given that creatures that were most often used in the combo had the keyword ability Flash, which allowed them to be cast on your opponent's turn. One such creature was Pestermite, which cost 2 generic and 1 blue mana, which could be cast on your opponent's turn. Its ability allows you to tap or untap any permanent, meaning it could be used to tap down an opponent's best creature on their 3rd turn, untap for your 4th turn, play a land, cast a Splinter Twin, and then win the game on the spot. This turn 4 kill at the time was fairly ahead of the curve, and saw Splinter Twin get banned in the modern format. While many argue that today it could come off the ban list, it has remained there since 2016. As such, it's worth at least the 10th spot on this list, given its legacy and infamy as a powerful 2-card combo back during a time when 2-card combos generally weren't all that common in the format. And at number 9, we have Fires of Invention. This enchantment from Throne of Eladrin costs 3 generic and 1 red mana. Its first ability is a rather steep downside, restricting you to only casting spells on your turn, and also only allows you to cast 2 spells each turn. In exchange for limiting both when and how many spells you can cast, it allows you to cast spells with mana value less than or equal to the number of lands you control, without paying their mana cost. In practice, this means if you have 5 lands in the battlefield, you're allowed to play 2 spells with a mana value of 5 or less, without paying any mana at all. Not only did this allow a player to effectively double their mana by playing 2 spells that would both cost all of their available mana by themselves, but it also saved that mana for other uses. While you cannot cast another spell, you can use the mana on activated abilities. One common card used alongside Fires of Invention in Standard was Kenrith the Returned King, whose 5 different abilities provided a wide array of options to dump all of your mana into. Fires of Invention decks were dominant enough that the card was eventually banned in Standard. However, the card has also seen great success in the Pioneer format, with a Fires of Invention deck built around Enigmatic Incarnation, in particular seen success at Pro Tour Phyrexia. Enigmatic Incarnation is an enchantment that allows you to sacrifice another enchantment at your end step. If you do so, you may search your library for a creature with mana value equal to 1 plus the sacrifice enchantment's mana value. Then put that creature onto the battlefield. This deck was built to be full of high-power enchantments, which could then be sacrificed to grab various creatures the deck ran at a single copy. Even if the deck happened to draw some of these creatures and lacked the right colors to cast some of them, Fires of Invention could then simply play them for free and continue the game. And if Fires of Invention's downsides were ever getting in the way, you could just sacrifice Fires of Invention to Enigmatic Incarnation to free yourself from the downside. Beyond just this deck though, Fires of Invention has seen play in various decks built around Yorion Sky Nomad. Yorion is one of the companion cards, a group of creatures from Ikoria that can be played from the sideboard as long as your deck met the proper deck building requirements. Yorion requires you to run at least 20 more cards than the minimum number of 60, which has proven to be one of the more easiest to accommodate companion requirements. One downside of companions is that you have to pay 3 generic mana to put the card in your hand from your sideboard before you're allowed to cast it. However, in Fires of Invention's decks, if you have out the namesake enchantment, you can pay the mana to add Yorion to the hand, then cast him for free. Fires of Invention has not proven to be oppressive yet in any formats other than Standard, but as those formats progress, time will tell if the card winds up getting banned yet again. And at number 8, we have Goblin Recruiter. This creature costs 1 generic 1 red mana and has 1 power and toughness. Whenever a Goblin Recruiter enters a battlefield, you search your library for any number of Goblin cards, reveal them, shuffle your library, then put all of those goblins on top of your deck in any order you like. Generally speaking, most cards that search another card tend to only search 1, or if they search multiple, it's usually just lands. Or this spell has a high mana value. Goblin Recruiter can search as many cards as you have that fit the loose requirement, and then essentially allows you to stack the deck with them. For comparison, the card Bogart Harbinger is a 3 mana value goblin that searches your deck for just 1 goblin card and puts it on top of your deck. This card not only costs more mana, but does so much less. Before it was banned outright in Legacy, the card could be combined with Goblin Ringleader, a goblin that reveals the top 4 cards of your library whenever it enters a battlefield. You're allowed to put all goblin cards you find there into your hand, meaning after Goblin Recruiter, you could stack a Goblin Ringleader on top of your deck, then put goblins beneath it to ensure you'd essentially draw 4 when Ringleader enters a battlefield. This can be stretched even further by making sure one of the 4 cards you draw with Goblin Ringleader is another copy of Ringleader, and thanks to Goblin Recruiter, you can chain these together to draw a ton of cards. While this combo isn't all that impressive by more modern standards, Goblin cards in recent years have only made Goblin Recruiter all the more powerful. Muxus Goblin Grandee has a similar effect to Goblin Ringleader, yet it reveals the top 6 cards and instead of putting them into your hand, puts the goblins you find onto the battlefield. While this is limited to goblins with a mana value 5 or less, meaning you cannot summon another Muxus directly, thanks to your ability to stack the deck with Recruiter, you can make it so your Muxus hits 6 goblins, including a goblin that can find your other copy of Muxus like an aforementioned Goblin Ringleader. Beyond this, there's also the potential for an infinite combo thanks to Goblin Ringleader's interaction with Conspicuous Snoop. Not only does Snoop allow you to cast goblin spells from the top of your library, Conspicuous Snoop also has all activated abilities of the top card of your deck, as long as that card is a goblin. Goblin Recruiter can put Snoop on top of your deck to draw it to start the combo, as well as put the exact goblins needed on top of the deck in order for Snoop to use their abilities and or cast them. Goblin Recruiter essentially allows the player to stack their deck for just 2 mana, leading into, at worst, on-the-spot combo wins, and even in the most fair scenarios, it provides a constant stream of threats with no worry of drawing lands or the other irrelevant cards. Goblin Recruiter fundamentally bends the rules of what Magic cards are and can do, and as such is well deserving of its spot on the list. And at number 7, we have Goblin Welder. For 1 red mana, you get a Goblin Artificer with 1 power and toughness. You can tap Goblin Welder to target an artifact the player controls and an artifact in the player's graveyard. If both targets are still legal as this resolves, the player sacrifices the artifact and returns the artifact card in the graveyard to the battlefield. This essentially swaps out any on-field artifact with any in the graveyard. While this can be used aggressively against an opponent with artifacts, the more general play has always been to focus more on your own artifacts. As early as Pro Tour New York in 1999, players were finding success with Goblin Welder in utility built decks that were earlier versions of toolbox strategies we know today. These decks ran various cheap artifacts like Claws of Gix in order to sacrifice to Welder to bring out one of the various powerful or situational artifacts the deck ran. At the time, the main win condition was using Welder to get around Phyrexian Colossus needing to pay life to untap by sacrificing it and bringing it back repeatedly to eventually close out the game. As the game progressed, Goblin Welder saw success in control strategies called stacks, built around powerful artifacts that restricted both players. Smokestack in particular was a powerful card that forced players to sacrifice a permanent they controlled for each suit counter on Smokestack each upkeep. Each upkeep, Smokestack's controller could add a counter to it to increase the number of card sacrifice, leading to this slow buildup that eventually ends in Smokestack's controller sacrificing it. Goblin Welder, however, allowed the Smokestack's player to wait for it to get to a point where your opponent had to sacrifice almost everything, and then they could in turn sacrifice Smokestacks to Goblin Welder before having start their turn. This meant not only would the Smokestack's owner be able to retain some of its permanents, but also trade out the Smokestacks for whatever powerful artifact they wanted instead. Goblin Welder has not been printed into Modern, and is so powerful that a card was specifically printed to give Modern its own less powerful version of it in Goblin Engineer. Today, Goblin Welder sees play mostly in Legacy and Vintage artifact strategies, particular in Painter's Servant combo decks. While the card has never been banned in any format, one could consider the refusal to add it to Modern and instead give it a less powerful retrain a form of banning the card in of itself. And at number 6, we have Dreadhorde Arcanist. This zombie wizard costs 1 generic and 1 red mana and has 1 power and 3 toughness. It also has the keyword Trample, which allows excess damage the creature does in combat to be dealt to the player. While this may seem strange for a 1-powered creature to have, given Dreadhorde Arcanist's second ability, it's clear that the intent was for the player to increase Dreadhorde Arcanist's power via another card or ability. The second ability allows you to cast an instant or sorcery with a mana value less than or equal to Dreadhorde's power from your graveyard without paying its mana cost, but exile that spell if it would be put into the graveyard. Clearly, the intent is for someone to put counters on Arcanist or pump its power through other means, but in practice, this wasn't even really necessary. Dreadhorde Arcanist saw immense success in Legacy format given the sheer number of high-power 1-mana value spells in that format. Arcanist could attack and allow a player to reuse a powerful draw spell like Brainstorm to continue digging and sculpting their hand. Arcanist could also grab a 1-mana value removal spell to clear a potential blocker that could kill it. Legacy specifically is a format where creatures tend to be small, with Dreadhorde Arcanist able to not just survive being blocked by Thalia, Guardian of Thraben, one of the format's best aggressive creatures, Arcanist actually was able to kill her thanks to surviving her first strike damage. Thalia is often one of the most troublesome creatures for blue-red spell decks, so Arcanist provided a deceptively powerful threat in one of Magic's strongest formats. The card was so powerful and pushed the already successful blue-red deck so far ahead that the card was eventually banned in Legacy. The card's primary home now is in the Vintage format, where it has even more powerful spells, such as Ancestral Recall it can cast. Vintage is often a place where some of Magic's most pushed design have a place to shine. Notably, the card is still legal in Modern, but it lacks the sheer density of powerful 1-mana spells that make Arcanist worth it, since the idea of going out of your way to raise Arcanist's power to cast different mana value spells really isn't worth it in practice. But in the right environment, Dreadhorde Arcanist can be an extremely unfair card. And at number 5, we have Fire Blast. This instant spell costs 4 generic and 2 red mana to deal 4 damage to any target. It also has an alternative casting cost of sacrificing 2 mountains instead of paying any mana. Both of these costs are rather steep, either taking up 6 mana in the immediate or permanently putting you behind 2 mana for the rest of the game. Despite this, Fire Blast is a consistent staple in red aggressive decks in the formats it's legal in. While this card has never been printed into Modern and thus is not legal there, this card has consistent success in Legacy and Pauper for years. Fire Blast is less a typical burn spell and more of a finisher. 4 damage is 1/5 of your starting life total, and combined with other low-cost burn effects, it can push for lethal shockingly fast. If a burn player has 2 mountains, they can cast 2 burn spells like Lava Spike or any other various conditional 1-mana 3 damage spells the deck runs. Then, after casting those 2 spells, they can sacrifice those lands to cast Fire Blast, representing a total of 10 damage for just 2 mana. A burn player can wait for their opponent to be out of resources or tapped out and then suddenly spring for the kill, throwing a high amount of damage at your opponent's face out of nowhere. While Fire Blast is almost never cast for its actual mana cost, and can sometimes feel like a dead card in hand, it represents a swing in life total most players can't really account for. While a smart opponent can keep track of your available mana and predict how much damage you have, they can less cleanly predict when you might have Fire Blast in hand. Decks that run Fire Blast aim to end the game as fast as possible before a higher ceiling deck has a chance to get properly set up. Fire Blast is how these decks are able to sneak in those earliest wins, to a point where decks that aren't directly burn focused have adopted it. One prime example is Zoo-style decks in Legacy that run low mana value, high-powered creatures like Tarmogoyf. These aggressive decks also leverage Fire Blast to help clean up those games, thanks to Legacy's high density of dual lands and land typings that count for Fire Blast. There were even some decks built around this card synergy with Vile Smasher the Fierce, who would deal damage equal to the card's mana value, meaning that while you paid 0 mana, Vile Smasher would deal 6 on top of the 4 from Fire Blast. While perhaps not as infamous as other cards of this list, Fire Blast represents an essentially free burn spell that has shaped red aggressive decks in multiple formats, and has never even been allowed into the Modern format in the first place. And at number 4 on this list, we have Faithless Looting. This sorcery costs just a single red mana and allows you to draw 2 cards, then discard 2 cards. Faithless Looting also has the keyword flashback, which allows you to cast a card from your graveyard for its flashback cost, then exile it. For Faithless Looting, this means you can pay 2 generic 1-red mana to cast Faithless Looting from the graveyard. Even without the flashback mode, Faithless Looting would likely have been quite potent, as the card Careful Study offered the same effect, but for 1 blue instead of 1 red, and was decently playable in its time. While it's not really card advantage since you're discarding as many cards as you're drawing, it is card selection. Especially for decks that have specific cards that they want in the graveyard, Faithless Looting was an effective way to sculpt their hand to include the cards they wanted to actually cast, while putting the cards they didn't want in the graveyard. This led to various strategies adopting the card, with the Dredge decks in particular finding it useful. Dredge as a mechanic allows you to replace drawing a card with instead milling cards equal to the card's Dredge value, then putting said Dredge card into your hand from the graveyard. Dredge decks could use the first cast of Faithless Looting to put any Dredge cards they drew into the graveyard, then when flashing it back instead of drawing cards with the first ability, they could choose to Dredge instead to mill more cards. Then just discard the Dredge creatures again and keep going. If they happen to mill a copy of Faithless Looting as well, the cards would still be usable thanks to flashback, giving it more value compared to similar cards like Cathartic Reunion, which might on paper seem better for the deck. The card still sees play in Pauper and Legacy, yet never may come back to the format where it was once one of the best turn 1 plays in the game. And at number 3, we have Simian Spirit Guide. This Ape Spirit costs 2 generic and 1 red mana and has 2 power and toughness. However, it's not ever likely you'll ever be casting Simian Spirit Guide, save for very desperate situations, since the card's primary purpose is to be exiled from your hand. By exiling it from your hand, you're able to add 1 red mana. This effect is a callback to Elvish Spirit Guide, a green creature which did the same thing. While both are quite strong and have seen play in Legacy, Simian Spirit Guide was the only one ever printed in Modern and saw enough play to where it was eventually banned in 2021. At face value, it might seem odd that this card was so powerful given that a creature like Elvish Mystic provides a more secure and repeatable source of mana and is also perfectly legal in the format. And while more typical and fair decks certainly prefer to get more long-term value out of their cards, combo decks in the format simply want to win as fast as possible. As such, Simian Spirit Guide essentially represented extra mana to help push towards comboing as fast as possible. Some decks like Ad Nauseam were built around fairly expensive spells or interactions that won the game, and Simian Spirit Guide would help. But more relevant to the card's banning were more aggressively fast decks like Neobrand, which ran 4 Simian Spirit Guides alongside other ways of cheating mana like Chancellor of the Tangle, which could be relevant in the opening hand to add a green mana in an attempt to cheat out the powerful card Grizzlebrand as early as the first turn. There were various decks that abused Simian Spirit Guide in the format, and while many of them had not been meta or dominant, they slowly added up to the card having something of a reputation. This came to a head with T-Bolt's Chicory, a card that was banned at the same time as Simian Spirit Guide, given its combo of countering your own spells in hope of cheating out a big game-ending threat. This combo was notorious enough and potent enough that it finally forced Wizards to act and not just ban the card causing the combo, but the notorious mana-generating Simian Spirit Guide that helped prompt it up, and various other combo decks. The card was also used in various prison-style decks, given its ability to help you cheat out restrictive artifacts like Trinisphere a turn earlier than usual, and catch your opponent off guard. The card still sees play where it's illegal alongside its green counterpart, pushing all-in combo strategies just a little bit further and a little bit faster to this day. And at number 2, we have Underworld Breach. This enchantment from Theros Beyond Death costs 1 generic and 1 red mana. It gives each non-land card in your graveyard the ability Escape. Escape is an ability that allows you to cast that card from your graveyard for its escape costs. Underworld Breach gives these cards an escape cost equal to their card's original mana cost, plus exiling 3 other cards from your graveyard. At the beginning of your next end step, you're required to sacrifice Underworld Breach. This essentially means that Underworld Breach only lasts for a single turn and will remove itself afterwards. While you can bring it back through enchantment recursion, the decks that use Underworld Breach tend to end the game the turn they cast the card. Underworld Breach gives a player access to their entire graveyard, and even lets you use the same spell multiple times via escape as long as you have enough other cards in your graveyard exile with enough mana to pay. Despite these seemingly steep costs, the card has proven to be extremely effective in combo decks that aim to cast a high density of spells. The card is comparable to Yawgmoth's Will, which allows you to cast cards from your graveyard and has been banned in pretty much every format possible. It's easier to run out of gas with Underworld Breach, but it's also still fairly easy to reuse mana generating spells and draw power to eventually go through your whole deck. In Legacy in particular, the card Brain Freeze synergized well with Underworld Breach. It milled 3 cards and copied itself for each other spell that had been cast that turn. This means that if you targeted yourself, you could mill your deck enough to play another Brain Freeze, which would then copy itself, milling you for 6 more cards. You would continue until you had a high enough storm count to then target your opponent instead and mill out their entire deck. More conventional spell-focused combo decks also ran the card, leading to it eventually getting banned for pushing these combo decks over the top in the format. While the card is still legal in Modern to this day, it has since been banned in Pioneer, given it vastly overshot the format's power level with the sorts of combos it allowed. Modern only has the card legal because it exists in the spot of spell-based combos, not quite having enough of their strong tools from formats like Legacy to be fully viable, yet creature-focused strategies are much more powerful and thus dominate the format. As such, it may only be a matter of time before a density of cards brings spell-oriented combo decks back to the forefront in Modern, and eventually gets Underworld Breach banned in yet another format. And finally, at number 1, we have the most broken red card, Wheel of Fortune. This sorcerer was printed back in Alpha, Magic's very first set, and costs 2 generic and 1 red mana. Its effect is fairly simple in that each player discards their hand, then draw 7 cards. While the card is symmetrical and does allow your opponent to draw 7 cards, there are many ways in which this card can be abused. In formats such as Vintage, where powerful fast mana effects like Black Lotus are legal, you can start your turn by playing out these mana accelerants, then cast Wheel of Fortune to refill your hand. Your opponent will both not go up on cards, but will also lose whatever starting hand they had decided to keep, and instead be forced to draw a random new 7. While there's no guarantee what they'll draw, there's always a chance of potentially giving your opponent a vastly worse hand than the one they had before. Beyond this, Wheel of Fortune also does discard the cards, which does allow you to set graveyard plays and completely refill your hand. Of course, Wheel of Fortune's most powerful use is arguably when it's the last card in your hand. If you have a great deal of mana in the late game and Wheel of Fortune to draw a whole new hand, you'll have the luxury of using your new hand of cards before your opponent, especially if you waited until they were tapped out to do so. The card can also be combined with a card such as Narset, Parter of Veils, or another card which restricts your opponent's ability to draw. If you cast Wheel of Fortune with a card like this out, your opponent will discard their hand but then not be able to draw 7. Some cards like Notion Thief even allow you to draw the cards instead of them, meaning you'll draw 14 while your opponent is left with 0 cards in hand. This interaction is so potent that Narset has been restricted to 1 copy per deck in the Vintage format. Wheel of Fortune shares this fate and is also banned in Legacy outright. The only format with no restriction on its legality is the casual Commander format, which means there is no format where you're legally allowed to play more than a single copy of Wheel of Fortune. By itself, the card is already quite potent, but when combined with other cards, it can spiral into being quite unfair. Many cards throughout the years have tried to rebalance and capture the power of Wheel of Fortune, and many have been playable in their own right despite not being anywhere close to as powerful. When it comes to red cards, there's no card quite as infamous or powerful as Wheel of Fortune. It's no secret the Magic community isn't perfect at evaluating the strength of cards. Sometimes the community simply won't realize how strong a card is until they actually get a chance to play with the cards themselves. In this list, we're going to go over cards that took everybody's surprise became format-defining cards despite a lukewarm reception. Starting us off at number 10, we have Veil of Summer. This is an instant with the mana cost of 1 green. It has the effect where you draw a card if your opponent casts a blue or black spell this turn. Spells you control can't be countered this turn, and you and your permanents you control gain hexproof from blue and black until the end of the turn. This means that you and your permanents can't be targeted or blue or black spells or abilities from blue and black resources. This card is extremely good at protecting your board or combos from interaction. If your opponent tried to cast a removal spell or discard spell, you could respond with Veil of Summer to both block their spell and draw a card, getting you a 2-for-1. Not only does this card give you card advantage, but this blowout can often leave your opponent in such a bad position tempo-wise that they can't recover from. In a lot of matchups, a single Veil of Summer can win you the entire game. When this card came out, players recognized that it was strong, but didn't see just how good it was. Players compared the card to Autumn's Veil, a very similar card that didn't have the ability to draw you a card. Autumn's Veil was always okay, but it wasn't as good as it seemed, as the upside of actually getting it to work just wasn't quite good enough to justify playing the card over other options. People thought the extra card Veil of Summer got you would make it better, but didn't expect how dominant it would be. The card ended up making green decks far too difficult to interact with. If your opponent ever had open green mana, you basically couldn't try to cast anything out of fear that your opponent would blow you out, getting a huge 2-for-1 and going way ahead in tempo. This led to Veil getting banned in multiple formats, being banned in its run through Standard, and still being banned in Pioneer, Explorer, and Historic. The reason this card is so low on this list is that while people did underestimate the card, they did predict that it would at least be okay to good. People just didn't see how strong the card would end up being. And at number 9, we have Goblin Rabblemaster. This is a 2/2 Goblin Warrior with a mana cost of 2 and 1 red. It has the abilities where other Goblin creatures you control attack each combat if able. And at the beginning of combat on your turn, you create a 1/1 red Goblin creature token with haste, and whenever Rabblemaster attacks, it gets a +1/+0 for each other attacking Goblin until the end of the turn. Now, this card was seen as too slow at the time of its reveal. Most people considered it a casual card that wouldn't really see much competitive play. Paying 3 mana for a 2/2 just isn't very good, and having to wait a few turns for it to fill your board with goblins, as well as at forcing them to attack in bad situations, made people wary of the card. However, it proved to be quite the strong threat, not only in Standard but in older formats as well. As it turns out, the card was just really good at pumping out damage. The card would put out 1 damage the turn you played it, followed by 6 damage as you would have 2 1/1 goblins, making your Rebel Master a 4 power creature. On the next turn it would put out 8 damage, then 10, and so on. This scaled extremely quickly, making it a must-kill threat. Even if your opponent did kill it pretty quickly, there was a good chance it would leave behind a token or two, which was pretty good value for a card that already got your opponent to commit a removal spell. The last issue was that the card didn't play great into blockers, but a few burn spells of your own would take care of that fine. All of this together made Rebel Master a great threat not only in Standard, but in older formats like Legacy, where it's the premier game-ending threat for mono-red prison decks. Ever since Rebel Master, the community has made sure to pay close attention to any similar cards. When Legion War Boss was spoiled, people knew the card would be pretty strong, and knew to pay attention to it in the following Standard format. And at number 8, we have Fury. This is a 3/3 elemental incarnation with a mana cost of 3 and 2 red. It has double strike, meaning it deals combat damage before other creatures, and then deals regular combat damage as well. And when Fury enters the battlefield, it deals 4 damage divided as you choose amongst any number of target creatures or planeswalkers. It also has Evoke, exile a red card from your hand. This is an alternative casting cost, meaning you can cast it by just exiling a red card from your hand, but if you do, you have to sacrifice it when it enters the battlefield. This card was a member of the cycle of Evoke Elementals, a cycle of 5 cards, 1 for each color, that you could evoke by exiling a card of their color from your hand. When the cycle was spoiled, a lot of players called this the worst member of the cycle. People just saw better homes for each of the other 4 elementals, but Fury seemed to come with too many downsides. It didn't have flash, meaning you couldn't cast it during your opponent's turn. It seemed far too situational as well, as 4 damage felt like too little to be able to deal with threats reliably. However, once the cards actually released, Fury ended up being one of the better members of the cycle. It turns out, being able to kill multiple threats made the card extremely powerful. Basically, every other member of the cycle lost you card advantage, as you would lose 2 cards to get rid of one of your opponents. However, Fury could easily maintain card parity. Combining this with the ability to cost no mana, and you could remove your opponent's board with no mana and without losing any card advantage, which is incredibly strong. This lets you develop your own board on your turn while dealing with a threat, or to keep your mana up for more interactions on their next turn. 4 damage was also often more than enough to deal with most threats, though there are some notable cards that do dodge it. Fury is often credited with pushing certain strategies like tribal decks out of the modern meta. All in all, Fury has completely overperformed the community's expectations. And at number 7, we have Approach of the Second Sun. This is a sorcery, the mana cost is 6 and 1 white. It has the effect where, if you cast this card from your hand, and you've casted another spell named Approach from the Second Sun this game, you win the game. Otherwise, you gain 7 life and put this card into your deck, 7th from the top. When this card was revealed, people thought it was a gimmick. It seemed far too slow and clunky, and these alternative win condition cards were usually pretty bad anyway. People figured this was another in the line of cards that were mostly fun build-arounds and weren't really viable in a competitive play. In actuality, Approach ended up being one of the better win conditions for blue-white control decks in Standard. As it turned out, being able to pay 7 mana and win the game was a lot faster than trying to play a creature in the late game and slowing attacking your opponent to death. Sure, you had to draw into the card twice, but the likelihood of your opponent being able to stop you in that time was really low if you were a control deck close to winning the game already. Gaining 7 life was also really useful for these decks, as it made it even more difficult for your opponent to kill you while you were waiting to draw into your next approach. Since rotating out of Standard, Approach has also been used as a finisher for certain builds of Lotus field combo decks in Pioneer. These decks are built around untapping the field over and over and make tons of mana, play cards like Pore Over the Pages to draw cards, and finally find a way to win the game. This deck is more than capable of making and drawing the cards it needs to win the game, and being able to just win the game without any of the steps was just really nice for the deck. All in all, Approach has just been far stronger than people gave the card credit for initially. And at number 6, we have Ledger Shredder. This is a 1/3 bird advisor with a mana cost of 1 and 1 blue. It has flying, meaning it can't be blocked except by creatures with flying or reach. It has the ability where, whenever a player casts their second spell each turn, it connives. This means you draw a card and then discard a card, and if you discarded a non-land card, you get to put a +1/+1 counter on the Shredder. Ledger Shredder went largely unnoticed during spoiler season. It seemed like a reasonable card, but largely unimpressive. However, once you actually start playing with the card, particularly in older formats like Pioneer and Modern, you realize just how strong of a card Shredder is. As it turns out, Shredder is very easy to grow into a much larger threat, and gives you a ton of card selection to boot. First off, players casting 2 spells in a turn is a very common occurrence, especially if you're playing the Shredder and are actively trying to trigger its ability. If you're a deck with a lot of cheap spells, you should be able to trigger Shredder on every one of your turns, and your opponent will have to double spell quite often as well. This means you'll quickly be able to throw counters onto the Shredder, as you'll be discarding non-land cards at some point. You'll probably draw more spells than lands, so you'll eventually trigger Shredder and only have spells in your hand. Not to mention, it's frequently the right choice to keep a land to play next turn and discard a less useful card to pump up your Shredder. Being able to grow your Shredder also lets you do very important things like dodge Lightning Bolt. Bolt can kill Shredder if it has no counters on it, but once you pup it once, it will be bolt proof. Its stat line is generally very solid. It's hard to remove, and while it doesn't have much power, it's easy enough to put it up to at least 2 or 3 power, enough to make it a threat. On top of all of this, there are tons of reasons why putting cards into your graveyard is actively good. For example, cards like Dragon's Rage Channeler requires you to have 4 different card types amongst cards in your graveyard. Shredder filling your graveyard makes the card and tons of other cards even stronger. Shredder really came out of nowhere and has ended up being a staple in several formats. And at number 5, we have Arclight Phoenix. This is a 3/2 Phoenix with a mana cost of 3 and 1 red. It has Flying and Haste, meaning it can attack the turn it enters the battlefield. It also has the ability where, at the beginning of combat on your turn, if you cast 3 or more instant and or sorcery spells this turn, you return Arclight from your graveyard to the battlefield. I've mentioned this card a few times in this channel as a deck that's seen play in formats like Pioneer, but interestingly, players didn't really expect the card to perform very well when it was first spoiled. Players really expected casting 3 instants or sorceries to be too difficult after having to put Arclight into your graveyard first, not to mention possibly too slow. However, this ended up being far more practical than it first seemed. Lots of the cards that were used to put Arclight into your graveyard were also instant and sorcery cards, such as Chart of Course, Lightning Axe, or Faithless Looting, before it was banned in Modern. On top of that, it turned out that being a bit slower than other, similar payoffs ended up not being that huge of a deal, because you could cast any instant or sorceries you wanted, you could use them to control the game and slow down your opponent, and then get your Phoenix back on turn 3 or 4 and start closing the game. The deck is also far more resilient than it may seem, being able to get back a Phoenix multiple times over the course of a game. Having to cast 3 spells makes it seem difficult to do more than once, as you'll have to use 3 whole cards, which would make your hand size quickly dwindle. However, since you're often casting spells like Opt or Consider, which draw you a card, you can often easily keep your hand full and trigger your Phoenix. All of this made Phoenix far more practical than it seemed at first blush, leading to the card's price spiking several times its initial price a few weeks after release. And at number 4, we have Death's Shadow. This is a 13/13 avatar with a mana cost of 1 black. It has the ability where it gets -X/-X, where X is your life total. This card wasn't practically good when it was first released. In its standard format, the card was far too inconsistent, as there weren't enough ways to control your life to get Shadow big enough. In older formats, these tools were available. You had the combination of fetch lands and shock lands. Fetch lands allow you to pay 1 life and sacrifice them to find a land of a certain basic land type and put it onto the battlefield, and shock lands are lands with basic land types that require you to pay 2 life, or they enter the battlefield tapped. This lets you choose to pay 3 life for your land drop. If you combine this with cards that require you to pay life, such as the extremely powerful Thoughtseize, you'll be able to lower your life total extremely quickly and control it fairly accurately. These cards were all very frequently played and were all available when Death Shadow was printed in Worldwake. However, the card didn't see play in older formats until several years later. It first started seeing play in Legacy a couple of years after Worldwake's release, but it didn't show up in Modern until 2016, a full 6 years after the card was printed. This is one of the few times we know of where a card has come out and the shelf for the deck has existed, but wasn't discovered for years after the card's release. This is becoming increasingly rare in the modern age with online play getting more popular, but it still hasn't entirely disappeared. We'll talk about another example of this shortly, but before that, and at number 3, we have Field of the Dead. This is a land with no land types that enters the battlefield tap. It can tap for 1 colorless mana and has the ability where, whenever it or another land enters the battlefield under your control, if you control 7 or more lands with different names, you create a 2/2 black zombie creature token. On release, this card was mostly thought of as a commander card. It seemed a bit too slow and impractical to work in competitive Magic. Getting 7 lands on the battlefield was often hard enough, but lots of decks didn't even run 7 different lands. So getting 7 lands that were all different was a very tall order. And sure, getting a free 2/2 each time you play a land was strong, but it didn't seem like it was good enough to be worth it. However, people really underestimated how broken getting this effect off for no mana really was. It turns out there were enough good to okay lands not only in formats like Modern and Pioneer, but even in Standard to make mana bases that functioned perfectly fine while also letting you get 7 or more different lands out in time to turn Field on. Cards like Shapeshift and Primeval Titan allowed decks to find particular lands incredibly easily, and being able to summon just a ton of zombies for no mana was ridiculously strong. It was so strong in fact that the card ended up getting banned in multiple formats, from Standard to Pioneer to Modern, taking a lot of people by surprise. And at number 2, we have Nexus of Fate. This is an instant with the mana cost of 5 and 2 blue. It is the ability where, whenever it would be put into the graveyard, you shuffle into your owner's library instead. And it has the effect where you take an extra turn after this one. Now, this card is quite the story. This was the Buy a Box promo for Core Set 2019, a promo that you could only get by buying a box from an official Wizards of the Coast game store. They couldn't be pulled in packs, and they couldn't be bought in any pre-built decks or anything. This exclusivity posed a problem for competitive decks. So when Wizards launched these promos, they said publicly that they'd make sure that they weren't competitively relevant, as that would lead to a very big issue if it would become too difficult to get them. You can probably see where this is going based on the video title, but generally people ignored these buy-a-box promos. However, one team saw that Nexus of Fate had potential. They built a deck called Turbofog. This was built around playing tons of cards like Haze of Pollen and Root Snare to stop their opponent from ever dealing combat damage to them, and play tons of planeswalkers like Nissa, Steward of Elements, and Teferi, Hero Dominaria, to make sure they can keep drawing more fog cards to not die. Eventually, getting their deck so small and being able to see so many cards each turn that they could cast a Nexus, shuffle into their deck, and then on their next turn draw another copy of Nexus to basically take infinite turns, eventually killing their opponent however they wanted. This deck ended up being one of the best decks in the format, and people were completely blindsided by it. This team of builders arrived at a major tournament with the deck and took top spots, and in a big tournament like that, a completely unknown deck taking a top 8 is basically unheard of. Now, this ended up being quite the controversy, as the exclusivity of the card did make building the deck fairly difficult. The format was ultimately able to correct and adjust the deck's presence, but the deck completely coming out of nowhere and surprising the pros like this is extremely rare. And at number 1, we have Lion's Eye Diamond. This is an artifact with a mana cost of 0. It is an ability where you can sacrifice it and discard your entire hand to add 3 color of any one mana, but you can only activate this at any time you can activate an instant. To clarify, this means you can't activate the card while trying to pay mana to cast a spell or activate an ability, as you can with other mana abilities. This means you can't try and cast a spell in your hand and then use LED to pay for it, getting around its massive downside to discard your entire hand. This card was basically a fixed version of Black Lotus, one of the most broken cards in all of Magic, that tried to make the card fair by nerfing it into the ground. When this card first came out all the way back in Mirage, it was considered a joke card. No one could imagine any way to take advantage of it. After all, how could you use mana with an empty hand? You wouldn't have any spells to cast. This remained true for a while, but as more and more cards came out and people figured out how to play the game better, people realized that the card was actually incredibly powerful. There were tons of ways to make use of this card. One of the most common was to draw a spell and then crack LED in response. For example, the card Infernal Tutor allows you to reveal a card in your hand and then add another copy of that card from your deck to your hand. But if your hand is empty, you can search your library for any card. What you could do is cast Infernal Tutor and then crack LED in response, discarding your entire hand, basically letting you get 3 mana and then put any card you want from your deck into your hand. Another way to use this card was with the Auriok Salvagers. This is a 4-mana creature with the ability where you can pay 1 and 1 white to put an artifact from your graveyard into your hand. What you would do is get your Salvagers out and then cast LED and use it, getting 3 mana. You use Salvagers to grab your LED and crack it again. Since it costs 1 less to get your LED out of the graveyard than it makes, you'll net 1 mana each time. This lets you get infinite mana, which you can then use to cast something like Walking Ballista for X equals 20 to be able to burn your opponent to death. And these are just a couple of ways that LED has been used. But they show the ways people were able to make the card far stronger than people thought it would be. By manipulating this stack and combining it with stronger and stronger graveyard effects that were printed in Magic, the card went from a joke to a contender for one of the strongest cards in Magic.